the hated El Paso Chihuahuas.
Oh, the Chihuahuas. So, I cannot wait to see Justin Verlander mow down these Chihuahuas.
I've been talking about
like, kicking a Chihuahua and hunting a Chihuahua off to Phoenix.
That would be great if he walked out with a stuffed Chihuahua to the mound and punted it and then decided and then started mowing them down.
Or just go all Ozzy Osbourne and bite its head off.
Bite the head off a stuffed Chihuahua or a real Chihuahua would be very edgy. How would you feel? I guess I'm trying to put myself with this one, and the Mariners won last night. We should mention that. So the Astros are once again tied for first. They're a game up in the loss column. They're tied for first with the Seattle Mariners. If you were a Mariners fan, how nervous would you be about Verlander coming back? Like if you're the team I'll say chasing the Astros. You know, if you're the team that's in the dogfight with the Astros right now, would the return of Verlander make you nervous?
It's hard in baseball because, you know, one specific player, I don't think anybody necessarily feels it in their bowels, and yet
it's a big one.
It's one of those things. You know what the Astros have going for them? I think there are a lot of other fan bases and opponents that say, "Oh, here we go again. Great." So yeah, I don't know about nervous or whatever it might be. It might just be a feeling of resigning to their fate. That's what it is. They're resigning to the inevitable, which is, whether this is true or not, it'll have the feel of if Verlander comes out, especially if Verlander comes out in his first appearance with the Astros and goes 7 innings of shutout baseball or something. That's where it's going to really feel like, here we go again. All right, great.
Well,
great.
It sounds like, and I'm just going off of quotes from Justin Verlander himself over the last few days. It sounds like 75 to 80 pitches is what he feels like he needs to get back to the major league team. Like that's the target that he's working back towards right now. And this will be one of multiple rehab starts that he's going to make in the minor leagues. I don't know if they're both going to be. It sounds like it's a 2-start thing in rehab for him. I don't know if the second one will be at Sugar Land also, or if it'll be at Corpus. It'll probably be at what is most geographically beneficial for him. Because here's the warning label we need to attach to this. And we attached this same warning label to Justin Verlander's first stint in the minor leagues earlier this year. This is the second time he's been through this whole rehabbing and injury thing in 2024. Is that don't get too worked up about what the box score looks like, right? Like he's working on some. Well, I just know that there's going to be people who see a tweet tomorrow night that Verlander pitched 3 innings and gave up 5 earned runs. And they're going to be like, "Oh, we're doomed."
I don't. Does the average baseball fan really feel that way though? I feel like if you pay attention, just even for a little while, you realize, okay, spring training and rehab starts. The box score doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I know there's always going to be people that are reactionary no matter what, but I don't worry too much about that. I think most people get it, that it's just okay. He's going out. He's going to work on his slider or something like that. He doesn't know any of these batters, and that it's as simple as that.
How huge would a healthy Verlander be right now? Like how much does if Verlander is healthy? Let's say a normal Verlander start in from now to the rest of the year is like a 6-inning good start. He's not former Cy Young Justin Verlander, but he's enough to be where it's him and Framber and Hunter Brown. Like if Verlander's giving you what Hunter Brown's giving you right now, then the Astros are a player all of a sudden in this thing.
Right.
He's giving you 6 good innings every time out.
Yeah, and it's all about, every year in the playoffs, it's all about the pitching.
Yeah.
It's constantly and forever. If 2019, 2022, very good offenses, but you're going to go, your bats are going to go dry at times during the playoffs. So, but especially this year where the Astros major league roster has a whole bunch of guys that you never expected to see on the major league roster this year.
Yep.
It's just the world we live in right now. It has to be. Now, and also if you want to look back for history, just go back to, in that 2019 season, that was when, Garrett Cole didn't really turn it on until after the All-Star break.
Yeah, that's right.
That was when everything got super, super crazy.
Yeah.
So, and with Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco, you worry about how many innings they've pitched, and Blanco might be showing that fatigue right now, but it's not a foregone conclusion or anything.
Right.
It's just that it's a huge unknown right now as to how they're going to fare throughout the duration.
Yep. So that'll be good if Verlander can make it back healthy. I'm more worried about Blanco than I am Hunter Brown. Hunter's still pitching at a really high level right now, other than one or two glitchy starts. Like he's still really good, and I feel like the one full season he's had so far has probably prepared him better for what August and September are going to look like than Ronel Blanco might be prepared for. Like, Ronel Blanco has burst on the scene this year, and he's been incredible. His ERA, even though he's been a little less imposing of late, his ERA is still below 3. Like, on the aggregate, he's still having a great season. He concerns me more than Hunter Brown does, right? But here's the thing: one of them's going to have to contribute. One of them is going to have to be part of, at least one, maybe both are going to have to be part of this rotation come postseason time.
I feel like Spencer Arrighetti is, because he gets lost in the mix in a weird way, because obviously you see him pretty regularly, but I feel like he's closing the envelope. Where, remember, it was either like you'd get a performance where he looked like a future all-star, and then you get a performance like maybe he would be in single A next year. Yeah. And you've started to close the window a little bit there. He's had, his 7-run outing is long in the rearview mirror now, and now you're either he's got anywhere between 1 and 3 runs given up in an outing. So I'm just parking him right there, that I feel like at the very least you've got a viable starter.
Yeah, I think he's probably more of a, like, if they get hit with another injury in the rotation, then he's the guy, the postseason rolls around, he'll have to pitch. That's just, there's no other, like, the solutions are all internal now. Like, there's no go pick up this guy, go pick up that guy, what are you shopping for? Like, the solutions for the Astros to get back to their 8th straight ALCS and hopefully a World Series is Justin Verlander has to get healthy and start pitching well again. Kyle Tucker has to get healthy and be Kyle Tucker again. And outside of that, man, you're kind of like spinning a roulette wheel with a bunch of young minor league guys and hoping you got something there. That's it. This is like Gene Hackman said in Hoosiers, my team is on the floor. This is our team right here, man. There's no reinforcements coming other than on the internal. Someone said on the text page, as an example of what you were talking about, Seth, the Kyle Lowry, potentially Justin Fields dynamic of a young player needing a kick in the butt and a change of scenery. I don't know that I don't think there was a kick in the butt involved in this one. This was more just he's a young guy that got thrown into a trade for an older all-star, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's a great one. That's like probably like an extreme version. He was runner-up for the MVP this year in Oklahoma City. He was a Clipper that was part of the Paul George trade. God, what a lopsided trade that was, man. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a bleep ton of first-round picks for Paul George, and SGA is like the 3rd best player in the NBA.
Yeah, so it's a side topic to this game tonight. It just happens to be Justin Fields versus Russell Wilson's one of the bigger stories in the NFL right now. Did
you see yesterday the report that the Niners are reportedly looking for 2 first-round picks for Brandon Ayuk?
Yes.
Did you have? Yeah, they ain't getting that, right? They're not.
I don't. Yeah, they're after some people were reporting that a deal was all but done with the Steelers. Right. Now it's that the 49ers aren't actually happy with the return they're going to get from the Steelers, and George Pickens is a big question mark and all that. I saw Brett Coleman, Texans fan, who has a really, really good YouTube channel where he does a lot of hardcore analysis. He made the point that in Arthur Smith's offenses, like in Tennessee, they had A.J. Brown. And in a dominant running back, you got to remember that.
Yes.
But that maybe Arthur Smith doesn't really need to have George Pickens and Brandon Ayuk on the roster. That maybe the Steelers would be more willing to relinquish George Pickens than I might feel.
Yeah.
Because he lines up in 2 wide receiver sets, feasts on play action, all of that. I don't know, man. I'd have a hard time letting go. I'd have a hard time letting go of George Pickens for Brandon Ayuk unless George Pickens is a pain in the ass, which behind the scenes, which he might be. I don't know. He's got a pretty combative personality.
He was coming into the league. That's why he was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I don't follow the Steelers closely enough day to day to know if he's still an issue. I know he's super talented. That's for sure. But, yeah, reportedly looking for 2 first-round picks. That store's closed now in the NFL, I think. Teams have gotten smarter. Teams have gotten smarter, by and large, about giving multiple high picks for the right to overpay somebody. The teams don't want to get double whammied anymore. They don't want to give up the draft capital to then have to go make somebody the highest-paid guy.
You know what the thing, though, is? I've learned there really is, when it comes to especially wide receiver trades, it seems, there is no market. There is no set and standard price, and some guys get traded Brian Burns ended up going for. I thought for sure Brian Burns would have at least gotten a first-round pick, but I think a lot of it comes down to just which team is most desperate. And I wonder if the 49ers are willing to just wait and see if somebody gets really desperate and feels like, okay, this is the one thing that's going to put us over the top for a Super Bowl.
They 100% are, because I think they're perfectly fine going into the season with Brandon Ayuk playing out his contract. You know what I mean? Like they're perfectly fine. The Niners are in a great position of strength in so much as Brandon Ayuk's only choice, if he's still with the Niners, really is to just go play out the season and have a really good season. And the Niners feel like a team that's built to deal with any sort of disgruntlement with Brandon Ayuk. They've got a strong culture there. I just, like a lot of these wide receivers, Seth, this offseason that were in these contract situations where it started to get bandied about like, oh, this could be the new Devontae Adams trade or the new Tyreek Hill trades. And those trades were actually successful for those teams that made those deals. I just don't think teams have the appetite to do that by and large anymore.
Did DJ Moore? Oh, DJ Moore was a first-round pick swap. Like it was so it wasn't, yeah.
But DJ Moore was part of the Bryce Young trade.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think of like the receivers that have like what's the biggest compensation over the last couple of years for wide receiver trades.
Yeah, dude, they almost threw DJ Moore into that deal just to get the deal done. That was wild. Like, he was part of that big package to go to the Bears. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines: we've got preseason football tonight, 6:00 kickoff, 3:00. Texans countdown. We'll set up the Astros series with the Red Sox this weekend. And we've got more drama in the wide receiver market, not named Brandon Ayuk. And we've got a retirement in the NFL as well. We'll get to all that coming up next.
Hey, Kirk Holmes, if you are looking to build a custom home, you want a builder who doesn't just know what they're doing. Kirk Holmes knows what they're doing. They won the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year, but you want somebody who's going to listen to you. You can have all the technical skill in the world, but if you've got a builder that doesn't actually pay attention to what your dreams are, you're not going to end up with your dream home. That's why Kirk Holmes always stays very, very conscious of the fact that they need to listen to you, learn what your dreams are, and then work with you to put it on the blueprint. So from the very beginning, you're working with their engineers, their designers, to get the actual home of your dreams. Check it out online at kirkhomes.com, spelled K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you.
It's official. Our guy Andre Johnson has his gold jacket, and his legacy will live forever in Canton.
Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, Texans tonight. Circle it. Make a note. 3 o'clock today. That's when Texans countdown begins. Game kicks off in Pittsburgh. 6 o'clock tonight. Post game afterwards, it'll be me and Clint Stoerner, me and Seth on the countdown show, beginning at 3. We'll get to the Texans that I am most looking forward to seeing in tonight's game at 7 o'clock today. Individuals, a 6-pack of individuals. As far as like position groups or position battles or Texan on Steeler type stuff, Seth, what's the biggest thing you're looking for tonight? Like
Texan on Steeler in general. Okay, so to start off very generally, I'm just going to say the Texans defense versus Justin Fields specifically. Because the Steelers, as of a couple days ago, Tomlin only listed Russell Wilson and their starting left guard as the guys who would not play. So by and large, the Texans defense is going to be going against the starting Steelers offense. And it's not like a Steelers offense of old, but it's going to be starters, and it's going to be versus a mobile quarterback. And it's impossible. Whenever you say mobile quarterback and you think about the 2023 Texans season, Anthony Richardson right off the bat rushing for 2 touchdowns in the first quarter of a game, that looms large. And obviously the team would improve after that point. That was very early in the season, but they didn't really get tested and challenged that many times by dual threat quarterbacks. So Justin Fields, who was second in the NFL in rushing amongst quarterbacks last year, third in attempts, I'd be really surprised if they don't have a zone read element built into this offense this year. And it's, we saw it, when Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, was in Tennessee, we saw that element with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
He was the classic, he's faster than you think he is.
He played receiver.
This former college wide receiver who happens to be white is faster than you think he is.
That's right.
And that was one of the things that made that Tennessee offense hard to defend. And, Justin Fields is a better example of that, I think. So I'm curious to see, does the Texans' defensive line generate a pass rush as ferociously as they have against the Texans in practice? And B, do they do a good job of corralling him? And then really, one of the biggest things the Texans struggled with last year defensively was the play action. Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, is really good at the play action.
That's his deal, man, yeah.
The linebackers, even though we're not going to see Christian Harris, the linebackers versus play action, the safeties versus play action, all of that, very, very excited to watch what it looks like tonight.
I think as far as the Texans go on the offensive side of the ball, this is just purely a guess for me. But I think if C.J. Stroud, I think C.J. will start, A. B, I think if he takes them on a drive like Davis Mills did on the first drive of the game last week, 12 plays, 76 yards, burns 6 minutes of clock. I think that'll be it for CJ for the night. I think if he goes 3 and out, I think he's probably back out there for a second series, that kind of thing. I could see that being how CJ gets used. Like last year's Patriots game in the preseason. The Texans played the Patriots in the first preseason game. CJ was a starter. He threw a pick, I think, or on his first series. And, okay, well, get back out there. Don't throw a pick this time,
Right. Yeah, that first Patriots game, remember, that was one of the – after that first Patriots game in the preseason, a lot of people were claiming victory in the Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud battle. Because Bryce Young, he'd been a starter since minicamp.
Yep.
Look at C.J. Stroud, can't even not throw interceptions.
Yep.
And then he would go on to set rookie records for not throwing interceptions.
Literally throw the least number of interceptions.
Yeah, that stat line that looked like Tom Brady and Joe Montana's when it came to touchdowns versus interceptions.
That's the truth. That's the literal truth right there. So 6 o'clock kickoff tonight, Texans Steelers. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. We mentioned in the previous segment, Justin Verlander is set to make his return to at least active baseball against opponents. He has a rehab start tomorrow in Sugar Land against El Paso. This will be one of multiple rehab starts that Verlander plans to make. The goal is to get him back to throwing 75 to 80 pitches comfortably. The Astros are in Boston this weekend for the next series in what is a really long road trip for them. This is a pretty interesting series when it comes to the standings. The Astros right now are in first place in the AL West, but it's by percentage points. The Mariners won yesterday, so it's back to a virtual tie for first place. The Astros are ahead by a few 1,000ths of a percentage point. But let's just, in the wild card race, plunk the Astros down where the Mariners are, because that's kind of where they would be if they were chasing a wild card. They would be 2.5 games back of the Boston Red Sox for the first team out of the wild card race. So just as this is a big series as sort of a hedge in case the Mariners start to catch fire here a little bit. Like the Astros may have to backdoor their way in by getting that 5th or 6th spot in the wild card. Which the Red Sox stand in between them and the wild card right now.
Yeah, this is it's getting fun, man.
Yeah.
Look, it could have been fun when at the end of last season when it ended up more just being like, oh, I hope I survived this car crash.
Yeah.
Because you had to rely on the Rangers to give you some help to get into the playoffs.
Yep.
I think that this is I'm excited about this all coinciding with the return of Justin Verlander. Because really, Sean, all they have to do to really, feel good about this team going to the playoffs, all they have to do is pull together an all-time impressive pitching staff performance for the next month and a half. That's all.
That's all you
have to do.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do is pitch like you have 4 Cy Young winners on the staff. Remember 2019?
I was going to say.
Just double that. Double that. That's all I'm asking for, okay?
Yeah, 4 Cy Young winners.
Come on. Can you give me something here?
Yeah. You know what'll be strange is this, in all likelihood, barring real bad collapses from teams in the AL Central and the AL East, is that for the first time in this new format, the Astros will likely have to play a wild card series. The last 2 years, they've just sat around for a week, stacked up their pitching rotation the way they want it, watched the other teams beat up on each. It helps. If you're trying to get to an ALCS, it helps to only have to win 1 series to get there, not 2.
It's also with a short series, too, because we've had the thrill of the 1-game series, but that was when everything was fresh and new, and it was just fun that you beat the Yankees. So that was just cool. That was where really the true beginning of the domination of the Yankees began.
Yeah.
But this will be, man, there's just so much randomness in that.
Yeah.
And there's just so much left to chance in a 3-game series, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun in the scariest way possible.
Yep. The Jerry Jones, CeeDee Lamb contract standoff has now turned into we've gotten to the all-important CeeDee Lamb getting agitated on social media phase of this, Seth. Jerry Jones said yesterday in a media availability he, quote, doesn't have any urgency to get a deal done with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb retweeted a tweet with that quote with an LOL and then proceeded to scrub America's team from his bio on.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's not America's team anymore.
Yeah. Well, it was on his bio.
No, this is the official proclamation now. I was always led to believe that the Cowboys, one of the most reviled franchises in all of sports, was also somehow America's team. But maybe this is the first indication that they aren't actually America's team.
So it wouldn't appear CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys are very close to getting a deal done. I don't know what Jerry Jones is doing, man.
Jerry Jones is making it about Jerry Jones.
Yep.
It is, and
that's true. I do know what he's doing
about Jerry Jones. Honestly, he pulled off an incredible fraud for 30 years. Like, he's better than Madoff when it comes to just like Bernie Madoff had some really promising early returns. They won those Super Bowls in the 90s. And then he went Sean, it's been 30 years since their last Super Bowl and conference championship appearance. And yet, this is the first year where Cowboys fans are like, hey, wait a second. I called to make a withdrawal, and they said that they don't have it right now.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
He's Bernie Madoff.
So they're not showing up at training camp. Yeah. People are done with Jerry Jones up in Arlington.
I respect Cowboy fans finally speaking with their availability at training camp, man.
They're finally rejecting the lies their grandparents told them.
Yes.
They're like, oh, wait a second.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I'm 30 years old, and I've never actually seen a Super Bowl victory out of this team that claims to be America's team.
Nick Foles will retire as an Eagle. He announced that yesterday. The Olympic men's hoops team almost lost to Serbia yesterday. That was a fun game to watch, but, man, that was dicey. 95-91, they win that game. All right, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. All right, up next, I got my 6-pack of Texans to watch tonight And there's one huge one. There is a Texan tonight who might be one of the most popular, if not the most popular Texan, who this is kind of a sort of a career game for him tonight.
I'm gonna shotgun this beer in your six-pack.
Okay.
Yeah, this one I'm excited about. I'm gonna shotgun it and then smash the can against my head.
I love it. We'll do that coming up next. But if you plan on doing it, because a Friday would be a good day to, like 7 in the morning, and maybe you're taking the day off, shotgun a beer or whatever. You know what goes really well with that? Shipley breakfast kolache. It does. It goes with everything. It's really good. The new take on breakfast at Shipley. We're a month in now with me talking about these kolaches, and we've been out here doing good work, people. We've moved a lot of these kolaches. A lot of you have now turned it into part of your routine. The muscle memory of just driving into your Shipley Donuts, pulling into that drive-thru, just like I did during training camp, Merworth in Maine. Shout out to that Shipley Donuts. Awesome people there. And the breakfast kolaches are amazing. Melty American cheese, buttery scrambled eggs, savory sausage. We had a texter yesterday say, hey, they'll give you the sliced jalapenos on the side if you want them. That's cool. They also bake them into a version of the kolache as well. So you don't even have to, why get them on the side and have to slice it open and insert yourself? They do it for you. They've got ones with jalapenos in there. Just ask. They'll give it to you. Shipley Donuts, the new breakfast kolache is amazing. Go get yourself some. Bring them in on a Friday for your coworkers at shipleydonuts.com and get to your nearest Shipley today.
Will the Texans starters make their season debut against the Steelers?
I truly believe in the guy needs to get reps in a preseason game, right? You just have to go through and play live reps of football before live action comes in September. So you'll see our ones go out and get reps this week versus Pittsburgh.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the traffic center, I-10 East, westbound after Jensen, left and left center lanes are blocked, and the Cordell crash cam shows 69 Southwest Freeway southbound at Gessner, left lane blocked. In the clearing stages for you, though. 96 this afternoon. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. It would have been one of the biggest upsets in Olympic basketball history. Instead, another legacy-defining moment. The USA men came back from 17 down, beating Serbia 95-91 on Thursday. Are they as good as the Dream Team head-to-head? We'll never know. But thrilling games like this aren't possible without the work the 92 team did on the world stage, and it's been a thrill to watch them both. I'm Bart Winkler.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my friends at the Men's Tea Clinic. 4.5 years. That's how long I've been going to the Men's Tea Clinic for. Every Friday, I go for my testosterone boost. And back in 2020, in January of that year, I was tired, groggy, and slogging my way through life. And I just thought, this is how it's going to be forever. It doesn't have to be that way. When I went to the Men's Tea Clinic and I saw the menu of male wellness treatments that they have for people like me and people like you, it was a game changer. Get to mensteaclinic.com to find the location nearest you. 5 around town. It's mensteaclinic.com.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, six-pack of Texans to watch for tonight. 6 guys I can't wait to see tonight. And there could be like 20, honestly. I'm excited for this game.
I wish we had a sounder with a little can opening.
I thought about that during the break.
I don't want to waste 6 cans of beer that I can't justify drinking all 6 of those at this hour of the morning when we've got a pregame show to do later. So, yeah, we'll do.
And some of these beers I'm about to lay out here might be skunk beers for some people. I may be more interested in some of these guys than the average fan.
The one of these, it's not a skunk beer, but it's not like 4-year-old Milwaukee's Best Light.
Right.
But, yeah, yeah.
This is not a skunk beer right here. This, to me, this is the number one player I'm anxious to see tonight, and it's not even close for me. It's Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce will presumably start at running back tonight. Joe Mixon has not practiced since July the 19th. So we're 3 weeks from Joe Mixon even putting pads on. So Dameon Pierce is going to start tonight. He didn't play in the Hall of Fame game. Thus, this is the first look we're getting at Dameon Pierce, hopefully version, as you point out, Seth, version 3.0. 1.0 was a good version. That was his rookie year. He ran for almost 1,000 yards. Version 2.0 was, what was it, Windows Vista?
Whichever the
New
worst
Coke?
Windows was.
Yeah,
it was
funny.
Windows Vista. It was New Coke. It was a highly anticipated yet deeply disappointing.
Yeah, like, I'll just go back to counting by hand. I don't need this computer anymore. So supposedly we've got the bug fixed. Supposedly there's been a software patch that has been uploaded to Dameon Pierce.
Yes,
and we see if it works.
This is kind of. I don't know if I should use the analogy I just thought of or not. Dameon Pierce, I'm excited to see, and yet I don't want to see it for too long. I would be it's kind of like here, maybe finding out about your girlfriend's relationship history. Oh, it might be a little part of it. You're like, she did some crazy thing in college once,
right?
But I don't want to know too much about it.
Fingers in ears. Yeah.
That's exciting, except wait, no, please don't tell me it happened 29 times on one weekend or something. Like, just so I want to see a little bit of Dameon Pierce.
Right.
I want to see a little bit of Dameon Pierce, just enough to scintillate me and excite me, and then I want to put it away.
Yep.
So I just want to see 3 carries. I want to see 3 carries for 30 yards. But one of those is a 20-yard carry.
Okay.
That's what I'm good. That's all I'm asking for.
That's
all
bad.
I'm asking for is 10 yards per carry for 3 carries.
I said this yesterday. I did this similar segment on the Utopia podcast yesterday. And my thought on Dameon, Seth, is that I don't like the box score doesn't really matter much to me. Let's say he gets 5 touches in this game, right? He's in for 2 series. He carries 5 times. If he were to go 5 carries, 41 yards, I'd be incredibly excited. No doubt about it. Right? Yeah, no. But if he goes 5 carries for 18 yards, but he's putting a foot in the ground, finding a hole, and the reason it's not going for more is just it's not being, he's getting smothered. It's not being completely blocked well. To me, my point is, to me, it's more about how Dameon Pierce looks like as a running back in this system than it is him having to look like the old Dameon, but they happen to block it well, and he runs over a few guys.
I'll go. You know what? Yesterday I went back and watched in my film work, I went back and I watched the Texans versus the Raiders in 2006, and this is why. Landry would accuse me of wanting to go back and watch myself. I didn't play in that game, so I was injured. But I wanted to watch D'Amico Ryans because Kay Adams had brought that game up as one of D'Amico Ryans' best games. One of the most impressive plays D'Amico made in that play was actually on a goal line stand where the Raiders scored, but D'Amico, in filling his hole, in his gap, he waylaid the Steelers' right tackle, like embarrassed the hell out of him, like came up and stood him up and rocked the dude backwards. And so that was enough. That was the first play in the game where I was like, oh yeah, I remember what D'Amico Ryans was like as a football player. I just need to see 1 or 2 plays like that out of Dameon Pierce where it doesn't have to be jaw-droppingly impressive statistically or anything, but like, man, he's got that old oomph back.
Yeah, like Cam Akers' game in the Hall of Fame game, I think is a good example of what I'm talking about. You look at Cam Akers, you look at Cam Akers' box score, and he had 7 touches for 31 yards, including a couple catches. Nothing earth-shattering. But if you watch the game, you see 3 or 4 runs in there where it's like, oh, okay, man, he did his job. He looks good. Look at that spin move, that kind of thing.
All I need is a couple instances of him on a zone running play where he just sticks his foot in the ground and gets vertical.
Exactly.
And then breaks a tackle or hits somebody. And I'm like, okay, does he feel the flow of the offense?
That's it.
And first and foremost, of course, attached to that is I want to see that the run blocking looks good.
Correct.
It gives him that clear picture.
Yep. Number 2, John Mechie. Here's John Mechie earlier in camp on his expectations for training camp.
I didn't really have crazy expectations, honestly. Like, my expectations aren't bigger than the day. And that's something I started practicing towards the end of last season, and it carried on through the off seasons. Like, my expectations don't go farther than next week. My expectations are all today to make sure I'm checking off everything on my process every day.
So as I peek ahead at this game, Seth, I'm guessing Mechie is going to play quite a bit in this game, considering he played a decent amount in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
Considering that he's reportedly not had great practices this week, he was really a non-factor in the Hall of Fame game.
A lot of drops.
A lot of drops.
Throughout camp, we've seen a lot of drops.
Yep. And Mechie is playing at a position where there are other guys who are performing at a fairly high level, competing for wide receiver 5 and 6 right now.
Mechie's a really complicated one, too, because I don't know how the team is evaluating him. Like, do you look at him almost like a rookie in that, man, these last 2 years he's been physically taxed. Even last season, even though he played, he finished his cancer treatment and rolled right into training camp, basically. So I think he's shown a lot of promise and a lot of potential, and I think athletically he has changed. He just hasn't translated it into scrimmage and game situations yet. Like, in that game last week, he didn't look like he was moving the same way we've seen him move in practice, and sometimes it takes a guy a while to just really, truly get integrated into the offense, but he's already been in this offense for a year. So I think right now, unless he really flashes over these next couple games, they're going to have a tough decision to make with him, and maybe they hope that they can keep him on practice squad without him getting picked up by somebody else, or maybe some other team looks at his upside, given everything that we talked about with his recent history, that another team that doesn't have as packed a wide receiver room is willing to trade a late-round pick for him.
That was my prediction yesterday with Mechie, and that's what I would do if Mechie doesn't get to a level that he was forecasted to be when they used a second-round pick on him. If he doesn't get to that point at some point in camp, then I think you trade him, because I think someone would pick him up in a second just based on upside. Like, in a heart, if he gets cut, he's getting picked up by somebody. If nothing else, the Panthers will pick him up to repair him with Bryce Young because they played together back at Alabama, So,
Poor Mechie.
Well, you got to play well, man.
I would love it if Mechie all of a sudden showed up in Carolina and demanded a new deal or something, even though it's not even allowable by the CBA. And just I've watched. This is not the Bryce Young I knew at Alabama. This is different.
Yeah, pulls a Garrett Crochet on him. I'm not playing in any playoff games if you don't give me a new contract. Yeah. We're Carolina. We're not going to the playoffs. What are you talking about?
So that's right. I think most Texans fans are very much emotionally pulling for John Mechie. He's just in a tough spot right now.
Big time. It's a deep position. Yeah. So Dameon Pierce, John Mechie, 2 guys I'm looking to watch. Davis Mills is number 3 for me. C.J. Stroud's going to start this game. But Davis Mills had a very solid Hall of Fame game. Here was Davis Mills earlier this week on his takeaways from his performance in the Hall of Fame game.
I think the big thing was just going out and executing what we've been doing all camp. I thought a lot of guys were ready for the moment. Obviously, we've put a lot of work in throughout OTAs and through the start of camp so far, and our whole goal was just go out there and play clean and move the ball down the field, and I think we did that.
He's a super intriguing player to me, Seth, just because of how he was handled last year. He was on the depth chart, the backup all year long, and yet clearly the team didn't have the level of trust in him to start a late season game on the road at Tennessee. And yet I feel like he's the second string guy again this year. He started the Hall of Fame game. He had I thought a really good game. You were not as bullish on his game at first blush as you were after you rewatched it.
Yeah. I wasn't at first, and then I went back and watched a third time.
Yeah.
I watched on the quick rewatch. I was a little too. I was guilty of confirmation bias. I was kind of really focusing in on the negatives that I saw in some of the questionable decisions. I went back, and when I watched more thoroughly, like, all right, man, he was executing the offense. There were a couple moments where I think he might have second-guessed himself a couple times, but one time he worked through it.
Yeah.
Another time he didn't. But I'm almost I was the third time I went through and watched, I was very pleased with the positives. Just in that, hey, can he execute the offense? Yes, I think he can. And then also, when you've got a backup quarterback, he's not super athletic, but he can. This isn't even like a white guy thing. He can run better than you think he can.
Mm-hmm.
He's just, that he's athletic and he's big, but that matters with your backup quarterback because teams aren't necessarily ready for that.
Yep. So Davis Mills, can he build on his performance last week is a big one for me tonight. Can he build to the point where, hey, maybe Nick Casario's phone rings about Davis Mills? You know what I mean? Like, it's right.
There's at least a third of the league right now is running a Kyle Shanahan offense.
Yeah.
And when your starting quarterback goes down or Matt Stafford finally catches the age bug or something like that, it can get tempting to bring in a guy who just knows the system. Like Bill O'Brien did it with Brian. Bill O'Brien got rid of Ryan Fitzpatrick for Brian Hoyer.
Right.
And then replaced Brian Hoyer with Ryan Mallett at one point just because those guys knew the system.
Yeah.
That's how extreme it is. And for a guy who genuinely can execute an actual system, because the Bill O'Brien system was like, let's just try to create the next Tom Brady.
Right.
That it actually makes a lot of sense for some team to potentially want Davis Mills.
Yeah, Mills playing well tonight would behoove the Texans. It would behoove Mills, but it would certainly be great for the Texans on many, many levels. Number 4. So we got Pierce 1, Mechie 2, Mills 3. Number 4, Kenyon Green, who did some good things in the Hall of Fame game, who obviously has changed his body completely from before having all those surgeries this past offseason. Here was Titus Howard, who Kenyon Green teammate on the offensive line, on the growth he sees in Kenyon Green.
Growth, man. Maturity. Kenyon's matured a lot. He's put in a lot of work. His body is in the best position he's been in. His mind is in the best position he's been in. He's very confident. In his ability, and he's putting it all together, man. He's been out here putting some good stuff on the field for these first couple of days of camp, and I'm excited to see him grow. Like I told him, I've been in the same position he's in right now. You just got to keep working, man. Just keep grinding. He's gonna get better, and I feel like it's gonna be a good year for him.
Kenyon Green, without even any health concerns, was always going to be a guy that I thought would be a bit of a project because he was a big, strong mauler in college. And it's impressive to be a mauler in the SEC, don't get me wrong. But those guys, when maulers get to the NFL, they got to learn how to use technique and they got to learn how to use their feet. And I thought he showed some signs of that in his rookie year. He had some promising positives in his rookie year, even as he was battling through injuries. And even as he faced a gauntlet he faced maybe 6 of the best 10 defensive tackles in the league that year as he was fighting through injury and everything else developmentally. So this year, I have definitely seen a different version of him. I've seen a guy that, man, he's really, I think, he just honed all of his innate athleticism, and he's just moving differently. I think technically he's improved. And in the Hall of Fame game, there was some really good positives, especially him getting to the second level, working on linebackers and moving well in space, all that type of stuff. And now it's just a matter of, all right, you're going to be doing it versus the Steelers are starting 2 of their interior defensive linemen. So he and Juice Scruggs will face the starting interior defensive linemen, at least a couple of them for the Steelers.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Can they look like they did last week, but versus better players this week?
That would be huge. I mean, that's near the top of my list of things that if I had 3 wishes for this game, the interior of the offensive line looking as capable as they did last week, looking that way tonight would be really, really good. My last 2 in my 6-pack are really just curiosities of my own for 2 very different, for 2 kind of different reasons than most Texan fans might be looking at these guys. Henry To'oTo'o is number 5 for me for a couple of reasons. One, Christian Harris hasn't gotten on the field yet. So until further notice, Henry To'oTo'o is going to, if they had to play a game tomorrow, he'd be starting at linebacker for this team probably. And the reason I know that, Seth, is because for some reason Henry To'oTo'o didn't have to dress for the game last week, the Hall of Fame game.
Right.
That's a curious thing to me that he's thought of presumably on that level.
I assumed that it was either an injury or that he was going to get in the fourth quarter or something. It wasn't until I talked to John Harris that I even considered that he's that bona fide a starter right now, that they didn't play him in that game. That honestly, it really surprised me a little bit. I would say, like, Henry To'oTo'o is the consummate guy that needs to be really, really good at all of the technical and football IQ side things of being a linebacker, because he's not as athletic as the other guys that are out there. Like, it's glaring the difference in athleticism between him and the other linebackers out there. Even, Jamal Hill, the rookie, who's not ready for NFL action yet. But it's hard to evaluate linebackers from field level. It's really hard from field level during practice, because you can't see what they're seeing and everything. So they seem to like what he's shown during training camp so far. Without getting too technical about this, it's one thing if they want him to start at Sam linebacker. For him to start at will linebacker, where you're really that's your best athlete amongst your linebackers in a 4-3 a lot of times, I'm very skeptical of that. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what it looks like tonight.
Yeah, I just want to watch plays and go, oh, now I see why he got the starter's treatment last week. That would be nice to see,
Yeah.
Maybe they're seeing a different To'oTo'o in training camp. The last one, and this actually does circle back to John Harris and his appearance with us yesterday, is I'm using Khalil Davis here specifically because of something Johnny said about him yesterday, but really, if I were to make this a position group thing, I am intrigued to see the interior, the defensive line, just because I think they've been better than what people expected in camp. But big picture, interior O-line and interior D-line are the two position groups I'm most anxious to watch go against somebody else other than each other. Khalil Davis, I'm interested to watch. And Khalil Davis was on this team last year, so we saw plenty of number 94 last year, and each game would have a flash play. But Johnny is talking about Khalil Davis like he was talking about him yesterday, like he's Warren Sapp wrecking shop out there in camp.
There's this curious kind of counterintuitive element to D'Amico's defense where it is more aggressive. You do unleash the defensive lineman. It's simplified in a lot of ways for the defensive lineman. It's one of the reasons I love this is why I love D'Amico Ryans so much. D'Amico Ryans knows defensive linemen and knows how to get the most out of them. But as simplified as it is, it's still hard to really embrace it and put it into your muscle memory and to play the way you're supposed to play as a defensive lineman in this system. And sometimes it takes a little while for it to click. And I think, with Khalil Davis, maybe we see a different level of him. The other defensive tackle that I'm kind of excited to watch develop over the course of the preseason is Marcus Harris, the 7th-round draft pick. Because there's something there. He gets across the line of scrimmage very, very fast. He's kind of raw from a skills standpoint in a lot of ways, but there's something there, and I could totally see them looking at him as a guy that, because of his size and because he's raw, we can't use him as an every down starter now, but there's something for him. So he had some bad snaps last week, but he also had some really good flashes. He penetrated really well a few times, so I'm excited to watch him for the next few games.
Number 59, if you want to follow along with Seth and watching Marcus Harris tonight.
He's like a squatty Whitney Merciless.
Yes, yeah. If Hollywood did a really poor job of casting Whitney Merciless or D'Amico Ryans, it would look like Marcus Harris. Yes,
not dumpy. He's very solid and lean, but he's not built like Whitney Merciless.
Just way bigger. Yeah. So or stockier. Text in 713-572-4610. I'm curious what the audience is looking for tonight. Who are the guys? We just rattled off 6 of them right there. Who are the guys and why that you're looking forward to seeing in tonight's game? We'll read them.
Khalil Davis is kind of a cult favorite for a lot of Texans fans.
Yes, he is.
I feel like there's a lot of Texans fans that feel he was one of the more underappreciated players last year.
Yeah, underdog story, man. Didn't he play on one of those alternative leagues, like USFL or XFL or something like that? I thought he did. Maybe I got
in the WNBA.
He did? Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember him.
It was an unheralded story. Got really big. Got too political.
It did. Very polarizing. So Kay Adams of the Up and Adams podcast. Most people probably know Kay Adams from her time as one of the hosts on Good Morning Football. Does a really good job, very good interviewer. Her podcast is doing very well. She was at Texans camp in Ohio this week. She sat down with D'Amico Ryans, sat down with Nico Collins. who we're going to hear from shortly here in his interview with Bussin' with the Boys. I bumped that up in the rotation.
It's a great story.
It's a great
about
story.
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
It's an all-timer.
We'll get to that in a second. So Danielle Hunter was the other player that she interviewed, and she asked Danielle Hunter about the decision to go with jersey number 55 instead of jersey number 99. Obviously, 99 is J.J. Watt's number. She retweeted this bit of audio that you're about to hear, or retweeted the video of the audio you're about to hear here, and she retweeted it with this comment. JJ absolutely playing for the Texans this year. Change my mind. Okay, so take a listen to this, and you tell me, based on this bit of audio, do you think J.J. Watt is for sure coming back to play for the Texans this year?
Numbers don't matter except yours, because you're wearing the 55 and it's throwing me the F off, Danielle. What is this?
I mean, it's the same double-digit trend from what I brought from Minnesota, but, out of respect for JJ, he wore 99 for the Houston Texans, and he did a lot for the city of Houston, so it's only right to just let it be for him, to coming into a new team, new number, but keeping a double-digit number trend. So I kind of like it.
I do like it, but it was just your idea. There was no discussion about it. You were just like, this is what I'm going to do. It's very freaking cool of you.
I mean, it definitely had to be the same digit. So, but I feel like 55 was the best looking one out of all of them.
But okay, so that's the soundbite that she took.
Look at
basically,
it.
I'm really surprised by that, especially because she talked to D'Amico Ryans within that same hour, and D'Amico Ryans gave a soundbite where it made me feel like, oh, I was way off about JJ coming back. I don't think he's coming back now. D'Amico really laid out how hard it is for a player to come back after 2 years off at his age. Yeah. No, Kay. I like Kay a lot. I really do. I think she does awesome interviews. I think she gets the most out of like Danielle Hunter. She actually got a lot out of him, and he doesn't love speaking to the media, I don't think, as much. No, it's because he's got a number that's all but retired. That's a dumb. Come on, Kay. That made her believe that J.J. Watt was coming back.
I'll read the tweet.
Danielle Hunter grew up in Houston. Yeah. He knows full force the meaning and history of J.J. Watt. No, he's not going to wear 99. Come on.
J.J. absolutely playing for Texans this year. Change my mind. That's what she said.
There's no way.
You're not mad. You're just disappointed in her.
I'm disappointed. Yeah. I think that I don't think she goes after clickbait.
I don't either. That was a strange. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's a weird tweet for her.
I'm surprised, and she's very, very plugged in. Like she's not. She knows what's. She's one of those national people where I'm kind of like when she does interviews, I was like, oh wow, she and her team have done some research on this.
Dude.
Yeah, I didn't take that as one bit. I took that as the same way when you go onto any team and there's an all-time great for that franchise. You're not going to wear that number even if it's not officially retired.
That's right. And to your point, especially Danielle Hunter literally watched J.J. Watt win 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards as a Houstonian.
Well, and what Danielle always brings up when he talks about J.J. is what he did for the city during Harvey and everything else. So it goes even further than that.
Yep.
I was, as he was talking about why he picked the double numbers, I was looking at the number 55 and I realized 55, you just put a vertical line there on both the fives, and you got a 99. So it was smart that he chose 55 if he was going to do double numbers.
That's good. If he ever gets mad at J.J. Watt, he'll just color in the rest and be like, "See, now I'm 99. You piss me off, Watt."
J.J. Watt pisses him off in the pregame somehow, like in
studio
some conversation. So he goes in and marker turns those fives into nines.
J.J. goes to the whiteboard and does a big segment on biggest disappointments in the NFL so far this year, and he's got Danielle Hunter the top of his list, and Hunter gets out a black marker and says, "Fine, J.J." gets out white out. Okay, this is a phenomenal story, and we had heard stories about Jim Harbaugh like this before, but I've never heard it from a player's perspective. I've only heard these stories about Jim Harbaugh on the recruiting trail at Michigan, just anecdotally, kind of like those Zach Greinke story things that we hear about these fables of Harbaugh on the recruiting trail. And one of the things we'd heard about Harbaugh was there had been times where he has crashed at a recruit's house while recruiting him. It turns out that one of those players is a Houston Texan, and his name is wide receiver Nico Collins. Nico Collins was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. That's Taylor Lewan and Will Compton's podcast. They were here in Houston during the first part of training camp and interviewed several of the guys. We'll hear more from them a little bit later on a different topic. Here was Nico telling the story about Jim Harbaugh recruiting him to Michigan and sleeping at his house.
Recruiting story with Coach Harbaugh. Is
Yeah.
it true that he
Eating his fries.
He ate your fries when you first
Yeah,
met
man,
you?
I ate my fries. Look, it was crazy. I came in, man, from lunch, right? So he came in, him and Coach Pep. So they was in the field house, man. You know, he sat down. You know, I was eating my lunch. You know, he was sitting there beside me. He said, "What's up, Jim Harbaugh?" I'm like, "How you doing, Nico Collins?" Like, the food looked kind of good. He just went there and grabbed the fry, right? I'm like, "Go ahead, you know, just have it, you know." But and then that night, man, he came over to the crib. You know, he stayed over. And
He slept over?
Yeah, he slept over. It was crazy because I wasn't expecting him to, you feel me, to chill.
He
Jim wanted to chill.
Like in a camper outside, or
Man, I'm talking about.
he shared the room.
He
with
came in. No, he was in the living room. He was in the living room on the floor. So he came on the floor. Yeah, so he came in. He came in the city, man. So he was there the whole entire day. Him and Pep Hamilton, and we was there just chilling. You know, he said we gonna stay the night. I really didn't believe it until he really didn't leave. It was like 9 o'clock. I'm like, oh yeah, he's for real.
Extra pillow
Yeah, it was for real. You know, so
had to commit.
yeah, I had to. It was one of them. I'm like, yeah, Harbaugh, he's locked in with me, man. And I feel like ever since then, he stood out to me in my whole recruiting process. So I feel like, man, Harbaugh always been that guy for me.
Gee, like there's so much in that 1 minute about one of the most incredibly unique people I've ever seen or heard of in the world, like in world history. The Harbaugh.
He's a weirdo, man.
I know, but it's in an amazing way. Harbaugh's one of those guys I always look at where people want to emulate, you know, very successful people, and yet they stop short. They don't go all the way there. They got people kind of pick and choose. And if you want to emulate Jim Harbaugh, if you want to be an incredibly successful NFL and college coach, something that is very, very rare, you would have to go all the way there. So he just starts eating the fries off of somebody's plate that he meets for the first time. And the thing is, this is what you need to know. I don't think that's like an alpha move or anything. I think that's just like Harbaugh. That's just, he's one of those people, you know? I know this is, my brother is like this, and my brother was a very good coach back in the day, but he would walk into somebody's house and just start looking in the cupboards for food. Like, you know Brant Boyer? You know Brant Boyer, the special teams coordinator for the Jets?
Yes.
One of the best special teams coordinator in the league.
Yeah.
We used to be, my brother and I were living together, and we had an apartment in the same complex as Brant. So the first time we ever went over to Brant's place, we walk into Brant's place, and my brother just starts looking through the cupboards for food. And Boyer's like, "Bro, what the hell are you doing?"
That's weird, dude. That's different than grabbing a fry off of somebody's plate in the middle of the table.
We were all friends already, you know. We just hadn't been but then Harbaugh's on a recruiting visit and is apparently feeling the vibe well enough that I wonder if, did he even ask? Or did he tell them I'm going to sleep over? He just said, "Hey, why don't I sleep?" Do you think he asked like this? Like, "Hey, why don't I just sleep on the floor tonight? We're having a great time."
I would love to know how that conversation.
And then he slept on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, which is...
He probably let Pep have the couch. Pep Hamilton.
You think Pep stayed there? You think Pep stayed there too?
I think he did. You're the assistant coach, and you're like, you don't want to be out hardcored by the head coach.
Yeah.
I think Pep was like, I guess we're doing this. And we'll have to ask Pep Hamilton because he's still in town. We see him every now and then at practice.
At practice, yeah. He's working for the NFL Network. Okay, so here's my question to you. If you were a Nico Collins level recruit, I'm assuming Nico was a big recruit back in high school. I don't follow the recruiting trail all that closely anymore, but I'm assuming Nico Collins, living in Alabama, getting recruited by Michigan, I'm assuming he's a big-time recruit. If you were a Nico Collins level recruit, would it make you more or less likely to go to Michigan if Jim Harbaugh pulled what Nico Collins laid out? Right?
I mean, without being there and knowing the force of his personality and everything else, because it's almost, he's got this like, Harbaugh has this almost childlike enthusiasm about things.
Yes.
I'm guessing that I would be impressed by it. You know, I'm guessing he got along smashingly with my mom and everything. Not in a creepy way, but... Oh, that would be rough. You wake up in the middle.
Wake up in the middle of the night and he's not on the couch. He's just not there. There's the blankets like moved around and stuff. And you hear things.
Harbaugh walks out in the morning. He's like, "Hey, Seth, I'm your dad now. You're going to, and I'm making the decisions in this family. You're going to Michigan."
Do you think Harbaugh was at the stove and just his boxers and a tank top, like just shuffling through some scrambled eggs with like a cigarette hanging out of his mouth? Like,
Your mom's a Spitfire, Seth. I'm being very careful to put this in my situation so nobody thinks that I'm like casting aspersions at Nico's family.
Right.
No, but then he sleeps on the floor too.
Yeah.
Which again,
Which sucks.
Like a Buddhist monk or something, you know. Or he claims to be a devout Catholic, like a Jesuit priest on mission in Brazil back in the day. Yeah, I'm fascinated by Jim Harbaugh. It's just amazing.
Man.
I think that's one of those moves that it's one of the things where it's a bold move and maybe it fails, maybe it doesn't.
Yeah.
I think that's probably where if he's even thinking about it as a move, but it's just one of those things that it could be very polarizing, and there might have been some recruits that are like, what the hell's up with this guy?
Yeah.
But then there's other recruits that are like, holy, yeah, this is my kind of guy.
I think it's one of those things, Seth, that if you have a recruit that's okay with it, you probably are getting that guy. Like if a recruit that's cool with it is you're right. Like Jim Harbaugh's like, all right, this is my power move, and this guy, there's going to be recruits that just completely eliminate Michigan because I do it, and there's going to be others like Nico Collins who are like, man, this guy's all in with me. He's sleeping on the floor at my house. Holy cow.
I know this would not fly with Brandy Payne. This is, man, Brandy is like, the one thing about, man, if you're sleeping on the floor, especially, not like in a guest bedroom or something, that messes up everybody's morning routine.
Yeah.
You're not anticipating a house guest, and then all of a sudden you got anybody who's ever had their buddy, anybody who's like an adult legally, but then been like, oh, hey, by the way, 7 of my buddies are sleeping in the living room tonight. Like, it can create waves, you know?
Yeah.
You got to be...
Well, even just one, if he's a sound sleeper and you get up early, I feel bad. Like to have to like tiptoe through your own house to get like a bottled water or something in the morning because you're thirsty.
Yeah.
You know, because Coach Harbaugh is this sound sleeper on the ottoman or on the
There's no way.
recliner.
Harbaugh's up at 3 a.m., I think. And
Probably.
yeah.
Probably.
He might have been gone. I got to hear the epilogue to that story. Like, was Harbaugh even there in the morning, or had he taken off already onto his next trip?
Here's my promise to you. If we get Nico Collins on the postgame show this year, I will ask him that. I'll ask for the epilogue of the Harbaugh visit. If Clint and I get him on the postgame show. We get him a lot on the postgame.
I've been trying to, as I've been preparing to hike the Appalachian Trail someday as an old man, I've been thinking, like, I got to get better at sleeping on the ground. And I haven't gotten myself to do it. I want to commit to after the season. I won't do it during the season, Sean. I want to get better at sleeping on the floor.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start doing that.
There's a lot of things I'll do with you as a show. That's not one of them. You have
You're not
fun
gonna
with
sleep
that.
on the floor
No,
with me?
God, no. Oh, no.
I'd like to get to the point where I could sleep on a hardwood floor comfortably.
I tried to sleep up here. I slept up here last week after the Hall of Fame game.
Don't give away any secrets.
No, I'm not. I'm
about
no. I want the secret
best place to
spot.
sleep
Yeah,
in
the
that
secret
floor.
nap place. I will not do that. No, I'm merely mentioning my first crack at sleeping up here was in a side room somewhere that had like a bunch of like cushioned benches pushed together.
Yeah.
And I threw a blanket down on top of it, and I had a blanket to throw on top of me, and I'm like, nope, too hard. I need something softer. Yeah.
You're a bit more Goldilocks than Jim Harbaugh is.
Much more so, dude. I'll admit that. I'll own that.
There's a movie called A Walk in the Woods with Robert Redford based on a book. It's really good. It's a memoir of an author who hiked the Appalachian Trail. And I was into it, and I try to suspend disbelief and everything when I watch movies. It's an issue of mine. I get to the point where they're on the Appalachian Trail. So somewhere in North Carolina or Tennessee or something. And they get confronted with a grizzly bear, which there are no grizzly bears in the East. And I'm like, I can't. Why? Why did you do this to me? I cannot enjoy this movie one bit after this.
Okay,
what the hell?
Do you think you're in the majority or the minority that know that grizzly bears don't exist in the Appalachian Mountains?
I think most people watching that movie probably that's a boomer movie.
Yeah.
I think most people know.
I know you'll be shocked. I would have had no clue. I would have been like, oh, okay, yeah.
Unless that thing just escaped from a zoo, there's no way in hell you're encountering a grizzly bear on the Appalachian Trail.
A zoo in the Appalachian Trail would be the greatest zoo of all time. All those carnies living up there. Oh,
it
yeah.
It runs through like various nearby pockets of civilization.
It does. Yeah. It does. Yeah. By the way, Jalen Petrie is getting the most run on the text page for player that Texan fans are most interested to watch tonight. And I don't think that's a surprise because of how much you and I have been talking about him playing various spots in that defense. So we'll talk more about that as we roll on here. DeMeco Ryans loves Stefon Diggs. How much does he love Stefon Diggs? So much so that it looks like one of my predictions is on its way to coming true. One of my Diggs predictions is on its way to coming true. We will have that for you coming up next.
Hey, maybe you're doing real well in life. You've worked your butt off. You feel comfortable with where you are. But like, oh, yeah, but maybe when I'm in my 50s, I want to take 6 months off to hike the Appalachian Trail like we were just talking.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, I fact-checked myself, Seth. I was right. Khalil Davis, actually very recently, played for the Birmingham Stallions in 2023. Same calendar year in which he played for the Houston Texans last season. So he came off of a year of spring ball right into being a Houston Texan last year and did some good things for the Texans.
He reminds me of a guy early in the Texans' existence, Corey Sears, who was a defensive tackle out of Mississippi State, who had kind of been with the Rams for a couple of years, but then I think he went and played in one of the minor league type of lesser leagues and had been out of the league for a year. And just I remember this is one of the hardest dudes I've ever met in football. Just hit people hard as hell. Couldn't breathe because he had all kinds of sinus issues and everything, but would still go out there vomit and then make a play. Just a gritty, tough dude. That's what Khalil Davis reminds me of. Okay, he's like the 310-pound version of the scrappy 150-pound guy that you don't want to fight. You know?
Yes.
He's the guy that scrappy 150-pound guy finally meets his match when he realizes there's big dudes that are like me, too.
Yeah.
That's what Khalil Davis reminds me of.
6'1", 308, according to his Wikipedia page. 6'1", 308. Sixth-round pick by the Bucs in 2020. Spent 2021 with 3 different teams. In 2022, wasn't in the league. He was in 2 training camps, wasn't in the league. Went to the Birmingham Stallions of the USFL last year. And now it's a competitive situation, but I'd be shocked if he didn't make this team and be part of the rotation along the defensive line. It's a great story.
And I think that in talking to, Nick has talked about this, and I was talking to him after our interview about the defensive tackle position, and I think they very much, they want to, kind of like a basketball team. They're looking at defensive tackle like a basketball team where you want to have different body types. Yeah. And on one end of the spectrum, you have your smaller guys like Marcus Harris who can really get upfield and are athletic. But then they also want to, that's why they brought in Foley Fatukasi, Tim Settle, and retained Khalil Davis. They're just big dudes that can provide mass but also play good football. Yeah. Fatukasi's been playing very well in camp. He's another guy I'm excited to see tonight just because I want to see it against guys who aren't the Texans' offensive line.
Yep. D'Amico Ryans sat down with Diana Rossini. Man, the reporters and podcasters have been coming through on a conveyor belt here with the Houston Texans.
Nice. We've gotten a lot of really good interviews out of it.
A lot of good content, no doubt about it. And so Diana Rossini of The Athletic was at Texans camp this week in Ohio. And it's funny how a lot of them much rather go to Ohio than come to Houston in August. That was a smart move by them, I would say, weather-wise. Here was D'Amico Ryans when Diana Rossini asked him about what's the Stefon Diggs experience been like so far.
I love Diggs. I talked about CJ being competitive, but Diggs is he cares so much about winning. He cares so much about being good. And he cares so much about his teammates and making sure everybody is playing their best. Who wouldn't want this guy on our team? I'm so thankful and blessed that we were able to acquire him. He was able to come to our team because I think his leadership level is just off the charts. He's off the charts as a leader, off the charts as a player, and a person. He's a fun guy to be around. He loves football.
He told me the goal is to be captain. Yeah. He said that his goal is to be the captain of this team. He's like, if they decided, so I can't.
He's well on his way.
He's on his way.
Okay, so that was one of my predictions after watching Stefon Diggs at training camp for about 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
Was I think he's going to be a captain of this football team.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't know. You and I vary in how much stock we put into that, especially since Jalen Petrie was a captain of the team last year.
It's a NFL top 100 thing for me, man. Anything that ranks somebody in anything, I'm here for it.
Yeah. I guess so. But yeah, okay. As far as everything that's happened with Stefon Diggs so far, I think that they were saying the exact same thing about it in Buffalo for 2 years. It's just whatever it is with Stefon Diggs. Maybe it was just something that's in the past, and maybe it was the situation in Buffalo. It didn't crop up until towards the end of his second year there in Buffalo. So none of this, not a single solitary bit of the gushing about Stefon Diggs surprises me or makes me feel like, oh, this is a different version of Stefon Diggs or anything. Everything that D'Amico is saying about Stefon Diggs, they still say about Stefon Diggs in Buffalo in terms of the positives. They just, they might say it with a different tone of voice. It's almost like some of them are almost kind of acknowledging it more so than, embracing it or anything. So it's not going to be an issue. Like Stefon Diggs, I will be very surprised if he's on the team 2 years from now for the 2026 season. Not because he has a shelf life or anything, but because he's currently 31 years old. So I'm not. It's an afterthought. I think you're going to get the same way it was a love fest between Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs for 2 straight seasons. I would expect nothing less now. And this is a better situation for Stefon Diggs, I think, in terms of the type of quarterback he's working with, and to the very opposite, where people wonder how Stefon Diggs will handle, not being always the number one guy. I think he's going to relish actually not having to be the focus of attention of the defense every single week. It's really going to loosen and open things up for him.
Okay, so 2 things there. One, do you think that Stefon Diggs, if he doesn't get elected captain, is going to be upset? It's a stated goal to Diana Rossini of his that he wants to be the captain of this football team. Do you think he'll get upset if he's not elected captain by his team?
Would he get upset? Probably. I think he maybe internally, but that's maybe the first big test. Does he externalize it? Does he go on social media or something?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm being semi-serious about this. Guys, it's a stated goal of the guy, and it's a goal that has to do with the respect of the teammates that he has gone seemingly out of his way to gain here.
I do think, for real quick though, I just because of the way all of this stuff works, I'll be really surprised if he's not voted captain.
I will too.
I mean, that's just based on how much he's helped out the defensive backs and everything.
Yeah.
Like, so many people have glowing reports about him. He's one of your senior veterans on the team. The best resume on. Does he have the best resume on the team of all Texas players right now?
Of all the like in terms of
Hunter,
Pro Bowls and things like that? Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, like he's the closest thing to having a conversation about the Hall of Fame, I guess, if that's a way to put it, right? I mean, he's been one of the best receivers in football for a 4 or 5 year period. The other thing just goes back to something you just said, which is, 2 years down the road. 2026, what it might, and I know he said sort of a 2-year shelf life. He's only got a 1-year deal here. Do you feel stronger after watching? I know it's early. I know we got a whole season to play, but do you feel stronger just after watching Diggs operate here with the Texans that he could be back for another year or more after this?
Maybe a little bit, but I think realistically there will be another team out there that wants to give him a 3-year deal or give him that'll give him an irresponsible deal.
Yeah.
That'll give him a lot of money that extends on into his mid-30s. And I think the Texans, as long as Nico Collins and Tank Dell stay healthy and you feel good about them, you've got those 2 guys locked up for several years now. I would be surprised if he's here, no matter how good a year he has, because I think some other team will just covet him more.
Yeah. It's still, to me, the heavy favorite that this is a 1-year marriage. But I feel a little stronger that it might not be. Like my Diggs-o-meter is at like 20% chance that he's back after this year right now, whereas going into the season it was at like 5%.
And just before somebody fact checks me, he turns 31 this season, so he's currently 30. But I always talk about the age that goes on the Pro Football Reference,
right?
Which is
Jameis Winston is amazing. As a football player, he's pretty good. He's solid. But as an interview, he's amazing. Here was Jameis Winston when he was asked about, and we should keep in mind, maybe some of our audience doesn't know, Jameis Winston is Deshaun Watson's backup in Cleveland right now. He was asked about Deshaun Watson at his media availability yesterday, Jameis Winston, and here's what he had to say.
I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget. When you can go out, you can see practice, you can knick-knack, this, that, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Deshaun Watson is going to turn it on. He always going to find a way to shine when the lights come on. Man, I just ran. Can I leave off that one? I know that one going to
hit.
Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone.
I wish you were a better quarterback. Except the problem is, I think the very thing that makes him entertaining as a person is the thing that messes him up as a quarterback. It's his It's his lack of filters and boundaries.
Yeah.
That in various parts of football and life that make him entertaining and yet also make him lead him to throw more than 30 interceptions in a season.
He's something else, man. Jameis Winston is something else. All right, we head into the 8 o'clock hour. Football Friday, man. This is a Football Friday. Getting you ready for Texans and Steelers tonight, 6 o'clock kick. 3 o'clock, we get Texans Countdown. That'll be me and Seth, and then Clint Stoerner and I will take you on the journey post-game tonight. Texans and Steelers in Pittsburgh, kickoff at 6. Speaking of quarterbacks, up next, ESPN has an article about all the second-year quarterbacks in the NFL who started multiple games last year, one of which is C.J. Stroud. We've seen rookie quarterbacks take the lead amongst their fellow rookies and get surpassed by other guys within a year or two. If C.J. Stroud gets surpassed as the best rookie in this class, who surpasses him? We will have that for you coming up next.
The Texans are headed to Pittsburgh for their second game of the preseason. Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So ESPN had an article yesterday. I believe Ben Solak was the writer that wrote this piece.
Oh yeah, he went to ESPN. He used to be with The Ringer.
Okay, yeah. So it is Ben Solak. He wrote this piece, and it's a fun piece to read if you're a Texan fan that enjoys Schadenfreude, as I think this show is a Schadenfreude-friendly zone. Schadenfreude being when you take pleasure in the pain of others, especially your arch rivals.
We call it, we have a segment that we're going to make more regular this year called the Petty Cast.
Yes.
So, we get petty a little bit, and it's fun. It's fun to be petty as a sports fan.
Yeah, and this one, reading this article, so the premise of the article is here are the 8 second-year quarterbacks that started at least 4 games last year. And they took 5 of them that could be starters this year. There's a few, like Tommy DeVito's not starting with the Giants this year. It's Daniel Jones. There's a couple others. But the 5 guys who are either going to start or competing to start are outlined in this article. And it's Anthony Richardson, it's Bryce Young, it's C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, and then Aiden O'Connell in Las Vegas. And it goes into what we know and what we don't know about each guy and kind of forecasting what it could look like in the upcoming year. I've got some really fun C.J. Stroud stuff here to get to, Seth, that we will get to, but I go back and I look and I thought to myself, okay, there have been other rookies where people thought like, okay, this guy's the best rookie in this class. And they, in the past few years, like the top rookie more often than not has been surpassed by somebody in his own class. And I'll go back to 2018. The top rookie that year was Baker Mayfield. He was overtaken pretty quickly by Lamar Jackson the next year when Lamar Jackson won the MVP of the league. Lamar didn't start in 2018 till the end of the year.
He got one kind of garbage start at the end of the year, right?
I think you're thinking of Mahomes. Lamar started several games and
Lamar
started.
Jackson started in the playoffs.
He started a playoff game, and the Chargers completely flummoxed him. But Baker was Baker was all the talk going into 2019. Oh, he's got Freddie Kitchens as his head coach now, and that right? I mean, that was a thing. That was a thing. Like Freddie Kitchens, who unlocked Baker Mayfield, the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Yeah.
But Baker was a top rookie, quickly overtaken by Lamar. In 2020, that class, Justin Herbert was the offensive rookie of the year. He was quickly overtaken by Joe Burrow. And then eventually, I think even Jalen Hurts is still, even with all the issues the Eagles have, Jalen Hurts, I think, is still viewed by a lot of people as either at worst even with Justin Herbert, if not above. And then in 2021, this one, Mac Jones was the top rookie in that class, but I don't think people were shocked that he was overtaken by Trevor Lawrence, especially when he was spoon-fed Joe Judge and Matt Patricia as his offensive coordinators.
Right, they went. Josh McDaniels did a great job with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
That was the best example that, man, I think Josh McDaniels is a really good offensive coordinator, but a horrible head coach.
Right.
He just, and then the next year with a non-offensive coordinator team, he fell back to earth.
Yeah. But point being, there have been rookies before that have been celebrated, like C.J. Stroud is getting celebrated right now, and have turned out to not even be the best guy in their own class of rookies. If you had to pick a fellow draft classmate of C.J. Stroud, from Anthony Richardson, from Bryce Young, Will Levis, I'll throw Aiden O'Connell in because this article does, who would you pick?
I would say the best ceiling is still Anthony Richardson.
Yep.
Will Levis, man, I just don't get it. I just do not get it. There's still smart people out there, so I could very well be wrong on this, that are excited about him, and I just don't get it. So Will Levis, no. Bryce Young, no. Anthony Richardson the athleticism is just glaringly scary. It's scary because he is a freak of nature. He makes Cam Newton look like a plotter in a lot of ways. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's crazy how athletic he is. And then he does, I think with Richardson, he hasn't had a whole lot of instruction and a whole lot of work on his mechanics. So, it drove me crazy last year when he would have a nice throw downfield and somebody would say, "Oh, I thought he had accuracy issues." Like, no, he's always been capable of making those really good throws. It's a matter of how consistently he does it. So yes, he does have accuracy issues and consistency issues. If he actually can rein in his mechanics, then it could be really, really scary. So he's still got the highest upside of guys who aren't C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. I'm totally with you on that. That's what I was kind of hoping that's what your answer would be. Because I one of the very guys that I just named that surpassed a fellow rookie was Jalen Hurts, who did it with the very head coach that's going to be doing this with Anthony Richardson, Shane Steichen.
I actually get angry about Bryce Young now because, man, he's just got every bit of the signs of a kid who was coddled as a quarterback and always treated as number one, but because he's got this shucks attitude about it, I don't think he gets skewered for it, and because he's an underdog because he's small. But for a guy that small to be as sloppy and haphazard with his footwork and frankly lazy about it despite having all the best instruction, I don't know. I think that's a guy it angers me that people think that somehow he's got that magical it factor that's going to turn him into a good quarterback.
Stat from the article that I'm citing in ESPN about Bryce Young, and then I'm going to give you some stat porn about C.J. Stroud here in just a second. But of the 50 rookie passers to attempt at least 200 passes since 2010, Young's expected points added, which is a big metric nowadays, per dropback, is better only than Jared Goff, Josh Rosen, Jimmy Clausen, and Blaine Gabbert. And Jared Goff is he's got a crazy career arc. But the other three guys, Josh Rosen and Jimmy Clausen, were both replaced literally the very next season by their teams. Like Josh Rosen, the Cardinals said, screw it, we're drafting Kyler Murray. The Panthers said, screw it, we're drafting Cam Newton. And
I think where you're going to go with this, based on the article too, is that Jared Goff happened to be in the right system.
Yes.
And I think it gives an opportunity if you execute that system properly. If you execute a Kubiak, Shanahan, McVay system properly, it gets the absolute most out of a quarterback. And it's taken some guys that were just kind of mediocre quarterbacks and turned them into Pro Bowlers as long as they execute the system.
If you had swapped C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young last year, I know this is purely hypothetical, but if in your mind, imagine for a second, you flip-flop those two. CJ goes one to the Panthers with Frank Reich and Josh McCown and that whole merry band of whatever, and Bryce Young comes here with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, D'Amico as his head coach, different surrounding casts, obviously. What does your brain tell you that looks like? I think it would have looked better than it did in Carolina, but I don't think there's a chance in hell that we'd be. I don't think Nico Collins gets that new contract. I don't. I think that there would have been some highlights. There would have been some moments, and CJ wouldn't have had the same season either. He doesn't. But it's everything that CJ did from the neck up that was just really rare. Yeah. That he was able to. He was put into the exact right system, but he was able to do things that physically I don't know if Bryce Young was able to do either, just as a pure pocket passer. Yep. So I don't think Bryce Young wins Rookie of the Year or anything like that. No, I like if I were just to quantify it, I'm just telling you what it feels like to me is like a 3-game swing for both teams. I feel like the Texans go from being 10-7 to 7-10, and people are like, okay, this is they're doing some things there, because it doesn't change the other guys that they drafted on the defensive side of the ball and things like that. Those things would all be in place. And I feel like the Panthers would not have been the worst team in football. They would have been, with CJ, a 5-12 or a 6-10 team, maybe something like that. And I'll be honest with you, too. I don't really, crush the draft experts or anything or any of the quarterback analysts about, misfiring on quarterbacks just because – it's gotten so hard to figure it out. The college game and the NFL game, they're more similar than they used to be, but there's still just such a huge difference. And because you just have you don't have guys who are 4-year starters anymore in college, so you don't really get to see their flaws and analyze them the same way that you used to. So it's just there's a lot of randomness to it. Yeah. And I mean, C.J. Stroud did go number 2 overall in the draft. Sure. It's not like people were looking at him like he was a bum. Like a project, right. So CJ, this to me, Seth, when people talk about CJ Stroud, and especially when kind of the Ben Solaks of the world that kind of dig more into the film and things like that, the thing that impresses them the most about CJ Stroud is that all these things like passer rating and all these things that are just percentages and rates, he did within, and especially the lack of interceptions. That's the biggest one. because you can game plan your quarterback to not throw interceptions just by not having him take any chances. Don't take any risks.
Yeah.
CJ takes a lot of calculated risks. I don't think he's irresponsible.
They were very aggressive downfield.
Yes.
They were very aggressive downfield.
Second in air yards per attempt in the league, third in explosive play rate, third in completion rate on throws of 20 or more yards, fourth in completion rate over expectation on those same throws, 0 interceptions on those throws. He didn't throw any interceptions on throws that were more than 20 yards downfield last season.
Well, and I think part of that, too, is that when people point out there's a little bit of luck in that, CJ himself will say, yeah, there's a little bit of luck in some of your – every non-interception tells a story.
That's right.
So – but there is also a skill element to it in when you're throwing deep downfield. I think CJ's very good at erring on the side of caution. That, throwing the ball downfield, if you get a 50% completion rate on deep balls, you're doing astoundingly well. But you also got to be careful that you're not just chucking it up.
Yes.
So that it's a lot of the interceptions on deep balls are very difficult interceptions at times too, because you got a defensive back that's got to turn and look and all of that and make an athletic play.
Yeah, his completion rate on throws of 20-plus yards down the field, 56.4%.
I'll be honest too. What was it?
56.4%.
You're doing you're doing really, really well if you're getting over 50% on those.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing, honestly, I read a lot of these articles from the super stat heads and people that watch a lot of film and everything, and I still think almost to a man, they don't give CJ the credit for doing what he did without a rushing attack. They didn't run the ball.
Yep.
And and he's still doing that. That's the part that Bobby Slowick deserves a lot of credit for too, for just steadfastly sticking to attempting to run the ball, because that is, even if you're not running the ball well, you're just, as long as you're committed to running the ball, it does set up the play action. But it's just really, it makes it that much harder because you're throwing those deep balls on 3rd and 10 instead of 3rd and 4.
Yep.
Throw a deep ball on 3rd and 4, you got a defense that doesn't know what's coming. 3rd and 10, they know it's passed. So that's the part that gets me really excited, is that if the Texans can get the rushing attack going, it pushes the easy button for CJ Stroud in a lot of regards compared to last year.
Yep, no doubt. You mentioned the system. The article, I think, lays it out perfectly, just to kind of put a bow on this, about the system CJ's playing in. It raises the floor historically of average quarterbacks like Jared Goff, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins. I think you put in here Matt Schaub, another one, right?
Yeah.
It turns high-level guys into MVPs and Super Bowl winners, like Aaron Rodgers and Matthew Stafford.
Well, one of the things that they point out as a negative here, or as an Achilles heel, and this is one that frustrated me towards the end of the year and on into the playoffs. One of the stats that really kept showing up was CJ under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
His EPA per drop back and all of this other stuff was he didn't handle pressure as well. And there's something that's lost in the math there a little bit, where the very reason that he didn't throw interceptions and the very reason that he stopped taking sacks after the second game was that much, much more so than most rookies, he understands the value of quitting on a play.
An incompletion. Yeah.
Throwing the ball away, or we saw this a lot with Robert Woods, throwing that pass that's either going to be a completion or an incompletion, but definitely not an interception.
Correct.
So it might be harder to catch, because the casuals would come at me sometimes saying like, well, yeah, but he's not accurate. Look, early in the year, he had like a 58 or 59% completion percentage. And I'm like, you're not watching the games. You're not seeing like just how accurate he is despite the completion percentage.
Yep.
And it's hard for quarterbacks. Go back to a young Peyton Manning. He got really good at learning that, like, all right, sometimes less is more. Sometimes you take an L for a bigger W later in the game. And CJ grasped that part. And so that under pressure, when he's getting rid of the ball or making the safe but less probable throw when he is under pressure, I think that factors into some of those stats.
I think so too. We're getting a lot of texts from people about what they're excited about seeing in the game tonight. Keep texting in 713-572-4610. We'll sprinkle them in as we get you ready. 6 o'clock tonight, Texans and Steelers. Texans countdown starts at 3 here on Sports Radio 610. Text message, Seth, I want to keep an eye on the linebacker room. Those guys look slow and out of place in the first game of this preseason.
And that's where, and remember, every one of those guys, well, only one of the guys possibly that played in the game the other night is going to be a starter for the team.
Yep.
So depending on what they're going to do with Henry To'oTo'o, and as long as Christian Harris actually recovers at some point, I don't know if he's entering Kyle Tucker territory here with whatever the hell's going on with him.
Wild.
But it's, because that was the defense's bugaboo last year, was the play action, and those guys look lost versus play action, and they look lost carrying guys in zone coverage over the middle of the field. A lot of those guys were either rookies or guys that you're not expecting to play heavy duty this year, but for depth and for, but some of those guys will play during the regular season.
Sure.
That's definitely something to monitor with the starters.
Yep. Text message, not sure if Tank will be playing any, but just curious to see him back after the injury. I think Tank's going to play. He's been healthy throughout camp. He hasn't missed any practices, and I will tell you, his movement looks fine. He hasn't had a ton of that you and I have been there for, at least. I think he had some good plays up in Ohio, but he hasn't been like the tour de force that he was during training camp last year, which is fine.
It feels like they've been really trying to work the Stefon Diggs connection. Yeah. Where Stefon's the number one option on a lot of the stuff they're running, and he's getting the ball. I think that the other thing about Tank Dell, remember, is his injuries. Like, none of them were ones that really should theoretically affect your movement. You had a broken bone, and it wasn't like a complex ankle fracture that can, you always hear about pins having to be replaced and everything. Yeah. It was a pretty simple fracture, and then he got shot on a through and through.
Yeah.
As we know by now, I don't like that we know it, but I know the terminology through and through, and it was a flesh wound. It was a mere flesh wound.
Which he told the Bussin' with the Boys guys that he was jogging like the next day afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was doctor's orders would allow that kind of thing.
If the bullet comes in and goes out and it's not, I wonder how much of a through and through it was. Maybe he'll go into detail on that. Like, maybe it just like pierced like the very outside of his leg?
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
It was I can't remember what caliber it was, but it was a heavy duty handgun. So it could have gone into a deeper part of the flesh.
Yeah, dude. Thank God that didn't turn out more serious than it did. Speaking of,
he needs to show up with a square bandage like Trump's ear bandage or something in the first game. On his thigh.
That'd be funny. That'd be funny. Speaking of Bussin' with the Boys, that's Taylor Lewan and Will Compton's podcast. I can't decide if I approve of the stipulation that they're proposing between the Titans and the Texans, or if I'm just done with this whole storyline altogether. The players they talk to, Will Anderson, Nico, Tank, all seem to like it. Do you like it? We'll play it for you coming up next.
Mokaram Law, if you've been injured, not by one of the more spectacular, well, actually,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Steelers, Texans tonight, 6 o'clock. Pregame starts at 3. We'll get you more tuned in on the game coming up tonight a little later on in the show. But the Bussin' with the Boys podcast was here at Texans camp, I don't know, a week or two ago, back before they went up to the Hall of Fame game.
It was on one of the rainy practices.
Yeah.
I stood and I talked with Taylor Lewan and Will Compton as their crew tried to unload all of their equipment
in the rain.
In a massive lake that had formed in the parking lot at the Bubble. Yeah,
there you go.
And after about 2 minutes of watching them, I said, "Hey guys, you could move the van like 2 spots over to the left."
And you're like, "I'm an idea guy." Okay,
I'm standing there with an umbrella,
yeah,
not sharing it with either Will Compton or Taylor Lewan.
Or should you? They're Titans.
No.
They're Tennessee Titans. Don't share them.
I gave them no quarter.
Good. So they were here, a couple weeks ago at camp and sat down with a bunch of different Texans, including Will Anderson solo, and then Nico and Tank both kind of sat down as a duo with them. And the topic came up was the Oiler uniforms. Of course, both these guys, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton, are former Tennessee Titans, so they feel a certain kind of way about the Oiler uniforms. New Texans, I think, young guys that weren't here in Houston, I think probably just look at them and think they're cool, but don't know aren't as attached to the history behind it as maybe some of you listening are. I thought this was really funny. I can't decide if I like this stipulation or not that Taylor Lewan proposed to these guys, Seth. I'll start with Will Anderson and take a listen here. This is Taylor Lewan maybe proposing something that these two teams could agree to when it comes to the Oiler uniforms.
I don't know if you know anything about us. We both played for the Titans at one point in our lives. But there's always the talk of the Houston Oilers uniforms. I want to talk about your stance on who should be able to wear the Oilers uniforms.
I think we should. I mean, it started here in Houston. We should be wearing them, man.
What do you think about this? Because you guys play twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
Game 1, the stakes are whoever wins earns the right to wear the retros in Game 2.
You like that? Yeah, I like that.
Let's propose that to the NFL right now.
We should.
Okay, so I mean, obviously the WWE fan inside of me loves any stipulation with a match, right?
Yeah.
They dangle it over the field like a Money in the Bank briefcase, and whoever gets it gets to rip that jersey down.
Honestly, like, you look at the silver boot, like, okay, and you create that. It's kind of manufactured, and it's cool. Over time, it takes on meaning or significance. This is one that has actual meaning, actual significance. As much as I hate to admit it, the Oilers do have, the Titans, FKA Oilers, they do have legal claim to the uniform and everything like that. And yet, there's just something that feels viscerally wrong. A lot of people say, well, hey, look at the Colts or any other team that moves. Right, they kept the same name. Like, they didn't, the Oilers didn't even, they got rid of their name as soon as they got to Tennessee. They spent 1 year as the Memphis Oilers, and then they ejected from it. So by the time they were playing in their permanent home, they had flat out said, no, we don't even want to be called the Oilers anymore.
Yep.
That's where it gets on the emotional side. Like, all right, well, what are you hanging on to then, man?
Yeah, so here were the guys again, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. They sat down with Nico Collins and Tank Dell and ran the same thing past them.
All right, dude, and obviously the Tennessee Titans have probably the best alternative uniforms
in
all of the NFL. Who do you think should be able to wear the OG Houston Oilers uniforms?
Come on, man.
I feel like Houston.
You guys know about copyright laws? You guys know about owner Bud Adams?
I don't know about that.
With all that, they got it with all that.
They got that.
That's above my pay grade.
How do you feel about this? So, like, Houston plays Tennessee twice a year.
Yeah.
Need that.
Whoever wins the last game gets to wear the Oilers uniforms. And every time y'all play, it's Oilers.
I like that. I feel like that's the
straight.
best decision to have.
The best one, right?
Yeah, that's the best
They
one.
got to change that rule in the league because that would add so much to the rivalry.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not even, they don't have to change the rule in the league, but they have to change whether the Titans are cool with it or not. That's the basic thing.
Yeah, it would definitely add
it doesn't even have anything to do with intellectual property law. It has to do with the fact that the NFL is a partnership amongst 32 teams.
Yeah.
And if the Titans don't want to relinquish it, then they don't have to relinquish it.
So part of me likes it. I like anything that adds some juice to a sporting event, and that would certainly do it. You'd hear you could hear the uptick in emotion with the guys when those uniforms got brought up. They like those uniforms. They are clean uniforms, man. They look really, really good. There is another part of me, Seth, that when I first saw this, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm tired of coveting things that the Tennessee Titans own. You know, like I'm tired.
That's true.
I'm tired of giving Amy Adams the satisfaction of thinking that we must have those Oiler uniforms on our backs, and maybe the introduction of the new Texan uniforms has kind of dialed me back a little bit on wanting the Oilers uniforms to be part of the Texans ensemble there.
Yeah, but you know what? You're right then, though. So it would have to be. I was wrong. They would have to change the league rules. It couldn't be something that if the Texans won 5 years in a row, that all of a sudden Amy Adams Strunk could say, like, I don't want to play anymore.
Right,
I'm turning the video game off.
Yeah.
It needs to be an NFL rule that whoever wins that battle gets to wear the Oilers uniform the next time.
But my maybe not wanting to do it. Do you agree with that, or do you feel like that?
I agree with that unless they change the rule completely to where it just becomes a part of the long-standing rivalry, long after maybe Amy Adams isn't involved or Cal McNair's not involved or whatever else. Yeah.
I just don't like giving her the satisfaction of thinking we want something of hers, even if it is something, the Oiler uniform, that a lot of people actually do want. You know?
Yeah, you're letting your ego get involved.
I know. Playing hard to get.
Yeah. If it's something you want, then you want it. You don't have to. You can try to play it close to the vest, but at the end of the day, you want it.
Yeah, probably.
Do you walk into when you're buying a car, before you have your current relationship with your dealership?
Right.
Did you walk in and you're like, I'm not going to give this guy the satisfaction every single time. You're never going to end up with a car, Sean. You're like,
No, I wasn't going to just roll over for whatever the deal was, though. I was going to make him work for it. Seth, this is
I think that's something that would be really good for both teams.
It'd be fun.
It'd be good for the AFC South, frankly.
Yeah. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
It'd be great now, too, because I think the Texans are going to beat up on the Titans for the foreseeable future. It'd be great.
Yeah, the timing is right. We're buying low.
Timing's right, exactly. Text message to you, Seth. Do you like Taylor Lewan as a player or as a person?
Okay, this is a long-standing rule I have. I don't know if this is good for normal everyday life or not, but because I speak into a microphone and I tweet out things and everything, whenever I've been critical of somebody, when I first meet them, I bring it up pretty much right out of the gate because A, they've either heard what I said about them and maybe have an issue with me for it, so okay, let's clear this up. Or B, maybe they haven't, but then I form a good relationship, and then all of a sudden they realize, like, oh, wait a second, this guy's a two-face? So with Taylor Lewan, that was the first thing I said. I was like, yeah, you know what, man? I was really critical of you as a player. And I got even more in it. It was annoying because you turned into a really good football player, but I tore into you quite a bit. And Taylor Lewan's response was, oh, you got to.
So you liked him, yeah.
Yeah. He's, well, like you had pointed out, he's kind of like a wrestler heel.
Yeah.
He likes being the heel.
Yes.
Me telling him that I hated him when he was a player.
Loved it.
Probably to him feels like compliment and praise.
100%. 100%. Yes.
And he did, and that's very open. My saga with Taylor Lewan was that I would, after the first few years, I had to grudgingly admit, like, crap, he's actually really good.
Yeah. He was a good player. Retirement yesterday in the NFL. Nick Foles is retiring as an Eagle. Nick Foles has one of the most interesting NFL careers maybe of all time because at his worst, he was horrible as a football player, but at his best, he was a Super Bowl MVP, and he's beloved in a town like Philadelphia, which if you just told me Nick Foles, independent of his football career, would be beloved by a town like Philly, I would have said there's no way. There's no way that Philly, whose people care about their sports teams 10 times as much as they care about anything else. They love him.
It'd be like Tim Tebow being beloved in Staten Island.
Yeah.
Or something. It's just like it's a mismatch.
It's a mismatch. Yeah. Here was Nick Foles. Here was a portion, the very last portion of his retirement. He did about a 3-minute video yesterday thanking people. Here's Nick Foles announcing his retirement.
I've grown so much in my faith in this time. As I step away from this game, I want to cheer on the next generation of NFL players. Go out there each and every day and give it everything you have. As this chapter closes, another one opens. I'm truly grateful for my time in the NFL. I get to be a husband and a father. I have 3 kids at home that I get to be around all the time. I get to coach their sports, I get to be at their sports, and I also get to help them with homework, get to help them through tantrums, get to be there each and every day. So I'm truly excited for it. This isn't the end. I know I'll see you soon. Thank y'all.
Ugh. He's excited for the tantrums.
He seems like he's wired to be comfortable in that life.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's one of the hardest things about when you retire from football, or any profession, but like especially as a young man. I think sometimes what you envision you're going to be happy doing is it turns out you get a year into it and you're like, oh, it turns out this isn't my gig at all.
Yeah.
And I got to go do something else. So, but he does seem like that guy that could just be full-time dad, stay-at-home dad, and be all about it. Others just need something a little bit different.
Yeah, maybe. My 3 favorite Nick Foles moments from this show that we've talked about had nothing to do with the Super Bowl. The time he reminded us that football isn't the most important thing to him, remember he kind of backburner after signing a massive contract and having some horrible games in Jacksonville. During a press conference, he was like, football, it's not the most important thing to me. My family.
Yeah, it was almost where he's delivering a sermon.
Yeah.
Not just a sermon, but almost like shaming people for caring too much about football.
Yeah. Try pulling that in Philadelphia. He pulled it in Jacksonville. Thank God for him. He pulls that in Philadelphia. He's getting hit with a sock full of pennies on the way out of the building.
He pulled it in the Bible Belt, and it still even wasn't all that well received in the Bible Belt.
Yes.
My favorite story about that, Sean, I think I've told you this before. I can remember reading it. It was in one of my grandparents' Reader's Digest, but it was one of those little blurbs they have. And it was some high school wrestler lost a match, came off, and told the coach, well, I guess God just didn't have it in his plans for me to win today. And the coach said, or maybe God wanted you to win and you let him down.
See, that's what Philly would have done. That's what Philly. Philly. That coach was an amalgam of every Philadelphian to Nick Foles. Number 2, the Jags bidding against themselves to sign him and overpaying him so that the locker room would respect him, that he was getting paid like a top-flight quarterback.
It was weird. It was a weird Tom Coughlin move.
Yeah.
It was one of the stranger things Tom Coughlin did as an executive because it felt so non-old school, didn't it? It just felt like the opposite of you got to earn it, this, that, all the other.
Yeah.
It was. They had. I don't think. No, maybe his agent was agitating for it. Foles is a guy that definitely probably needed his agent to be the hard ass in a lot of things. So it was just. It was a weird one. It wasn't like a guy coming. It wasn't trading for Jalen Ramsey, for instance.
Right.
Something else where like, all right, this guy's going to want to be the highest paid cornerback in the league after we trade for him.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with him deserving it.
He wasn't as good as Jalen Ramsey.
That's right. Third one, and we can laugh about it now because Nick Foles is clearly doing fine medically, but in his last year in the league with the Colts, Kayvon Thibodeau sacked him, and blistered him. And he was laying on the ground like dead carcass style, and Kayvon Thibodeau was doing snow angels next to him.
A snow angel in September, which was an added insult.
Right next to him, a snow angel. Yeah. Indoors probably, right?
Right, yeah.
So those are my favorite Nick Foles memories. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, good news. We're starting to get on that good news part of the curve for the Astros. How big is this bit of news? And they had a great straw poll on the broadcast the other night that I'm curious what Seth's opinion is on this, about the title window that the Astros have had here. We'll get to all that coming up next. Now, I'm talking to you guys right now who, homeowners, property owners, if you suffered any damage, if your property, business owner or just a regular homeowner, suffered any property damage in the storms, I want you to listen up because you've probably filed insurance claims, maybe even gotten correspondence back from your insurance company where they said, nah, we're not paying this. And that happens a lot, and a lot of times the insurance company is in the wrong. Very often they're in the wrong. And that's where you need an advocate. You can feel pretty helpless when there's thousands and thousands of dollars at stake and your insurance company is just kind of just ghosted you and sent you a letter and said, nope, Daly and Black. The law offices of Daly. because the Texans play tonight. The Texans are kind enough to play their preseason game here on a Friday. Head on out to Sugarland and check out their newest Sugarland Space Cowboy. I hear they're bringing in a youngster by the name of Verlander to pitch tomorrow night, Seth. They've got new acquisition. I'm anxious to see this kid Verlander pitch tomorrow night.
See how he does. I hope he's clean shaven. I like it when the rookies are clean shaven.
Yeah,
so you get when you look back to Jose Altuve in the minors, or Jose Altuve in his first major league appearance, just looks like a kid just off the bus.
Yep.
So this Verlander kid, I hope he's clean shaven.
I hope he's clean shaven. In all seriousness, this is his first rehab start, Verlander. He's going to do a couple of these at least. And he's looking, I guess, to probably eventually 75 to 80 pitches is where he feels he needs to get back with the big club again. I think tonight, it's a little like what we were talking about with Damian Pierce earlier. Like, I'm not too worried about the stats tonight. I'm more worried about how it looks.
Yeah.
I think Verlander is similar. Like, I don't care if he pitches 3 innings and gives up 5 runs because he's probably working on some things. He's not worried about deception with the hitter. He's worried about how his arm feels. So we'll be looking at things like, the main thing is the velocity. He was back up to 94 miles an hour in his last bullpen. So him continuing to progress to where he looks like Justin Verlander again. Don't care about the numbers, care about the aesthetics.
That might be even with velocity, because Verlander's really good at kind of just, holding things in reserve and dialing it up when he needs to. So, yeah, as long as it's not a concerning velocity or anything,
right,
then I'd feel good. I trust that he'll be able to, he can find the control, he can find all that other stuff. Just make it through. There's almost no start he could give, no matter how many runs he gives up, because that's how these rehab starts go. I more than anything, I'm just concerned that he makes it through the number of pitches that he's slated to pitch.
Yeah. Yep. And Verlander, and then over the next 2 months, does he suck us back into where we're like, they got to bring back Verlander next year? Because the option's out the window now, because he needed to pitch 140 innings with the Astros for that option next year to kick in, and he's got no shot at that now.
Dude, they can't. They've got so much wasted money burning up the luxury tax space right now that you can't roll the dice again on an aging pitcher like that. Not with where the Astros are right now.
I'd need to see what the price is before I close the door on it. Your sentiment is 100% true, because it's not just Abreu money, it's not just Montero money, it's McCullers money. So that's another $17 million right there. I mean, if you count Lance McCullers, who I'm just treating Lance, I hate to do it, I'm just treating Lance as if he's never going to pitch for the Astros ever again. I think that's the healthy way to go about doing it psychologically as an Astro fan. That's $17 million for another couple years. Abreu is, a total check of $30 million, 19 of which is next year, and then Montero's another. That's almost $50 million that for 2025 that you're paying guys to do nothing.
Right. Yeah, and it's just look. Part of the justification for trading for Kikuchi is that you trust that this pitching, coaching, and analytics crew still has an edge over other teams. Then all right, then that's got to be with your younger guys, and it's got to be with Spencer Arrighetti and everybody else. Doesn't mean they're going to become the next Justin Verlander, but I think that's just the hard sentimental decision you have to make at that point. They'd almost. Just because of availability has been the thing that's crushed the Astros this year with their pitching staff. That you gotta have a heightened sense of, man, we need guys that we can depend on for an entire season.
Yeah, the other weird thing about the Astros this year is just the drastic difference in Yordan on the road and at home. Like, he is especially for him, extremely pedestrian at home, and he goes back out on the road. He goes to to Arlington to play the Rangers. And now, boom, look who's back. Old Yordan is back.
He found it in Arlington.
Yeah.
Right. Whatever it is, whatever he does differently in Arlington, he needs to add that into his daily routine.
Yeah. And hopefully there's more of it left for Boston. This is a big series, man. The Astros, they're in first in the division right now, but it's by, it's paper thin. It's literally, it's a tie. It's not a tie. Literally, the Astros are in first by just a few percentage points. But they're even in the standings in terms of games with the Seattle Mariners. And the big thing is, if Seattle turns it up and goes on a tear, and now the Astros find themselves in the wild card race. The team that would be right in front of them right now would be the Boston Red Sox. They'd be 2.5 games back of the Boston Red Sox, so they can at least kind of, as a fallback, in case they don't win the division, chip away at one of the teams they're chasing this weekend, I guess. So it's a big series this weekend.
Yeah, the Astros are 1/1000th ahead of the Mariners when it comes to...
so much better, yeah.
10th if you're saying actual percentage point, but I like to look by decimal point. They're 1/1000th on the actual rate.
Yeah. They had a really good Stroh poll the other night on the broadcast on the Space City Home Network. They do one every night. They post it on the TV broadcast, but they also post it on Twitter. They got about 1,100 votes on this thing. It's almost like a poll of regret, because it has all the series that the Astros lost, the elimination series that they lost during the golden era of Astros baseball that we're in right now. Today's Chevy Stroh poll: if you had a time machine, which playoff series during the golden era would you go back for an Astros rematch? So it's not guaranteeing you a win, but just which one would you like to go play over again? And the 4 choices are the 2018 ALCS against the Red Sox, which they lost in 5. The 2019 World Series against the Nationals, in which they lost every home game. The 2021 World Series against the Braves, which the Braves won in 6. And then last year's ALCS, which, again, the road team won every single game of that series. Did you look at this, Seth? Because I like it when you pass.
I did. I'm having a hard time with it because it's hard not to. I mean, the World Series, I almost have to take the World Series out of it because obviously you want to win the World Series. Which playoff series during the golden era would you go back to for an Astros rematch? It's weird that one was that World Series might be the one I was least emotionally engaged in. I don't know why.
The one that won the poll.
Sorry, there's 2 World Series. The Nationals won for whatever reason. That's the one that looms largest. The Braves one I wasn't as engaged in. The Nationals one because it just came down so much. I would say the National Series.
Then that's what the people are saying. 63.5% of the people voting in this, landslide. Almost 2/3 of the people. That would be my vote. I think that to me that's the obvious one. That was painful as hell.
And it was just to not win a home game and for the Astros to be such a dominant team that year.
Yeah.
That was probably the best overall team of that era, of the entire World Series winning era, and that one stung the most.
Yeah. I like if you go back and you power rank all of the playoff Astro teams through the years, and I'm not just talking about this era. I would go back to the early 2000s when they finally broke through and made an LCS and made a World Series. I would certainly go back to the late 90s, those Bagwell and Biggio-led teams.
Yeah.
Probably the 2 best teams in Astro history are not World Series champions. The one you just talked about, Seth, in 2019 that won 107 games, and then the 1998 team that had Randy Johnson on it. They won 102 games that year, and that was a dominant baseball team offensively and pitching.
The whole thing about the 2023 ALCS versus the Rangers, that I know there's the emotional part of it being versus the Rangers, but the Astros, that team, there's nothing about them that felt like the other teams in the playoffs. Yeah. They got into the playoffs by the skin of their teeth and by the magnanimousness of the Rangers, basically, and didn't play during that series like, oh, yeah, this is a team that just they deserve to win the series.
Yeah, that came in second at 24%. Again, the Nationals 2019 World Series was 63.5%. The Rangers in the ALCS was second at 24%. And then the other 2 series, ALCS 2018 against the Red Sox, World Series 2021 against the Braves, tied with 6.1%. The only thing that's keeping that Rangers tabulation up there is that it's, like you said, it's the Rangers. If it was any other team in the ALCS, that thing would be down with the other 2 in like the 6% range, I think.
Yeah, I didn't have that same sense of like, oh man, they missed their golden opportunity in that one. It just wasn't as emotionally charged.
Yep. That Nationals one is to me, man. That was painful. Coming back home up 3-2 with Verlander and Greinke starting Game 6 and 7, and Cole available in Game 7, and you lose those 2 games. It's just, I don't want to say inexcusable. It's the World Series. The Nationals are a good team, but it's
painful.
After
it just felt like it was a foregone conclusion that the Astros, once once they got it together and they took over, and you could see,
Yep.
oh, this is just a more powerful, better baseball team than the Nationals. That's where on the road in Washington. I remember those broadcasters. That radio station from Washington was broadcasting from the studio next to ours. And after the series in Washington, they were basically telling us, they came back in. They're like, it's over.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, dude, that was painful. They lose Game 7, and you got to come in and do a morning radio show in a studio next to the hosts whose team just beat you in Game 7 at home.
I threw one of those dudes up against the wall in the bathroom because I thought he looked a little too happy. I was like, not around me, man.
Right,
Don't pull this act around me. He's like, I was just trying to wash my hands, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth got right up under his chin, cupped him, and pinned him up against the wall.
And then just in case he was recording it, I took his phone out and smashed it.
And threw it in the toilet and flushed. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Game tonight, 6 o'clock, Steelers-Texans, right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into some of the matchups and the players that we're most looking forward to seeing, and I would encourage you to text in 713-572-4610. What are you most looking forward to seeing tonight, Steelers-Texans, a game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. Pregame starts at 3. I would suggest also, as you're watching this game tonight, having a little Yellow Rose whiskey handy. If I were watching it in my living room, I can promise you that's exactly what I would be doing. A nice glass there with my wife, former bartender, makes a mean old-fashioned, so she would be putting some of that Yellow Rose Harris County in there, the Harris County variety of Yellow Rose whiskey. It's just awesome whiskey that's been distilled here in Houston for a long, long time. Houston's oldest legal distillery since Prohibition is the Yellow Rose Distillery right there at 1224 North Post Oak. So wherever it is you get to, your local Specs, or wherever it is your local liquor store, or certainly if you're out and about around town, if they don't have Yellow Rose there, demand it. Say, get me some Yellow Rose here, whether it's the rye, the Harris County, the Outlaw Bourbon, whatever it is. I promise you, you're going to love it. Get your hands on some this weekend as you're watching all those games. It's yellowrosedistilling.com online. Yellow Rose whiskey, and drink responsibly.
Andre Johnson's road to Canton is complete. And of course, he made sure to thank the fans for their part in his journey.
You guys have shown me so much love. You guys meant so much to my career. You guys motivated me. And I couldn't do a lot of things I did if I didn't have you guys cheering me on.
You deserve it, Andre. Congrats.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the traffic center, this one brought to you by Kirk Holmes, 288 southbound at Airport Boulevard. The two right lanes are blocked, and the Cordell crash cam showing I-10 east westbound at 610 East Loop. It is the two right lanes blocked. They are 96 today, 96 both Saturday and Sunday. Hey, Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year award. Building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is absolutely second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com, KURK homes.com. And I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Finally, we get what we need from USA men's basketball. Pushed to the brink by Serbia in the semifinals, the Americans had to dig down deep on defense and fight their way out of a 17-point hole. Steph Curry gets his Olympic moment with 36 points and 9 triples. It was all hands on deck to rescue their gold medal dreams, and they celebrated like there was no tomorrow. This was the best of Team USA. I'm Amy Lawrence.
Honey Farms presents The Sounds of Summer. That's a 99-cent fountain drink at the beach. Nice sandcastle, by the way. That's a 99-cent fountain drink at a cookout. Ooh, I'd keep Kev away from the grill. And that's just me, ready for another 99-cent fountain drink. 99-cent fountain drinks, buy one, get one free Ozarka water, and more spectacular summer savings now available at your local Honey Farms. So stop in and cool off with us today. Limited time only. Restrictions apply. See store for complete details.
John Lopez here. The Auto Awards are in, and Cars.com named D&M Auto Leasing the top leasing company in the U.S. for the 10th year in a row. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States. Regardless of vehicle make, for the client experience, they are the best. They earn the top marks over all mainstream brands, luxury, new and used cars, all of it. Call today or visit online, dmautoleasing.com, and start saving.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in these uncertain economic times, you struggle to guard your life's work against unexpected challenges. But can it withstand the sudden disruption of a divorce? In divorce, financials are scrutinized and the company itself could be in jeopardy. When your hard-earned work is at risk, count on our experience and advocacy in handling these matters at Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey everybody, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts to keep your ride or die alive. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This is a tweet from Aaron Wilson of KPRC Channel 2. He's got a list of players, several Texans not slated to play against the Steelers tonight. So before we get into some of the matchups we're going to be looking at, I think it makes perfect sense to go through this list just so we know exactly what we're going to be watching and who we're going to be watching tonight. So Seth, here we go. Here's the list. Titus Howard. Now, we now know what the issue was, though. Minor knee injury, Aaron says.
Minor knee injury, so he's not playing. Okay,
he will not
starting
play.
Right tackle, not out there.
Laramie Tunsil, off-season knee scope. We knew that was coming. Kamari Lassiter is an ankle injury. He will not play tonight. No Kamari.
What the hell?
Yeah, no Kamari tonight. Will Anderson Jr., ankle, will not play tonight.
Oh, that's worse than just when I initially heard soft tissue. I was hoping, maybe a little calf strain or something.
Now, Aaron does have a follow-up tweet to all these where he lists several guys where it's really and Will's one of them, where they're just being very precautionary with him. Tim Settle Jr., calf injury, not playing tonight. Desmond King, groin injury, not playing tonight.
Okay.
He's kind of battling for a job right now, too, so that's a missed opportunity for Desmond King. Christian Harris, his injury is a calf. Charlie Heck, plantar fasciitis. Tegan Catoriano, calf. He, of course, carted off of the field in the Hall of Fame game, but it doesn't look to be as serious as it initially may have looked. Noah Brown, strained shoulder.
Okay.
I mean, Noah Brown, That was one of him and Jimmy Ward last year were the two guys that when they were on the field, they were super productive, but they weren't on the field nearly enough.
Right, yeah, and he's battling for a spot too. Okay.
He is, yep. The last few here, Jeff Okudah, Brevin Jordan. He doesn't list anything for either of these guys as far as what the issue is, but Jeff Okudah, Brevin Jordan, who for the second straight training camp has been missing a lot of time. It didn't hurt him last year. He made the team. And I think he's going to make the team this year just because they have hardly any tight ends in camp right now. Two of them aren't playing tonight. Dalton Schultz, Kate Stover. If you want to watch Kate Stover, tonight's your night because Dalton Schultz is probably going to play 2 series, and then the other 2 tight ends aren't playing tonight. Kate Stover is probably going to get about 70 snaps in the game tonight.
Yeah, so that'll be good. He needs the reps. He needs experience blocking. I thought he showed some really promising signs in the game last week. So the biggest thing for me now, as a couple days ago, I was upset that T.J. Watt and Highsmith and Cam Hayward wouldn't be playing. Now I'm kind of happy that they're not. The best pass rushers for the Steelers are not playing. But you've also got Blake Fisher and Charlie Heck is playing. So you got
Charlie Heck's not playing.
He's not playing.
Charlie Heck, plantar fasciitis.
So you got David Sharp or somebody else at right tackle.
Nick Broker was the one who came in for Titus Howard.
That's right. He came in and played last week. Yep. So actually, I'm excited to see Nick Broker get more work at right tackle. And yet, my appetite for C.J. Stroud playing, it just went way down. And I think especially, I don't think there's less of a chance you're going to see Look, you weren't going to see the wide-open Texans offense anyway. No. It's a preseason. They want to be careful about this. But I think you'll see potentially a more boring version of football if you're not certain about either of your offensive tackles. Blake Fisher, I thought, did some good things in that first game too. And he'll be doing it against backups again, but you're going to have your starting quarterback back there. So they'll it makes me a little bit more nervous about C.J. Stroud playing in the preseason.
Yeah, give the guys on the edge plenty of help and get C.J. his 3 or 4 passes he needs to throw. Get this. Now this does mean the names that were not on that list I just read. Stefon Diggs, Tank Dell, Nico Collins. They're all going to be out there today. So we're going to get our first look at this thing today.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
And you're getting it against a Steelers squad that they're resting a couple of the guys in the secondary. Plus Cam Sutton is injured, so he's just not out there. So it still might be a pretty good aerial attack. Okay, I'm back in it. I'm back into being excited about it.
Good,
because you've got one of the very best wide receiving core in the league going up against not full force Steelers defense. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll take it. Someone's asking, is Joe Mixon on that list? I think he was. He's on a follow-up tweet. He's not playing. He hasn't practiced since July 19th. So Joe Mixon's not playing tonight, which, good segue. Good job, Texter. Dameon Pierce, big opportunity for tonight for him. I would submit Dameon Pierce, until we see him running against actual other NFL teams in head to toe and being able to get tackled, which we've not seen in a long, long time with Dameon Pierce. He's battling for his job right now. Now, the team really likes him. D'Amico Ryans has had nothing but good things to say about Dameon Pierce, but this is a big night for Dameon Pierce. Here was Nick Caserio back during the first week of training camp when he was on with me and Seth talking about what did Pierce need to do better to fit into this scheme.
Just having a clear headspace and kind of clearing your mind and kind of starting from scratch and refreshing. He trained very hard. He had a good attitude. He got himself in good condition. I really don't want to get into the depths and the detail, but I would say he was dealing with more than maybe people realize. And sometimes that affects maybe how you perform and play because you have a lot of things going on. And there were times where he probably pressed and he put maybe some undue pressure on himself. So when you take it holistically, everything into consideration, there were some ups and downs, and the way he handled it, honestly, was very mature. So he's in a lot better space. He's had a really good spring. He's popped some runs here in practice, and you're starting to see some of the things that you saw, that we saw at Florida, that you saw as a rookie. And he had some good plays last year. I think the good plays sometimes get drowned out by some of the negative plays, and then everybody those get sort of accentuated a little bit, maybe more than they should. So, again, great kid, great attitude. He's going to help our football team, and we're glad he's here.
Yeah, he did have some good plays last year. I think you and I both feel like even on his good plays, though, he didn't look like vintage rookie year Dameon Pierce.
Yep.
So that's just a huge part of him translating what we've seen in practice, which is it's hard to measure sometimes. Okay, my memory of this guy during training camp practice this year versus last year. I did think that Dameon Pierce looked more comfortable in the offense in practice compared to how he looked in practice last year. So it's just a matter of translating it over to the field. As far as, you give credit to Dameon Pierce for fighting through last year and taking that setback with aplomb, but that's a nice miscongeniality award. Right. It doesn't, at the end of the day, it's okay, what does he look like as a football player? As a human being, yes, awesome, still love it, still feel great that he was able to battle through that, but you got to, first and foremost, be a really good running back, so hopefully we see some flashes of that tonight.
Yeah, and I think it's just, I don't care what the numbers look like with Dameon. I care what it looks like. You know what I mean? I care what, what his decisiveness, what his style looks like almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's almost, I want to see a couple broken tackles more so than anything else. And I want to see him plant his foot in the ground and get vertical the way Arian Foster, various other great zone running backs have done. And I think he's capable of doing it. It's you got to see it.
Yep, a lot of texts from people on what they're looking forward to seeing. Looking forward to seeing the running back group and Lassiter. Okay, well, that text came in. That text came in before I read the list.
That's why I listed the 5 that I'm excited about seeing, and Kamari Lassiter was number 2 on that. Now, this does leave open. My number 1 thing that I wanted to see was this defensive line, which particularly the guys on the interior, like Mario Edwards and Foley Fadakasu, they've been tearing up the Texans' offensive line, but you don't know what to make of that. I have no idea whether that's a good thing for the Texans' defensive line or if it's a bad thing for the Texans' offensive line. The Steelers will start, at least as of a couple days ago, they were going to start 4 of their starting 5 offensive linemen. The starting left guard will be out. So for the most part, you're going to see this starting defensive line, except for Will Anderson, versus the starting Steelers offensive line. In a regular season game, this is how it is. You're going to be going up against 4 starters and 1 backup more times than not, most likely, with a lot of teams.
Yep. Texter pointing out, tackles need help tonight. We only have 2 tight ends. I know.
That's where Cade Stover's blocking is really coming in, except that the Steelers don't have their best edge rushers out there, so it's not as much of a test.
Yeah, can I get prop bets, or can I get a little is Cade Stover more than X amount of receptions on Prize Picks tonight? He's going to be out there a ton.
I doubt. I would check. Let me check betus.com or Prize Picks. I got to get the okay. I don't know. I don't see a prop bet on Cade Stover for tonight.
Damn, it feels like taking candy from a baby. He's going to be out there so much, man. A lot of people weighing in. So D-line versus a mobile quarterback you want to see. They've torpedoed your Kamari Lassiter dream of watching him go against George Pickens tonight because he's got an ankle injury. And Jalen Petrie is the one that got a lot of love here on the text page. We're talking about the game tonight.
In terms of something they want to see.
They want to see, yeah. And how he gets used. I think they've heard us talking, and others obviously talking so much about slot corner, and is he a good fit there? Is he a bad fit there? There's good things he does. There's deficiencies, whatever.
As a nickel linebacker, I think it could be really good. As a slot corner, I don't think they're going to use him all that much in the tougher parts. I don't think they're going to have him in man coverage and a lot of wide receivers in the league. So, but somebody earlier asked, hey, can Jalen Petrie be one of the starting linebackers? Basically, when you're playing the nickel back on a team that's in nickel over 70% of the time, he kind of already is one of the starting linebackers if he's in that role. So it's in modern football, he's kind of one of your linebackers. It's just that we haven't seen him in that role before.
Right.
He did a lot of this stuff at Baylor, but that's a whole different scenario. So this, we'll see. I don't think they're going to be blitzing the hell out of him or anything. Like they probably. They plan on using him selectively on blitzes during the regular season, but we'll see him in a different role.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm like, the things that probably make him a good nickel linebacker are things that we may not see till week 1, just because the Texans don't want to show their hand with anything.
Well, but if if the Steelers come out with 3 wide receivers, the Texans will be in nickel and Petrie will be out there. Yeah. So you'll get to. You're right. You're
like blitzing. I'm talking about blitzing. And
right.
Like
the exotic stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Which is another thing. John Harris brought this up. You're in this weird spot with Jalen Petrie where, despite him setting records for tackles by a rookie, et cetera, his rookie year. He actually wasn't a good tackler. So
it's like leading the league in at-bats, you know?
He was like, yeah. He was, well.
What'd you hit, 210?
That was one of the things that first endeared Jimmy Ward to me, was Jimmy Ward, when he was on Richard Sherman's podcast, was talking about when he first met Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie had kind of just told Jimmy Ward that he led the team or league in tackles or whatever, and Jimmy Ward was like, "That's it's not necessarily a good thing, man. Your safety you're on a really bad defense. Like if your safety is getting a boatload of tackles because the front seven is completely useless, then that's not necessarily a great thing."
You know who routinely led the Texans in tackles in the David Culley year? Jonathan Owens.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And where is he now?
Seen gallivanting about Paris. Yes.
Right. Now, it nabbed him Simone Biles, but, he's a journeyman in the NFL. I don't know. That's a pretty good trade-off, though. Would you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, being a journeyman in the NFL, but having the most famous gymnast of all time as your spouse.
They seem like a genuinely good pair, too.
Yeah.
You know what? I remember talking to Jonathan Joseph about Jonathan Owens, and he said that he's just a good kid. He's like, the way Jonathan Joseph was describing him, he is the kind of kid that you would want to marry your sister or your world-famous gymnast.
Yes.
So you're a locally born world-famous gymnast.
You have pointed out many times what a handsome face he has.
He's a very handsome fellow.
He's a very attractive guy, yeah, no doubt. And he's back stateside now. He's back playing football again.
I told you, I got 10 minutes into the Simone Biles documentary, and I flip-flopped completely on my take about Jonathan Owens going to the Olympics. I was like, nope, that's where he needs to be. That's exactly, nope, good. Don't worry about the other stuff. Life is more important. Go to the Olympics.
Do you care can you shed some light on why you changed your opinion so quickly?
Well, because it was so much about like Simone Biles and her experience in the 2020 Olympics. It had to do with her, kind of coming to terms with a lot of stuff that happened with the U.S. gymnastics doctor, but also being over there in the bubble and not having her family around her like she typically did in every single gymnastics event she'd ever been in, and just not having that kind of environment and everything. I felt like, this is bigger than Jonathan Owens making the team. Now, some of the people who disagreed with me at the time, they were like, well, that would be like Simone Biles not going to the Super Bowl because she had to practice. Like, no. That would be like her not going to the Super Bowl because she had to qualify for the Olympics.
Right.
Like she would miss an actual meet.
Yeah.
Because Jonathan Owens is not in a position where he's a slam dunk to make the team.
Right.
So it's more like, no, that's Jonathan Owens missing out on it. And it's a sacrifice, but it's one that I get and I understand now that I've watched the documentary.
Okay, my commitment to you is I'm going to watch that documentary. Is it a one-episode documentary? Like, how much time am I investing
I
in
don't
this?
know. I'm like 2.5 into it, so I don't know how many there are.
Okay. But the first 10 minutes changed your opinion on this.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's the people that are like that, because I without having seen the documentary, I skew towards the side of he should stay here and practice with his football teammates. If I were a football teammate of Jonathan Owens, there would be part of me like, okay, so there's a threshold here, like the Olympics.
I think it's almost it's one of those things where if he were a star player and he were doing it, I would feel like, oh, he's getting special treatment. When you're a bubble player on the team, a fringe player, I look at it more as like, okay, he's willing to make that sacrifice just because he wants to be there for his wife. And like it might hurt him in his chances to make the team, but I kind of get it.
The drama part of me wants him to not make the team. The part that likes Jonathan Owens, I have nothing against Jonathan Owens. I just if it were me, if I were him, I would have stayed here because I'd be nervous about not making the football team. That's just how I'm wired. He did his thing,
I saw some people say, and this is not a bad take, it's an interesting one, that he almost maybe has a better chance of making the team now because the team will be criticized if they cut him. I understand where that comes from.
Yes.
I don't think that's the way the team would operate.
I don't either.
That's like, it's ultimately, anytime anytime football crosses over into the mainstream media, there's all kinds of people that are going to have bad opinions about what a football team that they don't actually care about should be doing. None of the actual Bears fans are going to actually take it that way. So for the fan base they care about, I don't think it matters one bit.
Text message, didn't Will Anderson do a sideline interview at the Hall of Fame game? His injury can't be that bad. No, it's not. I mentioned Aaron Wilson had a follow-up tweet. I read the long list of guys who aren't playing tonight. Several of them he listed in a subsequent tweet to say, essentially, if this were a regular season game, these guys could play in the game. They're just being ultra cautious with some of these guys.
Yes. I guess I wouldn't have read into that as being an indication that he had a bad injury, and other than obviously he wasn't in a walking boot or anything like that.
Yeah.
D'Amico talked about this the other day. They are, they're very keenly aware of just limiting guys' reps in the preseason, and it was cool because immediately you think, oh yeah, analytics and load management and all that. But D'Amico had kind of an old school football sentiment, which is just that you don't want to peak too early.
Yeah.
So you kind of limit things. Like in NFL training camp, it's not as grueling as it used to be, but it's really, really long.
Yeah.
And there is that monotony that sets in to where you don't want guys to lose their mental edge and kind of their passion. So I think D'Amico uses the analytics and uses the body tracking data, but also just wants to kind of keep that fighting spirit alive through a really long training camp.
Well, keep in mind, it's a week longer for the Texans than it would normally be,
Yeah.
because that Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, you know how I feel about that. It's only been a couple years that it's been 3 preseason games, so when they start talking about how it's a longer preseason, I'm like, well, yeah, I guess.
But for these guys, they're used to starting on July 27th. They started on July 18th. They started 9 or 10 days earlier than they normally do. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Should this be an indicator that J.J. Watt is returning? We will judge coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic right here. And today's my Men's Tea Clinic day. Got it on my list of things to do. Right there at noon today, I'll be walking in. So be ready, ladies, over at the Durham and IT.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so J.J. Watt, I don't think the topic of J.J. Watt coming back, we're in like a simmer mode with it right now. Like it's not at the top of the heap. Although, Kay Adams of the Up and Adams podcast, sponsored by FanDuel, formerly of Good Morning Football, she was at Texans training camp this week up in Ohio, and she sat down with several people, including D'Amico Ryans, including Danielle Hunter. She, at least on social media, seems to be trying to push it back to the front burner, the possibility of JJ returning.
She did this. This was, yeah.
So she sat down with Danielle Hunter, and we know Danielle's wearing number 55. He's not wearing his normal number 99, which he wore in Minnesota. So you tell me. I'm going to play the audio from this topic here where she asks him about that decision. And you tell me, because Kay Adams retweeted this bit of audio by saying, JJ absolutely playing for Texans this year. Change my mind. All right? So take a listen to this, and you tell me, do you think after hearing this that JJ Watt is coming back to play for the Texans?
Numbers don't matter except yours, because you're wearing the 55 and it's throwing me the F off, Danielle. What is this?
I mean, it's the same double-digit trend from what I brought from Minnesota, but out of respect for JJ, he wore 99 for the Houston Texans, and he did a lot for the city of Houston. So it's only right to just let it be for him. To coming into a new team, new number, but keeping a double-digit number trend. So I kind of like it.
I do like it, but it was just your idea. There was no discussion about it. You were just like, this is what I'm going to do. It's very freaking cool of you.
I mean, it definitely had to be the same digit. So, but I feel like 55 was the best looking one out of all of them.
Yeah, no, that didn't. It didn't seem.
Is JJ Watt coming back based on that bit of audio?
Based on that, God, no, no. He went to Danielle Hunter grew up in Houston. He knows very well who JJ Watt was. JJ would have been winning his defensive MVPs when Danielle was in high school or college. High school, yeah. And it was no. I don't think for a single minute that was somehow an indication that JJ was coming back. That was just a guy. JJ Watt's number is all but retired right now. Whether they officially retire, well, Cal doesn't believe in retiring numbers, but it's kind of like the Cowboys do with their wide receivers.
88,
you gotta be, you got to be a certain type of, and even then, I feel like giving it to a rookie like they did. Anyway, no, he wasn't going to take 99. I don't think there was a chance in hell that Danielle Hunter had any appetite in taking 99. Whether JJ Watt was flirting with coming back or whether he had lost his leg in a skiing accident, I don't think he was going to be taking number 99.
We'll hear from D'Amico here in a second. I guess if I'm just trying to climb inside Kay Adams' brain for a second and try to figure out what she's hearing in that cut that make her think this, I guess just the mere fact that he left 99 open. Like, that's it. Like, he voluntarily from right out of the chute said, I'm not wearing number 99. I'm leaving it here. It's JJ's. Even though Danielle Hunter said nothing to the effect of him coming back.
Especially because Danielle Hunter is like the most understated guy. He strikes me as a guy that just loves playing football, has no appetite for being a superstar or anything like that. And the last thing he wants is to come in and be any kind of a distraction based on which number he decides to wear. So, no, I wholeheartly reject Kay Adams, although I really like Kay Adams, and I think she does an incredible job with her interviews. Yeah. And she's super smart and plugged in when she's like that national reporter that when she's talking to local people, it's like she's clued in on all the local stuff.
She's really good.
So I was actually surprised that I personally think she misread this.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that JJ is or is not coming back, but I think she misread that this has anything to do with whether he'll come back.
Yep. All right, so D'Amico talked about this. I've not heard this one yet.
Right, okay, so, and I don't know if she spoke to D'Amico before or after she spoke to Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
But I listened to this from D'Amico, and I've been pretty bullish on the prospects of JJ coming back.
You have, yeah.
This was a bit of a reality check to me when D'Amico was asked, is JJ coming back?
JJ knows. Anytime he's ready, I'm ready.
What does that mean?
If he's ready. JJ's been out now for, 2 years? When you stop playing football for 2 years, it's hard to come back.
So you're saying that knowing it's an open invitation, but he's probably not going to take it.
It's always open for JJ. I'm never closing that door.
All right.
Yeah, the part when he laid it out about how hard it is to come back, I almost feel like D'Amico knows something we don't know. I don't know.
Now here's where I'd give Kay Adams a full pass on the first tweet that we read, the one where she retweeted the Danielle Hunter cut and said JJ absolutely playing for the Texans this year, changed my mind, is if the very next tweet was that video with D'Amico and she goes, no chance JJ Watt coming back this year. Change my mind.
Yeah.
I think it was the very next one. If she did those back-to-back, I'd give her a pass. But as of right now, no pass, Kay. You do a great job. But I'm with Seth. I don't see Danielle Hunter wearing 55 as an indicator that JJ Watt is definitely coming back.
No,
Absolutely playing is what she said.
I think D'Amico there also might have just been kind of also, he doesn't want to put any pressure on him. This is the classic case where, it's somebody's got to really want it. You're not going to try to talk him into it because of all of those challenges.
Yep.
That's a JJ Watt decision, and D'Amico's not going to be the guy that's trying to bend his ear or something or make him make that decision because you can't. Nobody. It's a completely 100% individual decision.
Yep.
Unless things get desperate, and then D'Amico starts. D'Amico's like, all right, that's it. Now I'm gonna press
yeah, you got to get over here, man.
Yeah.
I'll send the limo.
We really need you now. I was saying we really needed you before. We really need you now.
Told me you'd come back if I needed you.
It turns out D'Amico Autry actually bought that stuff from a horse trainer.
We're getting some texts from people, still getting texts. This is good. People are amped for this game tonight with the Texans and the Steelers to see some of these guys. I don't think people are amped like, let's go beat the Steelers. I think it seems like people are really into some of these individual performances tonight, and this is a good one, Seth. Text message, looking forward to seeing Kalen Bullock have another good game. Kalen Bullock has had a really good camp so far.
Yeah, and Kalen Bullock I put in that category of rookies when I want to see the flashes of the positive more so than I worry about the negatives.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, if he was getting destroyed and torched every time he tried to cover somebody, that would be one thing. But if you're doing it in preseason games versus NFL caliber backups, and then you can increase the level, increase the difficulty level this week. If he makes a good play in breaking up a George Pickens ball or something, that's exciting. So, and I think he's just a guy that he needs reps. He just needs reps. I think he's shown all the natural potential. He's looked like his scouting report in a good way. I think Cade Stover has looked like his scouting report in a good way. Both those guys did some good things, but also made some rookie mistakes or had some rookie L's in that last game. And there's plenty of time over the course of the next 3 weeks for those guys to grow by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I'm excited about this rookie class so far. The first four guys, Lassiter, Fisher, Bullock, who we were just talking about, and Stover. I'm just kind of going through the order in my head that they got picked. I think, so far, so good as far as these guys all looking like they're going to be contributors on this team this year. I know Blake Fisher, in a perfect world, he doesn't contribute very much because both your starting tackles are healthy, but he's certainly getting a nice baptism by fire here early on.
The biggest thing about Lassiter that D'Amico keeps coming back to is his consistency, and that he consistently shows up. But that I think also the big question you always have in your mind when you're talking about playing a rookie is like, all right, is this guy going to screw us? Can I trust him to go out there and, aside from making plays, but first and foremost, do no harm.
Yeah.
Don't be making mental errors and mental busts. And so far, they seem to be very impressed in that regard. So I'll be surprised at this point if Lassiter is not the starting cornerback in week 1. I really, really wish they could have seen him this week.
Yeah, my only caveat would be unless whatever this injury is something that keeps lingering throughout camp, and he just isn't getting on the field. But yeah, if he's healthy and out there, he's the guy, I think. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. We'll wrap things up. In the loop coming in, I'm actually anxious to get John Lopez and Figgy's thoughts on an anecdote that Nico Collins told about Jim Harbaugh on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Was this inbounds or out of bounds what Jim Harbaugh did with Nico Collins back in the day? We've got that for you coming up next.
It's official. Our guy Andre Johnson has his gold jacket, and his legacy will live forever in Canton.
I'm happy as hell to be your first Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Congrats, Andre. You deserve it.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The traffic report is sponsored by thelokengroup.com. An earlier accident causing delays 288 northbound at Alameda. Genoa has cleared. Now you're dealing with the stall vehicle over on 225 eastbound. Right after the loop, it's sitting over to the right shoulder. The Loken Group can guarantee to sell your home at price by a deadline you both agree to, or the Loken Group will buy it. Call the Loken Group today, 281-861-4624, or go to thelokengroup.com and start packing. thelokengroup.com. Hot and sunny this afternoon, 101 degrees right now. It's a few clouds, 88 degrees. Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
John Lopez here. The auto awards are in, and Cars.com named D&M Auto Leasing the top leasing company in the U.S. for the 10th year in a row. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States. Regardless of vehicle make, for the client experience, they are the best. They earn the top marks over all mainstream brands, luxury, new and used cars, all of it. Call today or visit online, dmautololeasing.com, and start saving.
Make leasing easy at P&M.
Let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all, the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder. A lot of y'all may not even know exactly what turnkey means. Hell, I didn't when I first met these guys. Well, it's simple. It means they take care of everything from start to finish. Site prep work, property and plan design, construction, to all the necessary permitting and HOA paperwork needed along the way. There's a reason Our Vision Homes has been leading the pack for 17 years, and they remain at the top today. Our Vision Homes, your turnkey custom home builder. Open 7 days a week. Call today or visit ourvisionhomes.com to get inspired. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable.
Goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Jim Harbaugh is a little bit of a weirdo. I don't think I'm going out of bounds by saying that. I don't
think that's anything he would deny.
I don't think he would either.
Yeah.
I think he would admit he's a little eccentric. And we've heard stories before, just the legendary stories of Jim Harbaugh on the recruiting trail back when he was the head coach at the University of Michigan, where he coached, among hundreds of others, Nico Collins, current Texans wide receiver. Nico was on with the Bussin' with the Boys crew, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. He and Nico and Tank were doing a kind of a dual interview with them together, and Nico told this anecdote about Jim Harbaugh's recruiting efforts with him, where it winds up with Jim Harbaugh sleeping on the floor in Nico Collins' living room back when Nico was in high school.
Recruiting story with Coach Harbaugh. Is it true that he
eating his fries?
He ate your fries when he first met you?
I ate my fries. Look, it was crazy. I came in, man, from lunch, right? So he came in, him and Coach Pep. So they was in the field house, man. You know, he sat down. You know, I was eating my lunch. You know, he was sitting there beside me. He said, "What's up, Jim Harbaugh?" I'm like, "How you doing, Nico Collins?" Like, food look kind of good. He went there and grabbed the fry, right? I'm like, "Go ahead, you know, just have it, you know." But and then that night, man, he came over to the crib. You know, he stayed over. And
he slept over?
Yeah, he slept over. It was crazy because I wasn't expecting him to, you feel me, to chill.
He wanted to chill. Like in a camper outside, or
man, I'm talking about.
He shared the room.
He came in. No, he was in the living room. He was in the living room on the floor. So he came on the floor. Yeah, so he came in. He came in the city, man. So he was there the whole entire day. Him and Pep Hamilton, and we was there just chilling. You know, he said we was gonna stay the night. I really didn't believe it until he really didn't leave. It was like 9 o'clock. I'm like, oh yeah, he's for real. Yeah, it was for real. You know, so yeah, I had to. It was one of them. I was like, yeah, Harbaugh, he's locked in with me, man. I like ever since then, he stood out to me in my whole recruiting process. So I feel like, man, Harbaugh always been that guy for me.
Okay, in re-listening to that, Seth, the funniest thing to me, well, the funniest thing is Jim Harbaugh sleeping on the floor in Nico's living room. But the thing that didn't hit me the first time, that hit me the second time, was the lead-in question to that whole story was about Jim Harbaugh eating a couple of Nico's fries. Not the fact that he ends up crashing on his living room floor. Like, eating the fries, like, all right, it may be a little rude or whatever.
Imposed himself in multiple ways. And it does sound like, I'd love to know the timing of when he first told him that he was going to sleep on the floor in his living room.
Yes.
Because it sounds like he might have said it earlier in the visit, and Nico didn't really know for sure if he was joking or not. And then it came time to go to bed because Nico's a good, hardworking high school kid and wants to get to bed on time at 9 o'clock. And he was like, "Oh no, we're really sleeping on the floor here."
Do you think he just, like, I'm trying to picture this thing. Like, Jim Harbaugh has a look on the sidelines. Like he has a uniform himself almost. He wears those khaki pants, the college sweatshirt, like the big kind of loose-fitting, like baggy sweatshirt, the Michigan ball cap, and then he's either got shades or he's got glasses on, and he's got his Nike running shoes or whatever they are. Do you think that's what he slept in on the couch, like in his khakis and his sweatshirt, and just kind of put his hat down the brim, like over his eyes, and went to sleep?
He probably had a suitcase with him. Did he have? He strikes me as a PJ guy. I feel like he's got PJs. You know, and like, did he have a travel kit and everything else? I guess they're in Alabama, so yeah, I guess he just was ready to camp out on the. I love if him and Pep actually put a little pup tent up in the living room.
Right in the living room, like they made a fort. Where you the couch and you get a blanket and you make a roof and you throw all the pillows inside the fort. Pep Hamilton and Jim Harbaugh making a fort in Nico Collins' living room.
I bet Pep wanted to build a fort, and Jim, because he's a head coach, was like, "No, listen, Pep. This is why you couldn't hack it at Stanford. You don't have, it gets too hot. It gets too hot inside of the. It gets too hot inside
fort.
The tent.
It does.
Yeah, inside of the fort.
Yeah.
I'm just astounded, and we've heard stories like this. He's done this at other recruits, but the way it all went. It doesn't sound like it was an invitation beforehand or anything. He was just planning on sleeping there. I don't know how I would have taken this. I The last thing you want in the world is somebody that just decides to sleep over when you're an adult.
Yeah.
It's fun as hell when you're a kid or, a young adult or something. But when you got a routine in the morning and you make your coffee, you take your morning dump, all that. Like, I don't need Jim Harbaugh. I don't need Jim Harbaugh in my living room while I'm trying to drop a deuce in the guest bathroom.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on here?
I think the sport factors in, too, also. Like, that feels like, okay, it's football. There's weird things that happen with football. There is sort of that summer camp mentality sometimes. I tell you right now, my daughter was a highly recruited cross-country athlete. If I heard of a coach, especially a male coach, coming to the house and being like, and keep in mind, my daughter went to high school up in Chicago. I was down here in Houston. Like, if I heard a story about, hey, the coach from Wisconsin just stayed on our couch last night, I'd be like, oh, okay, you're not going to Wisconsin. I'm telling you right now.
And look, Nico grew up in Clay, Alabama, which is just it's like 20 minutes outside of Birmingham. There's plenty of, I saw this on the text line earlier. People talked about like, oh, the trash hotels there must be in Birmingham. There's some nice hotels in Birmingham. I've stayed in Birmingham before. This was not a lack of accommodation situation.
No.
This was Jim Harbaugh being one of the most unique and weird individuals in the history of the planet. Not just football. He's a weird dude, and it served him well, obviously.
Yes.
He's an eccentric dude.
Yeah.
I don't think this is something that people should try to emulate. I think you can only pull this off if you're Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I don't think this is like a recruiting tactic or something that anybody should try. You can only pull this off if you're as eccentric as Jim Harbaugh.
And I think Jim Harbaugh is the only one, and I would have said there's only two prior to a couple of years ago. Like Mike Leach, I think, might have been able to pull this off too.
Yeah.
But he's no longer with us. But
Mike Leach would have just kept talking the whole night.
He would have. He would have stayed in your living room, but he never would have gone to sleep.
He would have been talking to you about Native American history and stuff the whole time. It would have been a disaster.
Dude, did I ever tell you about the interview that Ted Johnson and I did with Mike one time?
No, did it end up all being about Vikings?
It was all about Geronimo. It was the whole thing was about Geronimo. Like, dude, so Rich was out on vacation. One of those times Rich was out on vacation. Mm-hmm. And so it was me and Ted Johnson. This is back in the days of the triple threat. And we got Mike Leach on the show. I forget why or how or whatever, but we got Mike Leach on the show. We talked about football for about 3 minutes, and then he started talking about Geronimo, and he would not get off of Geronimo. He went 10 minutes about Geronimo. It was incredible.
You're trying to did you have to cut him off?
He's so entertaining. I don't know that I even thought to cut him off. If I remember correctly, I think Ted might have even engaged him about Geronimo and started asking Geronimo questions.
I've seen a lot of long form pieces, like oral histories of him doing various things. There's got to be stories out there about, like, man, if he was in a recruit's home and the dad was a whiskey drinker, like that he probably, they probably had a lot of long recruiting trips where a few of the nights were like him staying up until dawn talking to the recruit's dad. Yeah.
That's a guy I would let hang out in my living room. Leach is really interesting. he's very entertaining, or was.
I feel like Harbaugh. A lot of people brought up, various examples of like, well. If it was in my situation, the biggest thing if I was the recruit, the last thing I'd want is if I came out in the morning and Harbaugh was no longer on the living room floor and he comes walking out of my mom's room or something like that's. And like Forrest Gump style says, your mama sure does care about your college football career.
I like picturing Harbaugh already awake. Boxers and tank top, standing at the stove, got the spatula out, kind of shuffling through the scrambled eggs, and then looking over at me, the recruit, saying, "You like eggs, kid?" And I'll be like, "Yeah." He goes, "You know who else likes eggs? Your mom."
I'm your daddy now.
Yeah.
The other thing, I think the most likely thing would be, you're like, okay, I'm going to get up early, but I'm going to tiptoe because I don't want to disturb the coach. I'm sure he's tired and he's sleeping. Then as soon as you walk into the living room, it's Jim Harbaugh doing old school calisthenics in his boxers and in his wife beater, like the deep knee bends with his arms out in front of him.
He's got it on
in a full lather, like sweating his ass off, and he's like 97, 98, 99.
Or he's got ESPN2 on with like an old Denise Austin episode or something like that. And he's doing doing all the yoga and the stretches and everything. Oh, God, this is great.
He definitely has a battered up old body shaping VHS that he uses to work out too.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Richard Simmons or something like that. You guys have a VHS? I love to do the Richard Simmons.
Got a bunch of tapes.
Love to sweat to the oldies when I can.
Funny. Good morning, gentlemen. This is a text to the text page, 713-572-4610. I'm curious about something to do with the Texans. I know some people are kind of down on Jalen Petrie, but I really like him, and I keep hearing really good things about Bullock. Do those two play the same kind of position, or does one of them play more the Jimmy Ward-style position?
I think one plays safety.
Yeah.
And Jalen Petrie's probably not going to play as much safety this year. He will. I mean, he has. We've seen him out there playing safety in practice. But, yeah, so Kalen Bullock's a guy that, like, you look at him as potentially a deep center field type of safety. Like, the old, like, think about a guy roving around, breaking up passes, all of that stuff. Where Jalen Petrie, I think, is probably best used more up towards the line of scrimmage. He almost just doesn't have it's not a football IQ thing. It's almost just the mentality of being a deep center fielder. I think he can't help himself sometimes that he's just got to come up and be closer to the action. So I think they probably envision him more in that role. The biggest thing is really just, though, he's got to clean up his tackling. He's got to be, if you want to be a guy that plays up near the line of scrimmage, you got to be a guy who's a good and sound and secure tackler, and he hasn't been that so far in his first couple of years.
The Texans, man, I've looked at a few different articles, Seth, about the first week of preseason football, and I know the Texans have already played a game, but this is really preseason week 1 for the league. The Hall of Fame game is like its own thing. The Texans and the Steelers are like the number 1 game everybody's got their eye on tonight and tomorrow around the league.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama around exactly who's going to play quarterback for the Steelers this year. And Mike Tomlin said the stuff that matters in the preseason games in those evaluations are going to matter more than what they see in practice. And right now, they've seen good stuff out of Justin Fields by a lot of reports out of Pittsburgh in practice. But they want to see that in this new offense with a new offensive coordinator, it's going to have some wrinkles because of Justin Fields' running ability.
Yeah,
they want to see what they have in them. So there's defense really shows up and Justin Fields turns in a horrible performance. They very might well be deciding the quarterback competition right now. Because for those of you who don't know, Russell Wilson hasn't practiced much. He injured his calf in the conditioning test. Which must be the worst conditioning test ever. If you're trying to see if somebody's in shape and you're actually bludgeoning them to death. So he's not going to play tonight.
You know what might be the biggest one of the I guess just one of many reminders about how the Texans are in such a different place now than they were a year or two ago is that this list that Aaron Wilson put out, and we'll bring John Lopez and Figgy Fig in on this. They are in the loop. This list that Aaron Wilson put out of guys who will not play tonight has a lot of very talented players on it. Will Anderson's on this list. Both the tackles, Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil, are on this list. Joe Mixon is on this list. There's a lot of very talented guys that are on this list. And now you take a step back and you go, there's still a ton of guys that I can't wait to watch tonight out there. You know, like Derek Stanley Jr., Azeez Al-Shire, Daniil Hunter, C.J. Stroud, and all 3 of your top receivers are going to be out there. Like, this is 2 years ago, if there were 4 or 5 talented top-level players that were injured and not playing for the Texans, it means you're just getting a lot of lower-level football.
You're looking at scrubs.
Scrubs. You are. You're looking at scrubs. Well put, Figgy. And now it's like, man, all those guys are sitting, but, boy, we still get to watch C.J. deal for a couple series. You know, we get to see what Dameon Pierce is made of. What are you guys most looking forward to tonight?
Look, I think you're fool if you don't want to see C.J. Stroud just because. But really, most looking forward to is Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
And it's not even close in terms of just you try. I mean, Seth, you know this. I mean, he's on the squad. It's not like he's not going to make the squad.
Right.
But there is no opportunity like today.
Yeah.
We're running with the air quote first team.
Yeah.
You know, running against that first team, trying to prove something after last. I just want to see him hit the holes right.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know I guess it's not 100% guaranteed that he's on the squad, I guess. That's the part that I think is still.
I don't know. I think they love him.
They do love him.
I know. They love him. I love lots of people that I don't want playing football for me, though.
Well,
my mom is one of them.
This is true.
I do not want her on my football team. I hate it when she tries to play football.
What kind of season did she have 2 years ago?
Yeah, so I think there's some things I think there's some things they want to see with Dameon Pierce that you can only figure out in the preseason, like in actual games, which is, okay, is he feeling and fitting in with the flow of the offense? So I get, you know what? I'd be really surprised if they actually cut him or tried to trade him or anything. But it might really change where they look at him in the depth chart.
No, that's true.
Whether they're looking on the waiver wire for somebody else. That's I feel like these preseason games matter for him.
It's still pitter-pat, pitter-pat, pitter-pat with those feet as he comes to the line, man. Then nothing's changed since last year. You know, that's the big thing. What about you, Figgy?
I want to see what they do with Petrie, man. It's throwing me off. They keep throwing this nickel thing in with Petrie. I kind of want to see how they use him and who they gonna put at safety.
Yeah.
It's really throwing me off. I'm really intrigued to see what they do with that.
Yeah. I don't know. We were talking about Petrie earlier. And the text page agrees with you. Like, we kind of put it out there to listeners. Like, what are you most looking forward to? And it's Pierce and it's Petrie, and then it's like a big drop off after that. And Seth and I have been kind of saying earlier, like, however they're going to use Petrie, I don't know how much of a taste we're going to get tonight, just in terms of anything exotic or whatever like that, because they're not going to tip their hand. But I am anxious to watch him play. I'm anxious for the same reason as Pierce. Like, neither was good at the end of last year. Yeah. Are they good at football again, both those guys, you know?
You're looking at Petrie got benched late in the season last year. And
so did Pierce.
Pierce was unplayable.
Now they're just rolling him out, giving him a rest last week because he's a bona fide starter. It's more of a question mark, I think, than I'd like it to be.
Yeah.
Would either of you have been more likely or less likely to go to Michigan as a football player if Jim Harbaugh slept on your couch unexpectedly on a recruiting visit?
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about this.
Oh, on the floor. Yeah, sorry, on the floor. Yeah, which is weirder.
I mean, I would ask him if he's running for. No, I'm not. But I would be less likely.
Less likely.
That creeps me out.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? No.
Well, Nico Collins was all in on it, man.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Figgy's grandpa would have brought the shotgun out.
See what happens.
If you knock on this door at 7:30, you like, you ain't getting in here. I'll see you tomorrow and call ahead.
That's great. All right, fellas. Well, the floor is yours. Seth, I will see you
to sleep on
in about if you want to, or if Harbaugh shows up. Seth, I'll see you in about 5 hours. Antibodies.
Oh, yes. The pregame show starts at what?
3 o'clock.
Yeah, you may want to mark that now.
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock Central Time. Be there. And I'm talking to all of you listening as well. 6 o'clock kickoff tonight, 3 o'clock pregame. Texans and the Steelers. Going to be a whole lot of fun. Keep it tuned here all day long on Sports Radio 610 for Seth Payne. And big thanks to Byron for producing today. We are out of time. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Figgy Fig, John Lopez, Chris Santiago. Today they are in the loop, and they start now.
You got your mind right?
Yeah, it's game day, baby.
You got your mind right?
It's game day.
Sometimes I think I'm like too old to get this excited about a freaking preseason game. But then Sean told me the other day when I said that to him, no, that's the whole idea. That's why you're here. That's why you're here.
Hey, football is football,
Football
man.
is football,
We had it on last night. Yeah, man, it's good.
Last night
put
that to the test.
Last night
Those
definitely
were two
put
really
that to the
games
test.
Last night. I sat there and said, you know what? Football is football.
But they were on your 3 TV wall, weren't they? You're damn right.
Yeah.
Chris Santiago's behind the glass. You got your mind right?
Yeah, I do.
You got your mind right? We got to set the scene.
I think the good thing, too, is you at least see C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is playing. I don't know how long he going to play, but he playing. It's worth watching.
Yeah. No question about it. Look, it's game day, man. And I think what I'm excited about is obviously football, obviously C.J. Stroud. We're going to dig in on that at noon with C.J. Stroud. I think there's something weird, not weird, something interesting about how we're approaching this game when it comes to C.J. Stroud. I just want some signs, man. I just want some signs. But just in case your mind is not right, we gotta set the scene here.
I love football, man. It's more than just a game for me, man. So when it just comes to game time, like, my whole mentality changes, you know what I'm saying? But it's just more so like I just go out and dominate and win and have fun, man, and just wreak havoc. And I think those are the biggest things that just I won't be denied.
Great first training camp practice for any NFL team. The Texans are getting started before everybody else, so Christmas is here early.
Smell that? It smells like football.
Smells like football, baby.
Show up with the rain. Out here, they don't matter. They're here.
Looking forward to be back out there in the football field. You know, there's this long wait in the off season. You get a taste of it during OTAs, and then training camp comes. You know, it's football for the next 5 to 6 months.
Build relationships with your teammates. That's one thing I can tell you about these guys. We love being around each other. We always have a great time when we're around each other because we stayed close when we played together.
Some of these guys haven't sat down and had a conversation with somebody, genuine conversation, and God knows how long. So it means a lot to me, and it also means a lot to them.
I mean, it's just a hell of a thing that we didn't build over here, man. And to be a part of something this special, it's everything to me, and I can't do nothing but do whatever I can, man, to make the most out of it.
We get to play some football tonight, man.
We get to play some football tonight. We get to play some football tonight. Look, man, that don't get you ready for a preseason. Oh, it's just a preseason game. Then I don't know exactly what will. But it is game day, man. Shout out to Houston Texans. .com for that video. Kind of got us in the mood here if we weren't already. And Sean Pendergast with the cameo.
Of course he got a cameo.
Of course he did.
Of course.
There's billionaires involved, isn't there? Absolutely. All right, so let's talk about it then. Just a preseason game, my ass. Yeah. You know, 5 things. I put together a list of 5 things that I think are going to give us the best signs of what could come in the regular season, what could come going into the postseason. And I'm curious what you and Chris think about it, what our listeners think about it, 713-572-4610. So you let's say you don't really know, like, I feel good about this team. We hear about this team. Show us something. So the best signs to what to look for. Number 1 for me is Dameon Pierce. And we just touched on it a little bit with Sean and Seth, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday as well. But can he be that guy? I don't think he's going to get a better chance this preseason to show something, bro. like show something. Go ahead.
Yo, I was going to say, he got to show something right here because they didn't really address the running back position. I mean, I don't really count Cam Akers like that. They just signed him a couple weeks ago, like a week ago. But, they gave him the job. I mean, I don't want to say gave him the job, but they didn't really pressure him that much, man. Yeah. They got Joe Mixon, and he was penciled in as RB2. Yeah. So I think this game is very important for him. I know you like must win.
No, not that. Show me something.
Yeah, he got it. I think right here, he running with the ones. He'll probably hopefully he run with the 2s. Yeah. But he got to show us something that maybe he still got that 2022 Dameon Pierce.
Well, the thing is, you can save Joe Mixon. You can save Laramie Tunsil. Hell, even some of these other guys. If you didn't see, Aaron Wilson tweeted all the players not expected to play today. That includes Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, Kamari Lassiter, Will Anderson Jr. None of these, by the way, are like nothing is serious. They would all play in the regular season. Yeah. Christian Harris, Noah Brown, Brevin Jordan, and Danico Autry. That you can rest those guys. You cannot rest Dameon Pierce because he's not. I don't feel he's playing for a job, but he's playing for reps.
Yeah, I don't think if let's say he don't have a good preseason, I don't think he's gonna get cut. Yeah, you never know.
But we're not sure, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But if he don't have a good preseason and he still makes the team, I do feel like they still have to try to figure something out for running back. I don't think they feel comfortable with him being.
Well, let's see.
At number 2. Yeah,
that's why I'm saying tonight. Let's show. Like if he pops off, an 8-yard run, a 6-yard run, a 12-yard run on a couple of drives, I'd feel pretty good.
Yeah, just move the chains. If they give it to him and he move the chains, I feel confident.
Yeah. Another thing that you got to be looking for tonight that's going to be a big like I'm looking for indicators. Indicators of what could happen in the regular season. And we saw this last week, and I want to see it again with the first team. We didn't see C.J. Stroud. But tonight, C.J. Stroud, Slowick, and these receivers. It's our first glimpse at them. I mean, even if Stefon Diggs doesn't play, and by the way, Stefon Diggs wasn't on that list.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he playing.
Well, unless he doesn't have him. He didn't get that information.
Yeah. It could be a game time decision.
Yeah. But I said it yesterday, I think Stefon Diggs wants to play. He wants to get out there with C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell and Nico Collins,
Yeah, I want to see him play. I want to see at least one good series out of this offense, man.
And then take a seat, man. Put the ball cap on.
Yeah, man. If you get out there first the first drive, you march down the field, get a touchdown, your night's over, boys.
Yeah.
All right, we good. Maybe play the next game. I'm not sure.
Well, they'll play at least a quarter somewhere, either the next game or the game after. But no, it's interesting. Stefon Diggs was not on that list. All three receivers are going to be playing tonight if he is, unless something that Aaron Wilson didn't know. And C.J. Stroud's on the field, and I want to see how Slowick works. They're not going to be game planning. They're not going to have these special plays or this. I mean, they will probably have a script, but this special script for this opponent and all that. But I just want to see how they, like last week with Davis Mills, they just went boom, 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 and I'm like, okay, Slowick, I see you working. Let's see the same thing.
Yeah, I want to see them work out whatever kinks they got because this is year 2, but you also has Stefon Diggs. I want to see how C.J. Stroud works with all three of these receivers and see him march down the field, see them get through problems, see them move the chains.
Yeah.
And if I'm confident, if I walk away after that first drive, even if they don't score a touchdown, if they get down there and, they just don't convert on that third down and maybe kick a field goal or something like that, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I see what we got.
Yeah.
And they should feel confident in that too. And then that's when I tell them to have a seat. We good.
All right. Well, here's part of the reason that we're excited about these first 2 things that I said. I got 5 things. This was Dameon Pierce. And like the introspection that he had here, I thought was very telling.
I don't see anything different about the style, but mentally, I'm leaps and bounds ahead of what I was rookie year. Rookie year we had I won't say as big of a playbook as we do now. Yeah. So it was kind of a mental shock going from rookie year, having something so compact, then having Slow, who literally has looks off of everything. So getting another year of that up under my belt, I feel comfortable. I feel confident on the field. That's the thing. I feel confident on the field. I feel good at what I'm doing. I feel good before I even get to the play. So it's like my pre-snap reads are much more smoother, quicker. I'm not doing as much thing when I get the ball. It's just me playing ball at that point. Like at practice, things get fixed at practice. I'm just working on, okay, how can I hit it 100 mile per hour and don't stop? What I'm saying? The right way. So that's really what the difference is. It's an intellectual thing. Mentally, I'm more prepared. Mentally, I'm more clear, and just overall, just a better football player, man.
All right, he says he's ready. Show me something.
Yeah.
Show me a sign. That's all you got to know. Now, here's Bobby Slowick on some of the things that they got going on with the offense.
Yeah, we were rolling pretty good yesterday. Really, for the last couple of days, we've had some good days of stacking things together. Today was tough with the elements. The balls got pretty slick as practice went on, which I think was evident and you could see. But it was good training for us. Houston's just different. As far as the heat goes, but we don't deal with the wet conditions as often as I feel like you do in some other places. So it's really good training for us. Just how to adjust to that. Receivers, how to keep our feet. O-linemen, how to anchor. How we still want to approach the run game. We need it. And I think that showed today. The defense made the adjustment today, and we didn't. We will going forward.
They need it, and Bobby Slowick, needs to see this offense with all those guys on the field. The third thing that I think we need to look at, we need to see some science tonight, and that's the 2 big dudes on defense. You could maybe throw Kamari Lassiter as a third one, as a rookie, that one you want to really see something from, but he's not going to play. So I'm going to say Azeez Al-Shaair and Danielle Hunter. If we see the things we think we're going to see, then those are the signs we're going to have.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's tough to say with this defense because, you got Stingley out there, but you have no Lassiter out there.
Yeah.
But
those inside guys.
Yeah, I am interested to
front
see.
7.
Yeah, I am interested in Neil Hunter and no Will Anderson, obviously, but I do want to see that front 7, see how much pressure they get because that was one of the issues they had a little bit last year.
Yeah.
So, and we know D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio addressed that need. And, yeah, man, I want to see how much pressure they get on the quarterback.
Yeah, and I didn't realize this until he actually said it, but the front 7, and I know Autry's not going to play, some other guys, but if we get a sign from not just these 2 dudes, but from the front 7, that they could be dominant, then we're going to start feeling good. This was Danielle Hunter on that front 7.
This year, it should be even better because we have more veterans. We have over 40 years plus of combined experience years in our defensive line room. So we're pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that's Daniil Hunter with Kay Adams. Look, like that front seven, we said it a couple of days ago. What if they're really good on defense?
Yeah.
We might see some signs.
Yeah, I would love to see those signs. And by the time Autry come back from his 6-game suspension, hey, man, that's the guy I was really excited to see him. But he got the suspension. But once he come back, man, I can't wait to see how this defense is, you know, fully in sync. And I'm sure by the time we hit week 6, I'm sure they're going to be grooving by that time. And all you got to do is just add Danico Autry in there. And, man, they might be money, man.
They might be money. And this might be more of a me thing than anything. But the special teams, I think these kickoffs are going to be really big this year. We didn't see anything in the Hall of Fame game. But Frank Ross, I mean, you know, he talked about that as well.
It was such a learning experience. Every coaching staff I had a bunch of people reach out to me, and it felt way different than practice in my estimation, my opinion. Hey, how fast do we really run and hit? Hey, how fast do these blockers get on you? How fast do these cover players get on top of their blocks? So it felt tremendously different. We're able to go back, and people were the guys doing it were able to say, oh, like here's how that really feels. So as much as you go live in practice, pads on, we've had those training camp periods where it's full team kick return and we're padded, but you don't really finish on the ball carrier. And, you know, that was our first time of doing that. So we learned a lot. And I think individually, what do those blocks look like? It was a huge gaining, learning experience, and every team across the league is about to feel that is going to play for the first time this weekend. So there's a lot to adjust and continue to move forward on.
I'm telling you, I think kickoffs are going to be big. Now, it's also big for Dameon Pierce because Dameon Pierce and Steven Sims have been running with the first team on kickoffs. So it's not just like I want to see what the team looks like. If Dameon Pierce can flash a little bit, you know, on the kickoff return as well, pop off a 20-yarder or something, that helps him as a running back.
Yeah, he did. I felt like he did pretty good last year on the kickoff.
We got the one.
Yeah, so if he can dominate on the kickoff this year and be a number 2 running back, I think that's a great thing.
Yeah, it's going to be big. And then the last one, 5 things that we could get some tonight, and I think we're going to be excited about it. And that's Cade Stover or Brevin Jordan, because we know what Dalton Schultz is going to be. Cade Stover has been like flashing, but not always. Brevin Jordan, same. Almost like Brevin Jordan's season last year. He showed a few things and then he didn't. So I think we're gonna be able to maybe see some signs on Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan. Listening to D'Amico Ryans, I think he's very high on Cade Stover.
Cade has been the guy we saw on tape in Ohio, just tough. Right, making tough competitive catches, right, finishing strong with the football, like the couple plays he made in the game, you know, last Thursday. It's cool to see a guy, like, you see him in practice, but you could never quite know how they're going to respond when they get in the game. But it was cool to see Cade just be who Cade has been. Tough, physical, competitive, finishing, like, loving football. That's the Cade I knew and I grew to love watching him at Ohio State, and that's the guy who showed up in the Hall of Fame game.
This is a very important battle right here,
yes,
man.
It is.
I feel like a lot of people, I don't want to say nobody's talking about, but.
No, we're talking about it. It's just like you got to.
Yeah, it seemed like people just giving the edge to Brevin, which I totally get.
I don't.
But Brevin is not that traditional tight end. I know we had Jonathan Alexander on, and he said he approved his blocking and all that stuff, but that was never really Brevin Jordan thing right there. He was just talented guy that you got to figure out how to use. He wasn't like a Cade Stover type of tight end.
No.
And I would feel more comfortable if that second tight end was like a Cade Stover.
Yes, the size, the blocking, the receiving, a compliment. Yeah. Like this is a big day. Like Cade Stover is another guy that he's going to be around for a while. But if he can step up and all of a sudden you're like kind of forgetting about Brevin Jordan, that's a good thing.
Me too.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's where I was getting at. I feel like if you can use Brevin Jordan as this secret weapon, which we kind of talked about during minicamp, where D'Amico Ryans was just raving about Brevin Jordan. If you can use him as this secret weapon where you like, hey, who's this guy? I didn't realize this guy was that fast. He could break off another 70-yard run pass.
Yeah.
Man, that's a great thing. That's just an extra weapon
That
where
would be it.
teams, they might have a hard time trying to defend that or try to plan for that.
It's going to be exciting, man. We got a lot of Texans to talk about. The pregame show to the pregame show to the pregame show right here in the loop. A lot of Texans to cover today. At 11 o'clock, I want you guys to set your clock because I got a little bit of nostalgic, and I think you will too, but it's also kind of inspiring. But coming up next, simple question. Let's love on America a little bit. Do you love America?
USA.
Let's talk about America. We've been hitting the Olympics here and there. I'm telling you. Yesterday was like bump your chest with your fist. Like it was America, baby. And we're going to explain all about that next.
Will the Texans starters make their season debut against the Steelers?
Actually.
station.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah. Let's go full cheesy America. How about old Lee Greenwood? So let's go full cheesy American here. America, as they say. Man, that was a good day of Olympics.
It was a good day to be an American.
That was a good day to be proud to be an American. That's for sure. And we got to start, man. First of all, I said it going into yesterday that I thought that was going to be the gold medal game. We'll get to that in just a second. But LeBron, I will get to that in just a second. LeBron was a monster. Okay, so they were down 17.
It was down 17.
They were down 17. I think going into the fourth quarter, they were down 12. The Americans against Serbia and Nikola Jokic, and it looked like it was going to be no way.
I thought they were done.
They were done.
I was just looking to see a dead body, man. Yeah. And I was a little sad to be honest, because we talked about it, I want to say earlier this week, how they should get back past Serbia, and
Yeah.
And I was in the back of my mind, I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Because these guys be playing hard. This is their finals. They
played
well.
hard. They played really well. But Steph hadn't really had a good Olympics.
Yeah.
He did yesterday. He had his whole Olympics yesterday. Durant has done his thing, talking trash too after the game, which is always good. But this is worth listening to. One of the best comebacks in U.S. Olympic history, as seen on NBC.
And get fouls. Feels like you got to go right at him. Unless Booker's open. For three! U.S. can tie or take the lead. Durant thought about it. James, the drive. James, the finish!
He just manned up on him.
Booker, James.
In a pick and roll.
Oh, Curry for the lead. Oh, kaboom! Micic can't respond. James, the rebound. Look on. Booker and Durant with him. James. Oh! LeBron James. The Captain America putting the country on his back. Micic, 6 seconds left. Micic's going to have to hurry. Bogdanovich puts it up. Short. And the United States, trailing by as many as 17, back from underneath the grave, advance to the gold medal game.
Partner, was you worried?
Yeah, I was worried.
Yeah. Definitely worried.
Yeah, I was worried. No doubt about it.
It's a lot to take from this, man. Like, I got a lot of thoughts. First of all, Noah Eagle is a badass. He's a beast, man. I usually don't get into the commentator bag and, say this person is great, this person not. That dude is really good, man. I think he's only, 27?
Yeah, capture the moment.
Dude, he's going to be around for the next 50 years, man. That dude is a beast.
He is.
But that game was crazy, man. I was sitting there watching it real time, and it's funny because I ended up taking a call while the game was on.
Oh, no.
To the point I stopped listening to the call. It was a very important call, too. I started looking at the game. I was just like, oh, man. I'm pointing at my mom. I'm like, you see that?
You're watching this?
Yeah, she don't even watch basketball.
Yeah.
But that was a great game, man. To me, that game reminded me of the 2016 the NBA Finals with the Cavs.
Yeah.
That last game, Steph Curry was looking like Kyrie Irving. And that's kind of weird saying
to say that. He's not that type of player.
No, he went off in that game.
Yeah.
And when he gave him the lead was like when Kyrie Irving gave the Cavs the lead against Golden State. And then LeBron came and, had that monster layup.
I mean, LeBron is beyond a superstar, but it seems like he's even helping himself more. In these Olympics, it's wild. And I got to say, I said it before the game. I'll say it today, even though France and Victor Wembanyama played pretty damn well, that's a wrap. They got the gold medal because they'll beat France.
Man, my thought was, I don't know if y'all saw Carmelo Anthony on the sideline whenever Kevin Durant went on the cross, the sauce, and then that mid-range. He basically called out the play. He told Kevin Durant, yo, come up top. LeBron pass it to him, and then everybody get out the way. Just move and go, KD. Go, KD. Man, that was nuts, man.
Yeah.
Nah, that was crazy. But, yeah, man, that was a –
Was that a wrap?
All right, I got a confession, man. Let me throw this confession out here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm scared to say it's a wrap, man. I'm sorry. Look, we said it was a wrap for the last game before it played.
No, but I said if they win, I thought it would be a tough game.
Yeah.
I thought that's their the toughest part. I will say Wemby is Wemby is something special.
Yeah, look,
special.
Team USA kind of scared me, man. They were down 17.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were going to come back. I thought it was over. I'm scared to say it's a wrap.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Is that a wrap, Chris?
A wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's over, like Vince Carter said.
I hope I'm wrong.
It's over.
I hope I'm wrong, but man.
You know what is a wrap? I see you, Sydney. Oh, what do you say? That's what I said when I saw her running. But back-to-back gold medals in the 400-meter hurdles, which is just a brutal event. Sydney McLaughlin-Lavrine.
Lavroni on the far turn, and she's trying to get past Bow. Jasmine Jones here in the foreground. Coming out of the final turn, Sydney McLaughlin is clearly ahead of Femke Bow. I'm going to give you a time to watch. 50.65 is the existing world record. Nobody has ever won 2 gold medals in this event, let alone back-to-back. Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni. It's a world record and back-to-back gold for Team USA.
She is
she's a beast.
Awesome. Like just a monster on the track. And yes, it was a world record, 50.37. To the point where people that, you know how I feel about the Olympics. I watch them like crazy. I love track and field more than anything. But I had people that, like my daughter, I didn't even know. She's like, "Are you watching this?"
Man.
She is just a monster.
It's been correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a lot of legendary moments in this Olympics for Team USA, man.
There really
It
have.
seemed like it's been a lot of records broken, a lot of standout stars.
Yeah.
I don't want to say came nowhere, but just
like a dominating performance.
Just a lot of dominating performances. Yes.
Yeah, it's been fun to ride. That's what to watch. That's why, yesterday in particular is just worth just separating yesterday as a big day for as a fan. Now Noah Lyles. So
oh goodness,
look incredible photo finish to win the gold medal in the 100. And we found out later, and I'll say it now because you're gonna hear the 200, the end of the 200 here, tested positive for COVID 3 days ago now, 2 days before the race. Raced in the 200-meter final and still managed to win the bronze medal. Dude, I'm telling you, that had to have been, I don't know if Chris has, but you and I have had COVID. 2 days in, 3 days in, you don't feel like moving.
I feel like I had it for a month. Yeah. I feel like that crap changed my breathing for right now.
And he was wearing the mask. This was the end of the 200. Okay, so there has to be some kind of official medal, unofficial medal, should say, for what he did. But this was Noah Lyles talking about it.
Yeah, I woke up early about 5 a.m. on Tuesday morning, and I just was feeling really horrible. And I knew it was more than just being sore from the 100. Woke up the doctors and we tested, and unfortunately it came up that I was positive for COVID. And, my first thought was not to panic. Thinking, I've been in worse situations. I've run with, worse conditions. I feel, and we just took it day by day, trying to hydrate as much, quarantined off. And I definitely say that it's taken its toll for sure, but I've never been more proud of myself for being able to come out here and getting a bronze medal, where last Olympics I was very disappointed, and this time I couldn't be more proud.
Look, man, and there's some people saying, like, because he probably shouldn't have come out the way he did. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's the part that rubbed me the wrong way. I'm just like, all right, guy, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
But that take a lot of guts to, just winning a bronze while sick. Like, forget the COVID stuff, just being sick and under the weather. That takes a lot.
That takes a lot. I've seen, and I get it, because I've seen split screens of this is how he came out, bouncing around, waving to the crowd. First of all, that's how he comes out for every race, but he probably shouldn't have done it in this one. And then the split screen afterward, like that dude looked like he felt like he was going to die. Like he couldn't breathe. By the way, he also has asthma and COVID and got the bronze medal. And he was, medical team went out to the track to try to take care of him. So I get it, like, he's putting on, he wasn't putting on any show. Like that was a brutal effort. It was really good.
I will say I'm glad this happened in 2024 and not 2021.
Yeah.
Because it would have been some crazy headlines.
They would have been talking about canceling the Olympics.
Oh, my God, yeah.
How about he's wearing a mask, the whole time backstage, comes out, and then when the medical personnel are coming, they're all up in his face and stuff. They're all going to get COVID.
Yeah.
They're all going to get it.
Yeah, I'm just glad it's 2024 now.
Yeah.
And, I guess it's not that big of a deal, but
it's a big deal when you have it.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's localize it next. We got Justin Verlander going to make a rehab start right up the street from here. And Red Sox, I feel like this is going to be series that begins tonight. This is going to be the best litmus test for the Astros down the stretch that we've had yet, and I'll explain why next. But right now, D&M Auto Leasing, let's lower those car payments.
Paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 10.
Promise you're going to get a little bit excited, a little bit of nostalgia working in about 23 minutes. But right now, let's localize it. Justin Verlander officially going to have a rehab start in Sugar Land. He's probably going to make 2 rehab starts, Figgy. It's a very good sign, obviously, because he's actually going to be out there. Nothing to hide, no reports from the Astros and all that. He's going to be out there. But I started asking myself, like, what do I really expect from Justin Verlander? So 2 rehab starts, which means it'll probably be late next week at the earliest that he could start for the Astros. So that's the late second, third week of August. My expectations for Justin Verlander have completely changed. Like I feel like, give me 5 1/3. Give up 2 or 3 runs, and let's see what this offense can do.
Yeah, me too. I don't really look at Justin Verlander as the savior because a couple years ago I would have been like, all right, he got to come back and be that ace.
Yeah.
I don't really look at him as that ace. I just need him. At this point, I need everybody on the staff to just give me 5 innings.
Yeah.
Just give me 5 innings, and then let's give it over to the bullpen. And that's the same thing with Justin Verlander. And I think he could give you 5. I think he could be.
I think he absolutely could.
I think he could be that sneaky pitcher that will give you maybe 7 innings.
Yeah.
He'll give you 6, 7 innings. And then, I'm not looking for a complete game from him.
Yeah.
He's 55 years old. That's, if you could give me 5 innings.
Yeah.
And you surprise me with 7 innings, that's a great thing.
That's what I'm talking about. Like I'm not saying he doesn't have it in him. Like I fully expect, like, if he goes 5 1/3, 5 2/3, whatever, and then hands it over to the bullpen, to me that's a win. But I also expect him every once in a while, because it's in him, and maybe he's feeling good that day. Maybe he has a particular pitch working that day.
He might be in the 8th inning.
7 1/3.
He might
go into the 8th inning, go into the 9th inning, maybe. Like he's got it in him.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can count on it like every out. Just give me 5+.
Yeah. Whenever he go out there, I'm not looking at Cy Young.
Yeah,
winner.
yeah.
Nah, this is Justin Verlander. If you could get us through 5, that would be great.
Yeah.
But if you feeling it and you going through the 7th and you say I want to go back out there,
I'm here
good.
for it.
Yeah, that's a great thing.
I'm here for it. And they've done such a good job, and it's different guys every time. That's why I like it. They've done such a good job of, like, all of a sudden they did it in their last game. They need a good long outing out of someone, and they freaking get it because the bullpen has been taxed.
Yeah.
And so they've done such a good job of, like, whether it's Arrighetti or Hunter Brown or whomever, like, dude, they sure did use their bullpen the last couple of days. They could use a good outing. Boom, they get it. So that's what we need out of Verlander.
Exactly. And I think and anybody else, honestly, outside of Verlander, I'm not counting on them to get 7 to 8 innings. Like, if you could get us 5, let's give it to the bullpen and let them do their thing.
Yeah.
But Verlander, I'm kind of expecting the same. It's cherries on top. It's a couple extra cherries on top if he could get you 7 innings, 8 innings, and maybe once in a while a complete game.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the good thing about having a Verlander like that. You're not really looking for Cy Young Verlander.
No.
But just a solid, average Verlander.
And then surprise us every once in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Red Sox in Boston tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. Then they come home. They go to Tampa Bay for a couple of games, and they'll go from there. Here's what we're looking for, because I keep saying this, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record. Like, it starts now, where they're gonna make hay, or maybe fall back to the pack a little bit, or fall behind the Mariners or whatever. The Red Sox have been on an absolute tear offensively lately. Like, since the All-Star break, they're averaging 6.5 runs a game. That's the best in Major League Baseball. So all that stuff we're talking about with the starting pitchers, the test starts right now with them because this offense is going for Boston.
Yeah, and if they could get us through 5 innings and that our offense pick up, the Astros offense pick up, I feel a lot confident, but definitely I feel like the Red Sox are a test.
Yeah.
Because that's a good offensive team, and
a lot of teams are testing them lately.
Yeah, and right now we have a pitcher staff that, quite frankly, I didn't think was going to be this good. You got Eric Getty. I didn't even know who the hell it was until this season, and he's still hanging in there, man. You got Blanco, who is, was a surprise to everybody.
Yeah,
he's in there. So I think if these guys can hold down the fort, and at least, I'm not saying get a sweep or anything like that, but if they could come out of there with 2 wins out of the series, or
that's all you need.
Not get swept.
All these good teams just try to get 2.
Yeah,
try to get 2. Now it's funny because I say we're gonna find out if this pitching is for real against a really good offense against Boston, and then they go from there, and the Orioles are on the schedule and everything else. We're also going to find out if this offense that has been struggling, although they came around a little bit at the end of the Rangers series, can snap out of it, because as good offensively as the Red Sox have been since the All-Star break, their pitching has been bad. They have the highest runs per contest since the All-Star break. Well, their pitching has an ERA of 5.96. Their pitching has taken a dip. So the offense could get well here. So which is it going to be? Is the offense going to get well? You're going to outscore them? Or is this pitching going to prove itself against the Red Sox? I'll take both. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's very important because I think it's a big possibility that the Red Sox could get to the Astros pitching. But I think this is the time where the offense got to step in and just try to outscore them, man.
Yeah.
Just take advantage of the Red Sox pitching and just let it rain on them, man. Because they depended on these pitchers a lot the last week.
They got to eat this position.
Yeah, they got to step up now and take over.
Because I as much as they've been pitching well, like I said, that Red Sox offense is pretty dang good. A couple more things here, localizing it. We've experienced this, but the Rangers went to the White House yesterday.
Although you may not have clinched the division, you certainly got the last word in. You got your revenge on the Houston Astros.
Come on.
And then you beat Arizona. Become World Series champion.
Was that really necessary?
Yeah.
Was that really necessary?
Get out of here with that.
You got your revenge on the Astros? Just say you won the World Series, man.
Yeah.
What's going on?
First of all, about damn time.
Yeah. And how's an update on that?
Yeah.
Now, what's the update on that?
Yeah, how y'all doing now?
Who has the silver boot now?
And we got the silver boot, baby.
Yeah, you ain't bring
See,
up
I
the
didn't bring it
silver
up that time. Chris did. Look, this is the most non-political show that there is. But I'll just say that. Come on, Joe.
Yeah.
Come on. Be better than that. You didn't need to mention the Astros.
Rent free, man, I tell you.
Rent free. I'm telling you. You know what? That is it. That is it.
Because he didn't have to bring up the Astros.
But he knows that the Rangers are obsessed with him.
Yes.
And Rangers fans.
Yes. He could have just said, hey, y'all finally got a World Series.
Yeah.
And y'all beat the Arizona
in the World
D-bag.
Series.
Yeah. Like, why are you bringing up the Astros?
Yeah.
They beat other teams too.
Yeah.
So,
part of the reason, I got to be honest, this is a little confession as well. Part of the reason I wanted to play that audio is I want to wait about 5 minutes and then open the text board.
Right on cue from the 281, Joe Biden hates barbecue. From the 281, oh hell, F Joe Biden.
Oh, you can see it coming.
Yeah, here we go. That's all I got.
Literally anything you say remotely, and I'm just being honest. I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and play this because at first I was like, nah, because the text board will go nuts, and I'm like, no, this is just talking about the Astros.
Yeah.
But it's going to turn into...
honestly, I stay away from politics too, but my mini confession is I kind of like whenever a team go to the White House.
Oh, it doesn't matter, yeah.
And just kind of hear how they talk about sports, how they talk about the team.
Mm-hmm.
And so you had it with other past presidents. And I kind of like that little tradition.
Yeah.
Just going there and just hearing what they got to say, just praising and just giving so much love to the team that won it all.
Yeah. and then we're here for the comments.
But yeah, I'm just like, Joe, why you got to bring the Astros up, man? This had nothing to do with the Astros.
That's hilarious. Hey, the NBA released its Christmas Day schedule, that yesterday afternoon. Spurs at Knicks, Sixers at Celtics, Lakers at Warriors, and Nuggets at Suns. That's not why I'm bringing it up. Like I'm going to be really interested to see how because for so many people, the NBA season begins on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's when I used to start watching it.
Like that's when, all right, Christmas, highlighted network games. You already got your fill of football. Well, you can never have your fill of football, but you've got a lot of football, already played. You're like, all right, let's check out the NBA.
Yeah.
But,
hey, we going to be working.
We're going to be working.
We're going to be at NRG on Christmas.
I'm so intrigued by what these NBA ratings are going to be. You got the Texans playing that day.
Yeah,
you got
that's
another game that
that's
day.
A good game. This Texans and Ravens.
Yeah,
that's a good game. That ain't just no little sorry game.
I'll bet you the NBA. They get a little too full of themselves. They think they're better than they are when it comes to competing with the NFL. It's no competition.
Yeah,
I mean those are good games. It's no competition whatsoever.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, the Baseball Talk today presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switched. All right. So let's go here. And I got a question for the listeners. I got a question for you. I got a question for Chris. So we've been talking about AFC Championship game in the Texans. Some of us have mentioned Super Bowl. Let's play that game as the Texans play today, and we're going to see their first-team offense for the first time since last year. If they get there, if they get to an AFC Championship game, if they get to a Super Bowl, what are you going to be thinking about? Who or what are you going to be thinking about? What would make you the most nostalgic and maybe a little bit excited if it does happen? We're going to go back in time, and we're going to talk about what it just might do for you next.
The Texans are headed to Pittsburgh for their second game of the preseason. How will this start? exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
So what's the longest you've waited for, like, a team that you are deeply invested in? Like you are born and raised, or maybe just you became such a big fan at an older age, like, and then you waited and you waited and you waited and finally won a championship. Chris, I want you to think about this too. Like, it's got to be what?
You know, you talking to
Yeah,
me
that's
right
what I'm
now?
saying. Yeah,
a guy from Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
That city never won anything.
Yeah.
So I would probably say, I think when the Cavs won, it was 52 years.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the exact amount of years, but 52, all my life pretty much.
Yeah.
And right now it's still current with the other teams.
So, Chris, how about you?
Well, just being like a LeBron James fan kind of count, as in, like, as a team, then yeah, his first ring.
Yeah.
I waited years and years until he finally won one with Miami.
So me, growing up in San Antonio, you know, I was an Astros fan. It was destined that I come to Houston and become a Houstonian for the last 35 years because, like, every vacation, well, we say air quote vacation. We didn't take vacations. You know, we didn't have the money to do that, but we would drive to Houston, go to Astro World one day, and then catch one or two Astros games. So the first Astros game I ever saw in the Astrodome, Larry Dierker was pitching. Like, I remember it like I remember it like yesterday. He was pitching against the Montreal Expos.
Dang.
Pitching against the Montreal Expos, and I was just in awe of the stadium, in awe of being at a Major League Baseball game. And we did that like 3 or 4 years in a row. We'd drive to Houston. That was our big vacation. So for me, so far, it was 2017. You know, it was the Astros. Like, think about that. From, let's say, I think Dierker, that must have been, I was like 1971. So that long, I'm not going to do the math.
That's a long time.
That long, following the Astros, watching the Astros, and they finally won the World Series. It was just like, you know?
Yeah.
And I thought about my dad. Like, I thought about my dad because, like, you know, he would drive us. Sometimes it was just me and my two brothers, but we would come and watch the games. And I thought about my dad, and I thought about, like, some lifelong Astros fans that weren't with us anymore, you know. So I say all that to say this. Let's say the Texans do it. Like we've kind of talked about it, you know, the chance of going to the AFC Championship game, the chance of going to a Super Bowl. What if they do? And I don't mean to bring back bad memories because we're gonna uplift you here at the end, but I kind of went through some of the moments that Houston Oilers fans and Houston Texans fans have gone through over the years. And trust me, you'll feel good at the end. You'll feel good at the end. All right.
Why you gotta bring up old stuff, man?
You'll feel good at the end, I promise. And I'm asking our listeners, 713-572-4610, or comment if you're on YouTube or Twitch, like, how would you feel and who would you think about? Let's go back a bit. Let's go back to when I was a kid, sitting with my dad, watching the AFC Championship game in 1978.
And here's the quick shot as they throw it out to the far side and caught out of bounds.
I think he had 2 feet in. I got to say what I'm seeing. And he scored a touchdown on that.
I don't see 2 feet in. Renfro is upset. Nobody is called to play.
It's a touchdown. He's in.
That was Wade Phillips.
It was a tough call. Call it. And now the Oilers are denied a touchdown.
Man.
This might be a spot where an instant replay would be important.
Let's see if the feet come down. Now he's got the ball. He does clearly get inside.
It is a touchdown.
No question about it.
And it wasn't.
Damn.
I said 1978. It was 1979 season. Mike Renfro, we all have heard about that. That guy that said, "It's a touchdown, damn it." That was Wade Phillips. He was the defensive line coach.
Okay.
Young Wade Phillips.
Dang.
He was gesturing and swinging his arms and cursing and all that. And so I watched that with my dad. All right. Let's go forward a little bit. And I happen to be there. And we know where we're going. It's a cold, cold city.
Down 32 points
seconds left to go in the third, and the Buffalo Bills have engineered an unbelievable wild card, come from behind, record-setting wild card playoff victory here at Rich Stadium.
Man, Buffalo. I thought about all the people that I worked with, and then and it just tears you up. This game too, at the Astrodome, one of the best teams the Oilers have ever had. Joe Montana was on his last legs. He wasn't wearing a 49ers uniform. He was wearing a Chiefs uniform.
Warren Moon hit by Thomas again, and Kansas City takes over on downs. Another punishment dealt to Warren Moon, and Derek Thomas, the all-pro linebacker, was in his face most of the second half. Kansas City from behind win it 28-20.
That one hurt. Another heartbreak. Then I thought about this. We move forward a little bit. What the hell were you thinking, Bill O'Brien?
Watt was a high school quarterback until his junior year. He takes and runs behind Wilfork and gets stopped second effort. He's going to lose 2 yards. You said
Come
it,
on.
John.
Come on. Come on.
And they put Vince Wilfork out the block.
J.J. Watt,
and J.J. Watt is a Wildcat quarterback.
The Watt,
and now Hoyer's coming back in the game.
It's a Wildcat direct snap with Vince Wilfork leading the way for J.J. Watt. And credit Kansas City. They knew exactly where that ball was going.
They should have let him throw the ball.
Come on, man.
Just let him throw the ball at that point.
Come on, man. We're just, I promise it's going to get better. It's going to get better. But I got one more. Texans are up 24-7 in Kansas City, man.
Oh, why you got to bring
Texans
this
are
up,
up
man?
24-7.
Hey, I don't blame y'all in the mute right now.
The Texans are up 24-7 in Kansas City. That's Patrick Mahomes on the other sideline.
Man.
And then...
And they fake it. They snap it to Reed, and he is stopped by Sorensen. They snap it to the up back.
Yeah, they did.
Man.
But here's where it gets better. All right? We lived the Astros. I just went through, what was it, 40 plus years for me waiting. So what if they win it? Who are you going to think about? How's it going to make you feel? Because I think it's going to be the Astros times 10 at least. I'm going to think about Bob McNair. I'm going to think about Bob McNair and everything that he went through and all the hard times and some of these things that we just played. I'm actually going to kind of think about Bum Phillips too, and those older Oilers fans that became Texans fans and all that. Let's start to feel good now. Imagine all that stuff that we just heard is exercised, is out, is done.
I'm going to be a little messy right now. I can't front. I'm going to be a little messy. So I think the first thing I'm going to think about is Deshaun Watson. Like, bro,
oh, wow.
You left this city thinking you want to go to another contender, and you pretty much abandoned this team and refused to play a snap for this team. And now this
That's actually pretty
squad
good. Yeah.
won a Super Bowl, man. Like, you helped this squad win this pretty much by leaving.
Yeah.
And so now all vibes are good here. Everything is good. You didn't want to go through the process and all this other stuff here.
Yeah.
So now we won a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. We looking good, and you're not there. And another one I want to look at, I'm gonna still be a little messy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna think about your girl Amy Adams.
Oh yeah.
Super Bowl champs.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, Super Bowl champs right now.
Mm-hmm.
And look,
take that.
Yeah. So you can have that Oilers stuff. You can do all that crap you want to do, but look, we won a Super Bowl. Something you haven't won.
I like yours, Figgy. Chris?
I'm gonna think about the city of Houston, and I know that that's kind of just like, oh wow, just the city of Houston. But it's just like a kid born here, grew up here, and all that. And I know I'm not a Texans fan, but I'm happy to for the fans, my friends that love the Houston Texans. Like, it's just gonna be a wonderful feeling for them.
You're not alone. That was the third one I was going to mention, and a lot of texters are saying the same thing. I would think about the city, and that's why I wanted to kind of go back. Like, to kind of generate those feelings like of how much heartbreak this city has had. Like think about what has happened. You've got Mike Renfro scoring a touchdown in Pittsburgh, changing the game. It's not called. Ultimately, they invent freaking replay because of it. That happened here. You got the biggest comeback in the history of the NFL playoffs. That happened here. You've got a team like with, J.J. Watt and terrific players with an incompetent that could have won. And that's not even to mention, because there was no real heartbreak. They just kind of got beat in the 2011-2012 era. But still, that happened here. And then, you've got Deshaun Watson and the debacle, that was everything about Deshaun Watson in the end. That happened here. Like, I'm with you, man. I would just be, so happy for the city. But it would be Bob McNair. It would be literally Bum Phillips and all those old Oilers fans that are now aging and Texans fans. It would be the city at large. I got to tell you, and this is not to be hokey or anything, Cal and Hannah.
I would be super happy for them.
Yeah.
Man. I would be super happy for them because look, man, it was once upon a time where, you was on this station saying, where's Cal?
Yeah.
Like, he need to come out and, he need to talk. He need to say something because the team, it was so
Cal
bad.
McNair at?
Yeah. Where the hell are you? What you hiding for? But, I just think, man, they went out there when the team was bad.
Yeah.
Like, they eventually went out there. They showed their faces when the team wasn't good.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, remember back in the day, people used to say, oh, they don't want to win. And they don't spend money. They just care about making money. That's all they do.
Yeah.
They don't want to win. Talking to them guys, they want to win. They really want to win. And you could tell, they open up their pockets. They do a lot of stuff to show that they want to win. And I would be super happy for them to finally get one.
And I know some of them can relate to this. Like, I got a 36-year-old son, and I got a 32-year-old son, and a 31-year-old daughter. And they always say the same thing when the Texans are eliminated or something like, well, that's what it's like to be a Texans fan.
Same old Texans.
No, they usually say that's what it's like to be a Texans fan. Like, there are people out there where you're almost resigned to the fact that it won't happen. And I'm telling you, it could happen. Can you imagine what it would be like? And who else? Janice McNair.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I would be happy for them. Honestly, I would be happy for, you mentioned it earlier, the old Oilers players.
Yeah.
Because I know they're technically not a part of this franchise.
But they're here.
But the city of Houston.
Yeah.
Like, I know they would be super happy for the city of Houston just to get one, man. Because I know you can separate Oilers and Texans legends and all that stuff.
But the fans are the same.
But no, this is the same city. That's one thing Amy Adams can't. She can't do this. She can't take away that this city. This is the city where the Oilers played, and this is the city where the Texans play.
What about Andre Johnson?
Man,
right?
That would be great. Even J.J. Watt,
Andre, Arian. These guys that were like right there and so close and all that.
Yeah, it would be good for this city, man. That's why I adapted to this city so much because I've been through the same heartbreaks too, and just getting one, man, that would mean a lot, man.
Yeah.
That would go a long way. Just getting one. I want more, but just getting that one, getting that monkey off your back.
Yeah.
That would do a lot for the city, man.
Yeah, it'd be incredible. A lot of people on YouTube and Twitch and the text board talking about family members, dads and moms, and what it would mean. I mean, we have lived and died, and some fans that were lifelong season ticket holders, Oilers, Texans. I know a guy that we talked about him on the show, Mark Bowman. He died about 6 or so months ago, 6 months ago.
I was going to bring up Texans Royal.
Yeah.
That guy, I know he wanted to win one, and I think he passed away maybe a month ago.
Mark Bowman had season tickets for the Oilers. Oilers left, they were dead to him. He got season tickets every year since 2002 for the Texans, and sadly he passed away 4 or 6 years ago. So that's what it's about, man. I mean, that's what got me thinking, because I'm sitting here going, like, it really is out there. Like it's really out there.
It's a real chance. It's a real chance. It's not like the other teams where it's just like, we good.
Hey,
but
could
we
they get
can't
there?
them.
Well, this has to happen, and this has to happen, and this has to happen.
Well,
and
we ain't as good as this team.
Yeah, we can't
or the
compete.
quarterback situation or something like that.
Yeah,
it's set up nicely where maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but in the next 5-6 years, they have a chance to
I think in the
win
next
a
2 or
Super Bowl.
3, get that rookie contract with CJ, add players, do all those things. It's man, and we're going to see the first team offense for the first time this year today, which we're going to get into at noon a little bit more. But speaking of legacies and not winning Super Bowls for a long time, this is a very serious question, and I'm going to explain that I know the Dallas Cowboys are, quote-unquote, America's team. But if you're a new fan or a younger sports fan, like I was just talking about, are they watchable? Are they? Is their fan base growing, or are they vulnerable? That's next.
It's official. Our guy Andre Johnson.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Figgy Fig, John Lopez, Chris Santiago behind the glass. Look, I'm not taking any drugs, all right?
A word?
I'm not taking any drugs.
in the Mexican restaurant in the back?
I'm not in the back of a Mexican restaurant doing Atlanta Coke. That was 40-something years ago. Yeah, exactly. I'm not Marcus Jordan. I know the Cowboys are the Cowboys. The Cowboys are the legacy team in the NFL. Like America's team. I get it. Are they watchable right now? Are they trending the right way right now? Because like you're going to look up one day and all of a sudden you're going to be going, man, what were they thinking? Like, so I'll put it this way. We young fans, say 10 or 12 to 22, 23 years old. Is that a team that you can become a fan of, the Dallas Cowboys?
I think the only way a young person will become a fan of the Cowboys is if their family
That's
are Cowboys
exactly
fans.
right.
Outside of that, I don't think people just gonna look and be like, "Oh, you know what? Let me be a fan of the Cowboys." It's the same thing like how people used to pump up the Knicks a lot, and the Lakers a lot, and they haven't been that good in a long time.
Yeah.
Like it's not the Showtime Lakers or the Knicks of the past, and they kind of been the laughingstock a little bit up until last season. But I feel like if your family is not a Cowboys fan, I don't see somebody picking the Cowboys saying, you know what, that's a good team.
That's the squad I
that
want to
team.
watch.
Yeah.
You have to realize, like, if you put it in like real world terms, there are people out there, and there are a lot of these people listening to us right now that are 27, 28, 29 years old. They're married. They're paying a mortgage. They got a kid or two.
They're grown as hell.
They're grown as hell. I ain't never seen the Cowboys win a Super Bowl. Like grown-ass adults.
Yeah, or probably just know the Cowboys for wetting the bed in the playoffs all the time.
Yeah.
I know a bunch of them, actually.
Yeah.
A bunch of Cowboys fans that never seen it. I always tell them, go YouTube it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's why I'm saying this. Because, again, I'm not doing drugs. I get that they're the Cowboys. I dug into some research, some data, I should say. The Cowboys, well, let me put it this way. I've got it right in front of me. According to Google, their most recent research, the Cowboys are the most searched NFL team in the world. But then I started thinking, are those fans of the Cowboys or are those people who love hating the Cowboys? Because I think there's more of those. There absolutely is more of those. 2023 survey by Vivid Seats sells tickets. Cowboys fans are still buying a lot of tickets. I think they're top 3 in the NFL. But their ticket buying in the last 5 years, people going to Cowboys games, down 40% from what it was, I think, 5 years ago. And they rank 3rd right now behind the Chiefs and the 49ers. And that's significant because the Chiefs were not even in the same hemisphere as the Cowboys before.
Yeah.
49ers were, but still, that's significant. Then there was this. At the end of last season, there was a statistical survey done by this called Statista, which does stats on all kinds of sports stuff. It said the Cowboys were the 10th most popular team among American football fans. 10th. So the reason I'm bringing all this up is yesterday, Jerry Jones just kind of flexes and is Jerry Jones. Like he just says what's on his mind. They haven't signed Dak. They haven't signed Micah. And he's had this to say about CeeDee Lamb.
I don't have a sense of urgency about getting it done.
He doesn't have a sense of urgency to sign CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb ended up LOLing it on Twitter. Micah Parsons retweeted the LOL on Twitter. Like the Cowboys are kind of resting on their laurels, and I'm wondering, well, help us out. We got a lot of young fans listening to us, 713-572-4610. Do you think they're vulnerable?
100%, because that was a team, and I never cared for the Cowboys, but that was a squad where it was kind of like the Steelers. You just point at that star, and say, "Hey, you got to come play for the Cowboys." It was like an honor to play for the Cowboys. And now a lot of stuff has changed. And I mentioned the Lakers and the and the Knicks earlier, that was a thing where they didn't have to really sell you on that.
Yeah.
All they got to say is Madison Square Garden. Look at all these stars in the stands. It's New York City. It's Gotham City.
Yeah.
And then same thing with the Lakers. Look at all these stars. It's L.A. Like, we don't have to sell you on all of this stuff. Now, in this day and age, you do have to sell people to go play for the Lakers.
They're not interested.
This not the Lakers with Magic Johnson. This ain't the Showtime Lakers.
Yeah,
So
and Chris, I want to ask you, because you're in that younger demographic, but to me, from where I'm sitting, like they're the Cowboys and they're resting on their laurels and they're dominant in terms of branding, but I feel like they're kind of getting complacent. And they're not an interesting team. They consistently have fallen short of expectations. Jerry Jones is just kind of being Jerry Jones, but it's kind of working against him now. People are rolling their eyes. They don't know. Dak Prescott is not a must-watch quarterback. This is not a must-watch team. Chris, I mean, like your vibe, with your friends, are the Cowboys like that anymore?
No, they're not. I mean, talking to like fans, people like my age, it's just they're kind of just tired of it. They're tired of this team just always underperforming. Jerry Jones always like not doing what he's supposed to do, keeping the stars that you're supposed to keep. So it's just like at some point it's just I'm over it. Mm-hmm. Like there's no need for me to go and buy tickets and go out of my way to support this team.
Now you're a Giants fan, to be fair, right?
Yeah. To be fair, but it's just like it just wouldn't make sense to if you were a Cowboys fan to support that team when they're not really showing anything to like be happy about, especially with the whole CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons thing. So it's just like I would understand why they're kind of trending downwards in sort of a sense.
Yeah, and I think eventually people get tired, and we seen it here. We seen it over at NRG where fans really got tired and they gave up their season tickets.
Yeah,
and that was tough, man. And they actually seen how tough that was.
Yeah,
and that's the reason why you had the Menares getting out there.
Yeah,
trying to rebuild from the ground up. Well, try to reestablish that relationship.
Yeah,
I don't see unless I'm wrong. I don't see the Cowboys trying to reestablish that relationship with fans and try to make the product better.
Well, the other thing is we are in an era where you better be an attention getter. You need to be interesting on social media. You need to have people or players or stars or personalities. That's what grabs young fans.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys are just kind of like, forget the losing or falling short. They're not like Micah. Okay, I get it, but like they're not like, oh, I got to see that guy.
Yeah, and then too, I feel like the Cowboys, they have a lot of fans all over the place that probably never even been to Dallas.
Yeah.
That probably never actually been to a Dallas Cowboys game. And, it's cool to get all that attention on social media and all that stuff, but if these fans ain't coming to the games and, they're not filling up these seats and stuff like that, that's when it eventually become a problem. And it's like, all right, we really – like you'll have people just saying, I'm done with the Cowboys. I'm not paying for this.
Yeah.
Especially after the offseason they just had and just this cockiness and stuff like this. Now that's when people start questioning, like, man, do these dudes really want to win?
Dude, their attendance at training camp has been down. Like think about that. That's a ticket, man. People want to go just try to get autographs, just catch a glimpse of the Cowboys and all that, and they can't get people into training camp.
It also doesn't help when the owner, Jerry Jones, is talking about, oh, we're going all in, and then they do nothing.
And
then he gets on yesterday. He's just like, I don't have a sense of urgency to sign your star wide receiver.
Yeah.
Like, as a fan, like, what does that tell you?
Yeah, to me, that sounds like some cockiness that New England back in their dynasty days would have did.
Yeah.
Where they have a star receiver and – they necessarily probably don't need them because they're the Patriots and they're going to be good regardless because they got Tom Brady. Where they say, you know what, there's no urgency. We the Patriots. We good already. But I feel like the Cowboys are at a point where they got to look themselves in the mirror and like, hey, we still the Cowboys and, we still get love on ESPN and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But in reality, we need to improve this team if we want to win a Super Bowl,
and
all that
be
stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Like I could just sense like the Cowboys fans listening to us. There you go again in Houston. You're obsessed with the Cowboys. I'm not obsessed with the Cowboys. I think it's actually apathy. Like it was fun when I could hate the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You know, that's fine. Maybe you can call that being obsessed. To me, it was just being a fan of Houston teams. But I'm like, they don't move the needle.
Yeah.
And okay, so that ties in with not necessarily, in a perfect world, the Texans could explode into something like the Chiefs or whatever. But let's use the Chiefs as an example. That's an interesting team. That's a winning team. That's a team that has personality. That's a team that has, the vibe, as I said earlier, that young fans can cling to. You know, all those young fans, and by the way, like I said, the Chiefs are number one right now. They're the number one trending and popular team.
I think it helped a lot with Taylor Swift is a fan of that team too.
And that's interesting.
Yeah. And back in the day, you did have celebrities that were fan of the Cowboys and that would go to the games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that did help. But in this day and age, man, when you're not doing anything in the offseason, and this team just keep falling short and they just walking around like they bleak don't stink.
Like they're still that.
Yeah, it's just like, man, you ain't the hot girl like that now, man. Like, it's so many other hot girls over here.
Yeah.
You need to humble yourself.
Because of the legacy that you talked about at the start of this, they're not going anywhere anytime soon, but they're not gaining popularity. And that means they're losing popularity.
And that
means they're losing popularity.
And see, at that point, you got to go back to square one.
Yeah.
Like, you got to throw all of that. We are the Cowboys. We don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Like, people should just want to play for us. Y'all got to throw that out the window and just start from square one and try to, sell the mixtapes out the trunk like the old days. And I think that's what Callahan did, man.
Yeah.
The team was bad. The attendance was bad, so what did Cal do? He went out there and started flipping some hamburgers.
That's right.
He started hands with hands and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't see any other owner really doing it like that. And salute to them. They just became personalities.
Yeah.
And it was a time when the team was bad. And, of course, you still had some fans that was like, man, they doing all this. That ain't helping the football team at all. That's not helping what's going on the field. But eventually they started from the ground up. And now you don't hear a bad thing about them.
And
you don't hear people saying bad things about them.
No. One bad thing about them.
And ain't no more sell the team, Kyle, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
They did it from the ground up.
And there's no way we're even going to, suggest that, this is a chance for the Texans to, no. It's going to be decades. All I'm saying is that family legacy is dwindling while the Texans are going up. So that means they're losing ground, the Texans gaining ground. And if they get to where the Chiefs are or somewhere in that neighborhood, they won't be the Cowboys in 5 years, but 10, 15, 20 years, maybe there's an opportunity right here.
Yeah, it is. And like I said, the arrow is pointing up.
Yeah.
All they got to do is keep winning games and just be in the mix. And I think it is a possibility they could. Now, I don't want to say pass the Cowboys up as far as a brand, but I feel like people will be talking about C.J. Stroud and the Texans more than the Cowboys.
Yeah. All right, let's play the hits next, and some good stuff happening here. Update on the Texans starters and who will be on the Texans starting offensive line tonight. We have that, and also a little mystery about Aaron Rodgers been revealed. And so has something about one of our very own here on Sports Radio 610. That's next, but let's talk about Lance Loken right now. Here's a testimonial that just came in.
773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, a little update here first, Figgy, and then the best part about the audio you're going to hear from one of our very own here on SportsRadio610.com is that neither Figgy nor Chris has heard it yet, and I can't
wait to hear it.
Cannot wait to hear y'all's reaction. But a little update here first. According to Aaron Wilson, KPRC, 2 Texan starters that will not play tonight include, I'm going to go through them pretty quickly here. There are some that are more significant than others, I feel. Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, Kamari Lassiter, Will Anderson Jr., Tim Settle, Desmond King, Christian Harris, Charlie Heck, Tegan Quatoriano, Noah Brown, Jeff Okuda, Brevin Jordan, Dieter Iceland, and Danico Autry. Now, a couple of things here that are interesting to me, Figgy. Stefon Diggs is not on that list.
Mm-hmm.
I said yesterday, I really feel like he wants to be out there. That doesn't mean he's going to play tonight because maybe Aaron Wilson didn't get the information. He doesn't know one way or the other on Stefon Diggs. So we don't know he's going to play, but I think he wants to play. And to be able to watch Tank and Nico and Stefon Diggs with C.J. Stroud, that's worth the price of admission right there already.
I agree, even if it's just one series.
Yeah.
If it's just one series and they go boom, 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 and Stefon Diggs just have one catch for maybe 12 yards or something like that, I'm perfectly fine with it. I just want to see them in sync with the offense just for one series. And if it's a good thing, if they go down the field and they don't have to score a touchdown, it would be great if they do, but if they go down the field, maybe get to the 30-yard line, 20-yard, and settle for a field goal.
Yeah. We just want to see it.
Good job, boy. I just want to see the offense in sync.
Yeah. And Sean brought this to he brought it up, and he's absolutely right. That sounds like a big it is, but like you still got a bunch of studs that are going to play.
Yeah.
You know, those guys we just mentioned, Azeez Al-Shaair, Daniil Hunter, some of these other guys in the second, Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
We're going to see Jalen Petrie. We're going to see Damian Pierce. We're going to see Dalton Schultz. We're going to see Cade Stover. So plenty to watch for tonight. Now, he also tweeted about what the starting offensive line is expected to look like tonight. And I think it's interesting in a couple places for sure. Left tackle is going to be Blake Fisher. Where he's been practicing for Laramie Tunsil. You can't put a price on the experience he's getting there. Right tackle is still our guy Nick Brecker, man.
Yeah,
that dude has shown out ever since Titus went down in training camp, and we're like, wait a minute, who's that?
Yeah,
he's starting.
Yeah,
so it's going to be Blake Fisher, Kenyon Green. There's another one that we're going to be watching: Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, and right tackle Nick Brecker. So. Lot to watch tonight, and we're gonna in about 16 minutes. We're gonna get you ready for something that I kind of think we're not sleeping on, but it's gonna be pretty fun to watch. That maybe we're not paying as much attention as we should. So, real good friend of mine, Ian O'Connor, wrote a book called "Out of the Darkness: The Mystery of Aaron Rodgers." All right, and he got unprecedented access, and he's a really good writer. But in the book. He kind of revealed what's been the problem with Rodgers and his family, why he was ostracized from the family, or they broke up, or however you want it.
That would be a good documentary.
Yeah, that would be really, really good. So apparently, in the feud with his parents, like he's no longer has contact with his parents. According to this new book, he said that between 24 and 2017, it really got bad. Rodgers' parents, Ed and Darla, devout Christians. He was told, Ian O'Connor was told that they did not respect the fact that Rodgers and Olivia Munn had sex before marriage, and that Munn spoke openly about their sex life, and that she spent the night in his hotel room the night before games, and even talked about. Well, I don't know if they talked about it. They disapproved that apparently, they had sex on the morning of games. Okay, whatever on that. Here's where it gets good. Area 45 talked about this last night. Area 45 talked about this last night, and just listen.
We got a text here. It says, Olivia Munn is the one woman I would switch teams for. Now,
I get it. Yeah.
That took you a few seconds.
I don't know who sent that in, but that's got to be the text of the night.
Yeah,
probably.
1,000%.
I mean, what do you mean? What does that mean? Why?
What does that mean?
Yeah, why would you switch teams?
Because they're saying it's Olivia Munn's that hot that she would, ditch the guy and go for the girl.
Oh. Ditch the guy and go for the girl. Guy and go for Olivia Munn?
Yes, like she'd go lesbo for Olivia Munn.
Oh. That's a woman texting that.
He was totally lost.
He didn't. How do you not have ever heard I'd switch teams for that?
Yeah.
First of all.
Yeah. And you usually hear a woman say that.
Yeah.
You don't hear a guy say that.
Yeah.
Obviously, but women usually use that term.
And he tried to get it, switch teams, go from the Packers to the no.
Yeah, Bijani, she will go to the Packers.
Oh, that's a woman tweeting that, texting that.
Come on, Bijani. Come on, Bijani.
I like how innocent Bijani is.
I love it. He's like an old soul. I think he's 39, 40 years old, something like that. But he's like a Renaissance man.
Yeah.
He should be sitting on a porch somewhere complaining about people walking on the grass.
Yeah.
He builds fences. He probably pays with cash. I bet he still reads a newspaper.
If I have a kid, I want my kid to grow up like Bijani.
Yeah.
And not know anything like that.
And just an old soul.
I knew so many things that my parents had no clue. I didn't learn from my parents at all. Bijani is so innocent, man. Clarence grew up with two parents.
What does this switch teams thing mean? I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I'd switch teams for that. First of all, he doesn't even know that.
Yeah. And that was clear as day to me.
Yeah.
That was clear as day.
What does that mean? Why?
Some of these things, and I'm the older guy in the room. I'm the older guy here at the station. You try to oh, okay, but that's not even a new thing. Switching teams is 20, 30 years old. I've seen that.
Yeah.
And heard that. And now I do have to admit a couple things here, because it took me probably a month to figure out what pause meant.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
See, the word pause, the term pause, been around for years, man. I first heard.
Has it really?
I first heard Jay-Z. I think it was a New York thing.
Yeah.
But I first heard Jay-Z say it on a song way back in the late 90s.
Yeah.
So, it kind of took off.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it took off back then, but now recently it kind of took off.
Do you think Bijani knows what pause means?
I don't think so.
No, I
he
don't
do
think
not.
so.
Do you think he knows what gassing up means?
Gassing up?
I don't think so.
I think he will probably assume what gassing up means.
Mm-hmm. Well, part of me on mine, speaking for myself, I think gassing up, doesn't it have two meanings really? When you gas someone up, I've seen it in the context of you really are legitimately trying to build someone up. Yeah. I've also seen it in the context of fake building someone up. You're trying to get them.
Yeah, see, I never heard it in that term, in the last term, but I use it's kind of like common sense, because when you gas up your car, you gassing it up so you can go, so you can take off. If I'm sitting here and I say, you know what, I'm about to gas Lopez up about the Astrodome. Let me
get him going.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get him going so he can just take off and talk about the Astrodome. That's how I kind of look at it.
Yeah.
To me, it's just you could also say don't gas him up, don't hype him up. It's just no, don't even gas him up, because like you said, he's about to go there, and all that stuff. So it's just I use it. I use the gassing up term.
It's funny seeing people that seeing terms and they have no clue what it is. Sometimes I see that once in a while on Twitter where people use a term, and I'm like, what?
They're doing it wrong.
Because for the longest time I would see people use the term YT.
Oh yeah, I know what
and
that
so
means.
I'm like whenever they be like, man, all these YT people, And I'm like, what do that mean? Because that's the term that's two different things. Because some people use YT as YouTube. Short for YouTube.
Yeah.
And I found out, I had to Google, I found out that people use YT short for white.
Yeah.
So
Really?
white people. Yeah. So YT people.
Nah, you had me on that one.
Yeah. So that one had me. Because I just spell white. If I wanna say white people, I just spell out white people.
Yes.
But they use YT. And I'm just like, what? So it's funny. I seen somebody promote. It's funny. I seen a white person promoting their YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And they said, check out my YT. And I'm just like,
okay.
I'm like, what?
Okay, so we're getting a lot of requests that people want to hear this again. And then I got some questions for you regarding Sean.
We got a text here. It says, Olivia Munn is the one woman I would switch teams for.
He's playing along like he knows.
Now,
I get it. Yeah.
That took you a few seconds.
I don't know who sent that in, but that's got to be the text of the night.
Yeah,
probably.
1,000%.
I mean, what do you mean? What does that mean? Why?
What does that mean?
Yeah, why would you switch teams?
Because they're saying it's Olivia Munn's that hot that she would, ditch the guy and go for the girl.
Oh. Ditch the guy and go for the girl. Like, ditch the guy and go for Olivia Munn?
Yes, like she'd go lesbo for Olivia Munn.
Oh. That's a woman texting.
Oh, Lord. Does Sean Bijani, Sean, I'm not picking on you. This is fun. Does he know hits different?
Yes, he does.
He knows hits different?
Yeah, he does.
Does he know bussin'?
He should. He should.
So I'm thinking, what's but I ain't trying to be Sean Bijani right now, but what is bussin'?
I've look who you're talking to, but I've always looked at it as, and help me out, Chris, like it's something that you're really, really excited about. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, yeah.
Like, man, that's bussin' right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I never use that term, but I hear it pretty
I use it occasionally
with
my friends.
Does he get our segment cap or no cap?
He should.
I think so.
He should.
See, some stuff I feel like it's easy to get.
Yeah, like sus.
Yeah.
Like, what it's short for suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how about drip?
Drip. I think that's something else. He probably like, okay, that probably means fly or something like that.
If he doesn't, I'd be disappointed.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We love you, Sean. That was hilarious. I'm glad you guys hadn't heard it yet. All right, so let's cut through all the crap in the next segment. Top of the hour, let's just cut through the crap. Texans are playing today. We're going to be watching the best thing to ever happen to this city in a long, long time. What do we expect? And I think realistically, we may not even be excited enough. That's next.
Andre Johnson's road to Canton is complete. And The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, so sometimes we get into the weeds here, man. And it's good a lot of times because we can give our listeners and we can talk to people over at NRG and in the organization about some of the details and some of the small stuff that can make a big difference for the Houston Texans this year. We've talked today about what if they get there and all that stuff. We talk about Dameon Pierce and being the second running back and being something and Cade Stover, and that's all important. And we're gonna talk about that. But I kind of feel like we're not sleeping on this because he's the franchise, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
But have we even mentioned? Hey, bro, we haven't seen C.J. Stroud on a football field since Baltimore.
Yeah, I think I don't want to say we sleeping on him, but I feel like we already consider that it's about to go on season 2.
Yeah.
Like, this is his second season. Last year was his rookie year.
Yeah.
And so I think me personally, too, I just assumed, okay, lost to Baltimore.
Yeah.
It was a good season, but this year, it's about to go on now. He's going to continue.
So tonight, you're going to see C.J. Stroud for the first time. And I feel like, as much as we talk about the receivers and people are now calling them the triplets and all this other stuff, you're going to get to see the quarterback that could maybe take you to really, really special places. I kind of want to go back a little bit, and Chris Santiago put this together to realize what we have here and maybe really just appreciate what we're on the brink of.
Out to his teammates. 3rd and 3 from the Houston 32. CJ in the gun, one back, boom. CJ gets the snap. Here comes the blitz. CJ firing downfield to his right. And Tank has it at the 40, the 30, the 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Tank Dell to the house. Wow. 68 yards. The rookie scores. 3rd and 7 from the Texans 48. Stroud shotgun, motor in the backfield with him. CJ gets the snap. CJ throwing downfield and caught by Nico. 25-20, breaks a tackle. 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, touchdown Houston. CJ Stroud with more 3rd down magic to the end zone. Here we go with Schultz motioning to the left. Stroud under center. Here's A little drop back and a pass to Brevin Jordan. Right side across the 35. Cuts inside 40. 50. The 40 right sideline. He's going to go all the way. Brevin Jordan to the end zone.
No flags. Touchdown.
My goodness. The Texans go 76 yards in one play to retake the lead on Cleveland. First down from the Houston 25-yard line. Devin Singletary in the backfield. CJ under center with Nico Collins to the wide side left. And Schultz in motion to that side. CJ calls him out. CJ will throw on the first play for the Texans. Steps up. Fires deep down the field. And caught by Nico Collins at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown Houston. 75 yards on the opening play. Hello, Indy.
Unreal.
Hello, Indy.
Hey, I can't wait to hear them calls.
Dude, I'm telling
season,
you, like,
man.
I was like, before this show, I was like, dude, we're going to see C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Like we're going to see, we talk about other stuff all we want. We've never had that. You can talk about, hell, go back to the Oilers day, Warren Moon, Hall of Famer. Warren Moon was never like, that guy is, he was, like I said, he's a Hall of Famer. I'm not trying to downplay, but like, He was already a veteran when he got here because he played in Canada and all that stuff. Yeah. Like a young stud where you're going, that guy is going to take him to a Super Bowl. Steve McNair, they ended up leaving, you know. You can talk about Matt Schaub. Never really thought he was the guy. He was good. Never really thought he was the guy. Deshaun Watson, you kind of danced around with the idea, but you had, Numbskull as the coach, and there was never really that feeling that they could get there. This is the first time that we got a quarterback that, like, everyone in the NFL is saying that dude is going to take him there.
Yeah, not only that, though, this is like the one quarterback that you drafted that's yours.
Yes.
It's not like you ain't picking up a has-been or somebody that was bouncing around and you bringing him in, see what he got and all that stuff. That was kind of the conversation with Kansas City and when they got Patrick Mahomes. Because, they had some quarterback, they had some legendary quarterbacks, but it was more of like the Montana's later in his career, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But for you to draft your quarterback, your franchise quarterback, early on like that, and it's like, okay, this is the guy, and we could probably have like a good 12 to 15-year run with this guy.
Yeah.
And for the Texans, this is year 2. This is year 2 out of how many left?
Exactly.
So that's a better feeling than and knowing this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is not like a Matt Schaub where he's like, this guy's good. He's good, but I don't know how far he can take us.
Yeah, look, let's put it very bluntly, and this is kind of counterintuitive to a lot of the things we talk about on this show. And in fact, some of the things we're going to talk on this show today, like all the little minutia, all the things that about the defense and the offense. Let's just be honest here. In the big picture, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters but C.J. Stroud. And you're going to get to see him for the first time since last season tonight. And it's going to be damn exciting to see where they go from here.
Yeah, and I know it's preseason and he probably going to play maybe 1 or 2 series, but I'm just super fired up to see what he got in year 2. Because he didn't play like a rookie last year. I don't care what nobody say.
Yeah.
He ain't played like a rookie last year. So I'm just hoping he gained more experience in the offseason and just learned more things. Where year 2 it is going to be like a Patrick Mahomes type of year where he going year 2, year 3 blazing. Where maybe we could talk about an MVP or something like that. I know I'm getting ahead of myself.
No, we're all getting ahead of ourselves. That's part of the deal when you got a squad like this. You got a quarterback like that.
He has such a good rookie. Where I think the sky is the limit.
So perfect world is that.
Yeah.
Perfect world is he's everything we thought he was going to be, and he's that this year. And D'Amico Ryans always says it, and Nick Caserio always says it. Words have never won a championship. No, that's true. But when we watch C.J. Stroud today, that's why I said earlier, like, the offense was clicking without a game plan, without anything, and Davis Mills at quarterback last week. I kind of want to just see like a dart, or a big play, or evading the rush and making a play, because it's about the quarterback. It's about C.J. Stroud. So many other things are important, but it's all about
that guy. And my perfect scenario is I believe they're going to play a lot of close games. I've said that a bunch of times this year in the regular season with just the terrific quarterbacks they're facing. I think, like, we're going to know that C.J. Stroud is the guy when he wins those close games against Aaron Rodgers, against Lamar Jackson, against Josh Allen, against all these guys. It's a C.J. Stroud year, and it starts today.
Yeah, and I'm all here for it, man.
Yeah.
I think he's going to take that next step. I was very confident in him last year, and he did his thing against the Browns in the playoffs. And I know he got more in the tank, man. I know he's just getting started. And even last year too, man, I felt like the offense, I felt like he didn't have a lot of weapons on the offense like you would have thought, man. I don't think they thought he was going to be that good.
There were some surprises, but you had Noah Brown.
Yeah, outside of Nico Collins and Tank Dell, that was to me that was a surprise too. I didn't think he was going to come out guns blazing like that.
Yeah.
But now you add Stefon Diggs and you add Joe Mixon. I think he can do a lot with this offense, and I can't wait to see what Bobby Slowick do.
Yeah, and the confidence, the offseason to me, what obviously we weren't watching him play. We're going to watch him for the first time tonight. But I kind of feel like C.J. Stroud, like confidence-wise, he's always been a confident quarterback, but he's more public with it now. He called himself a killer sitting next to Micah Parsons. Now, you might say that's a little cocky or whatever. I think he just feels like, I am the dude. Like this, I have translated it and gotten better from Ohio State. And that alone is kind of what I want to see. Like that swagger, whatever you want to call it. But everything was new last year, and nothing is going to be, or very little is going to be new this year. So I feel like we've already seen some development in him in terms of, like, he just has that aura of a quarterback that can get it done,
Yeah, and that's what this team needed, man. This team needed somebody like that can come in and just take over and be that leader, that leader of men. And I think he riled this team up where, they were super confident going into the season, man. I wasn't really that confident. I had them winning maybe about 4 or 5 games. But I was dead wrong, man, and I'm fine with being dead wrong about that. And I think if it wasn't for him, man, I think a lot of people probably still wouldn't be talking about this team. I don't know if a lot of people would be excited about this team.
Absolutely.
He brought new life to this team and got this team to the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm getting a little bit of pushback on the Warren Moon thing.
Yeah, I see, man.
And I don't want that to be interpreted that way. Warren Moon was
the hell you talking
awesome.
about, Lopez?
He was awesome, but we played the heartbreak earlier. Somebody said, hey, hold on, Moon took us to an AFC championship. No, he didn't. Didn't take you to the AFC championship game. You can't rewrite history here. But there's some. I get it. A lot of people have that connection with the Love You Blue Oilers. Hell, I do. I'm just here to tell you, like, one of the things about me covering sports in Houston for 35 years now, it's going to be 35 years on January 1st, is I was actually there. Like, I was there. I covered the team. I watched the team, and I'm not trying to preach. All I'm telling you is you never felt that with Warren Moon. You thought he was really good. He was a big numbers guy, and maybe part of it was a lot of people didn't believe in the run-and-shoot offense, and it ended up coming back and biting them in the ass in Buffalo. The run-and-shoot offense was a bigger reason of why they lost that game as anything, because they couldn't run the damn ball. Because everything was short passes and they didn't have anybody to run. So you never felt that with Warren Moon. I'm not disrespecting him. I love him. I got to know him. He's a Hall of Famer. All I'm saying is that feeling. So let me ask then, what is about C.J. Stroud? 713-572-4610. I'm not trying to be preachy. I'm telling you, I was there.
Yeah.
I followed this team. I was in Buffalo. Hell, we were just talking with Andy. When they took that lead going into the second half or early in the second half, I went to the back of the press box and started making calls to my travel agent. That's how you did travel back then. Like, hey, give me a ticket to Pittsburgh, and then it collapsed. You never had that feeling that you have now with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I don't want to be the well-actually guy and probably piss some people off, but technically Warren Moon didn't play for this franchise that's here right now.
That's true.
Hey, man, ask him yourself. He gonna say, hey, Tennessee, he gonna defend his Tennessee Titans.
But it is
now.
Houston. I mean, I feel it.
Yeah. I got you. But, But yeah, no, I see what you mean. Like, and it's definitely no disrespect to Warren Moon. He's a legend. He's a Houston legend.
Like,
but
yeah.
But C.J. Stroud, this is somebody you drafted, and you knew from the rookie year that this is the guy right here.
Yeah.
And this is the guy that ain't going nowhere anytime soon.
Yeah.
And so that's a really good feeling, man.
You just hit it. Like, to me, it's a feeling. Like, I feel like this guy is it. And we're going to be able to catch a glimpse today, and it starts today, and then we're gonna go from there and see how far he can take it.
And then even I'm looking at the a text from the 713. He said Deshaun Watson was dynamic. Bill O'Brien was the problem then.
Yes.
And that's the other thing that I feel good about this. A really good head coach in DeMeco Ryans. So it's not like you got C.J. Stroud, but Bill O'Brien is calling the plays.
Yeah.
And it's like a Debbie Downer. No, you have DeMeco Ryans, who's a damn good head coach, at least in his first year. And so there's nothing to look at like, oh, you got C.J. Stroud, but this is the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
No, everything is looking good, man. So, I totally get how people can say, oh, Super Bowl or AFC Championship. I can see why people feel good about this, because even with Deshaun Watson, I thought he was really good here, but I just didn't feel the confidence that he can get out of Bill O'Brien's way.
No, you're absolutely right. That's as big a part as anything. Like, even with Warren Moon, I just mentioned it. You're like, can this run and shoot offense win a Super Bowl? It looked like they were on their way, but they couldn't run the damn ball. And there were questions, about coaching back then. There were fights among coordinators back then. Then you move forward, and you got Deshaun Watson, cool, but you had Bill O'Brien, and then there was even the Schaub years. You were like, this is a squad. I mean, that was as talented as you could find, but was Matt Schaub, did he have that extra, that feeling like I talked about?
Can this guy get you through the playoffs?
Yeah. And here you got the head coach, you got the general manager, you got the complementary pieces, and you got a quarterback that can take you there. Like, it's a feeling with C.J. Stroud. I'm really excited, and you know this, Figgy. I mean, we've been together long enough. Like, I'm not gonna say this is a Super Bowl team if I don't feel like it's a Super Bowl team. I'll let you know on the Super Bowl, but I know they're capable of making that kind of run. I know it.
Yeah, I know it too. And like I said, I'm scared to say Super Bowl because of PTSD.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they get close. I wouldn't sit there and say, man, they overachieved.
Yeah.
Nah, man. I think it's very possible. I think they can beat anybody outside of maybe one or two teams.
Yeah.
So they have a really good chance.
No, it's I just wanted to bring that up. Hey guys, number 7's on the field tonight.
Yeah.
You may get a little excited to see old number 7 out there, because a lot of people haven't even seen him.
Yeah.
This year. We've seen him at practice. We've seen him, some of these scrimmages and stuff, but haven't even seen him yet. All right, so confessions next, and maybe, I don't know if I got a bone to pick with Figgy or if I'm just going to laugh about it, but I believe the term, Sean Bijani, correct me if I'm wrong, is you tried to gas me up last night. Did I do that right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about that in confessions next.
The Texans are headed to Pittsburgh for their second Conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I can't wait for the internet going nuts. This is driving me nuts. We're going to break down. I don't like that term either. We're going to give you 5 things that you can actually grasp hold of tonight and figure out if you're going to get some signs on just how good this team. We were just talking about C.J. Stroud, but just how good this team is good right now. Let's get to confessions. Brought to you by Sagamore Rye Whiskey. How about that?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I damn near disowned Figgy last night.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
This was so great, man.
This was. I wish the audio was playable because he actually was recording me. I didn't know this was going on. So we went out to dinner last night, and I ordered whatever, and Figgy ordered a steak, and the waiter came up and says, "Yes, sir. What would you like?" And he goes, "I'd like the 8-ounce, what'd you say, ribeye or whatever?
Center cut.
Yeah, I'd like the 8-ounce center cut. Well done, please." And my jaw just dropped, and my head snapped, and I stared at Figgy, and then he goes, "Nah, I'm just kidding. I'd like it medium rare."
Oh my God!
me.
It's funny when I said I'm just playing because the whole table was quiet.
Even the waiter.
Yeah, everybody was quiet. And then when I said I'm just playing, it was like a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man, I was about to judge you, man. What the hell are you doing, man?
Yeah, no, man. No way someone should eat a well-done steak.
If you order a well-done steak, you should stop eating steak. Seriously, just get a hamburger.
No, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, if you order a steak well done, just stop.
Yeah, I haven't had one thing about my steaks. Like, I like medium rare, but I'm a big fan of having like a charred steak, like charred steak.
Yeah,
but I just don't want the inside like well done.
Yeah.
But
I like spun on them.
Yeah, I'm recording. I'm like, you know what? I just want to see what he do when I say this.
You see me? I order medium or medium rare. Just depends on kind of what I'm feeling.
Yeah, yeah. Medium is. I order hamburgers medium.
Yeah,
and some people would not like that. They like it. They don't like the red in the middle or whatever. But I get it. But I order hamburgers medium and steaks medium rare, or sometimes rare. Again, kind of on the feeling there, but. Yeah, I'm glad you corrected yourself. Let me just say that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Hey, screw it, man. Screw it. I was watching the Olympics yesterday, the game.
Yeah.
And look, if I'm Rafael Stone and I'm watching the Olympics, I'm going all in on KD, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, I really wasn't on board at first, but that dude is a killer,
He's
man.
a killer.
He is killer. That guy need to be in Houston. I don't care. Give up them picks for him. Look, I get he's 35, 36.
Yeah.
That dude is a killer, man. When he's on, can't nobody
he doesn't
stop.
care.
Don't nobody stop him. I actually got a 2-part confession to this, but get him in Houston, please. The second,
it's been out there.
Yes. The second part is I like how KD handles his social media, man. Because remember a couple years ago, he got caught using the burner.
Yeah.
I like the way he rolls on social media, man. He just don't care. He'll clap back at fans.
He did last night. That's what I'm saying. He don't care.
Early this morning, somebody said he was up 5 a.m, going back and forth with somebody. Oh, I know. My bad, Chris. I thought you had something to say.
Yeah.
I was gonna have you get in, but yeah, I like KD on social media, man. He's very entertaining and he don't care.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
These are my confessions.
Mine has to do with USA basketball, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, what we witnessed was legendary, man.
It was legend, absolutely.
I mean, let's talk about LeBron, KD, and Steph.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is it, man. It kind of made me sad because it's just like we just witnessed 3 of the best players to ever play the game, and who knows how much longer they have in their career. We just got to enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Man. We have to enjoy the moment. Like whether you dislike Curry because of what he did to the Houston Rockets, whether you dislike KD because of what he did joining the Warriors and all that stuff. Like, and if you hate Bron, whatever, but just enjoy greatness, man, because they're not going to be here that much longer.
Now you're right, but we all know there's going to be another generation. There's going to be another 3, and we said the same thing about Bird and Magic.
Yeah,
and then there was Jordan, and then there was Chuck, and all that stuff. But yes, enjoy this while you can.
That's kind of how I've been taking the approach with LeBron, because I know people tired of LeBron, but I'm like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna see anything like this again. Somebody that came into the league at 18 and pretty much took it by storm.
Yeah,
and 21 years later, he's still pretty much a top 10 player, top 5, top 10 player.
Yeah.
And playing at this level. Like, I don't know if I'm going to see that again.
No,
man.
that's true.
I don't know if I'm going to see. That's why I actually watched him break that scoring record. We ain't going to see that for a long time, man.
The scoring record, you're right.
Yeah. I don't know if we going to see that. Like, I want to be able to tell my grandkids, like, I remember that day. So, I kind of got that approach with LeBron.
I will say, I will shed a tear when LeBron retires.
Yeah, I'm telling you, and I think he's transforming himself even more now in the Olympics, kind of taking him to an even higher level or a more global type audience.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So last night after we got home from dinner that I had with Figgy, started watching the Olympics. I almost slipped because I was just being myself. And so me and millions of other grown-ass men love Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone for a number of reasons. Not just her athletic prowess. And so we're watching it. We're watching her win the gold medal and breaking a world record. And my wife is sitting, next to me on the couch, and I'm in my chair. And she goes, "She is really pretty." And I went, "Man," I literally said, "Man," I was gonna say, "Man, she is fine." And I went, "Yeah, she's attractive."
You almost got caught.
Yeah, she's all right. She's all right. I literally said half the word "man." I was gonna say, "Man, she is fine as bleep." And I went, "Yo, she's attractive. She's all right. She's good."
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So a lot of people been upset about Jason Tatum not playing in the Olympics, and what the hell is Steve Kerr over here trying to do? I kind of get it. I kind of understand why people are upset, but where I get a little upset is why the hell is Derek White just getting all this time, man?
That's
to
a good
me
point.
nobody is talking about that. I'm gonna be nobody's talking about guy.
Yeah,
dog, you are the fourth, maybe fifth best player on the Celtics team.
Yeah.
And you getting more time than obviously Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
And they picked you over Jaylen Brown. I just don't understand Derek. I'm sure he's a good player. He's a good player.
Mm-hmm.
But dog, you on Team US getting minutes? I just do not get that, man. I don't understand why Jason Tatum ain't playing over Derek White.
Steve Kerr's getting roasted.
He was. It's funny because I tweeted. I'm like, I'm not the basketball expert, but I'm like, is he getting out coached?
Mm-hmm.
This was obviously when they was losing, and then I seen a tweet from Draymond Green, pretty much saying sometimes you got to scrap the rotation.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yep, that answers my last tweet.
Look, man, he is getting destroyed.
He lucky he got the team he got,
and they might win the gold medal.
Yeah, and all will be forgotten.
Might. They will.
Oh yeah, I think they will. I think that's a wrap. But we'll get back to that. We'll definitely get back to that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I woke up today and it was 1987. Time travel.
Okay.
Because I'm
not here then.
Yeah.
I wasn't around.
Chris, were you here?
Oh no.
No, I know. No, really. I woke up, opened the old laptop. I said, "Oh look, it's 1987 because the break dancing is in the Olympics." Look at this crap. Like, I'm not trying to be old man on the porch here, but I'm like, okay, maybe if this were the Seoul Olympics in 1988, isn't this from the 80s?
It is. That's where hip hop started, man. Hip hop started from breakdancing, DJing, MCing, being the master of ceremony, and just art.
When was the last time either of you two guys were out and you saw someone breakdancing?
I have never seen nobody breakdance in person, man. Nope. I'm a little too young for that one.
It's been years. And you know what's kind of crazy? My dad used to breakdance. And he used to always tell me, "Oh yeah, I used to breakdance on the street, blah blah blah."
We got to get some videos of that.
Yeah, no, I need to see him.
Is your dad from Houston?
No, my dad's he was raised in New York. Mm-hmm. So
that explains it all, man. Yeah, so look, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta confess, I actually like that, man. To me, just being a hip hop fan and just seeing a lot of people probably wouldn't look at that as hip hop now because it was way back then. But that's where hip hop started, man.
Oh, for sure.
And for it to see it in the Olympics, and just how global it is now, I'm actually fine with it. I ain't think people still breakdance, but
I'm all for. I'm all for, and I've always encouraged this, even back in the 80s when I started in this business, to expand the Olympics, to include some sports that are more relevant to a wider audience, not just make it old traditional. Like I'm a big fan of like rock climbing. I think that's a good Olympic sport. It's athletic. It's good. You know, some of these other things that are relatively new to the Olympics. You know, these newer sports. I get it. I encourage it. But how the hell are they putting breakdancing in the Olympics in 2024?
I know it's a little too late.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, hey, I'm all for it, man. I like to see it, man. I wish it could have been back in the 80s, but
yeah,
I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it.
Right. I believe it was either Stevie Nicks or Wall that said you got to get your mind correct. I forget which one of them said that.
Who said it first?
Yeah.
Paul Wall said it for sure.
So we're gonna get your mind correct for tonight's game. Texans Steelers. We're gonna show you 5 things that you better be watching for, and they're gonna be good signs for the Texans moving forward next.
It's official. Our guy Andre Johnson has his gold jacket, and his legacy will live forever. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, so it's Paul Wall, right?
Paul Wall, Chameleon there?
Yeah. Should get your mind correct.
Yep, name of the album.
All right, we got a game tonight. We got CJ Stroud. We got starters, mostly starters. Let's get our mind correct.
I love football, man. It's more than just a game for me, man. So when it just comes to game time, like, my whole mentality changes, you know what I'm saying? But it's just more so, like, I just go out and dominate and win and have fun, man, and just wreak havoc. And I think those, like, are the biggest things that just I won't be denied.
Great first training camp practice for any NFL team. The Texans are getting started before everybody else, so Christmas is here early.
Smell that? It smells like football.
Everybody showed up. I didn't think they're going to show up with the rain.
Nah, they
out here. They don't matter. They're here.
Looking forward to be back out there in the football field. You know, there's this long wait in the off season. You get a taste of it during OTAs, and then training camp comes. You know, it's football for the next 5 to 6 months.
Build relationships with your teammates. That's one thing I can tell you about these guys. We love being around each other. We always have a great time when we're around each other because we stay close when we play together.
Some of these guys haven't sat down and had a conversation with somebody, genuine conversation, and God knows how long. So it means a lot to me, and it also means a lot to them. So.
I mean, it's just a hell of a thing that we didn't build over here, man. And to be a part of something this special, it's everything to me, and I can't do nothing but do whatever I can, man, to make the most out of it.
We get to play some football tonight, man. We get to play some football.
We get to play some football tonight.
Yeah, I'm hyped up, man.
Hey, by the way, pregame show with
3 o'clock.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength here.
Yeah,
one of the boys coming in at 3 p.m.
It's always good hearing the pregame too, man. Usually I had the pregame show on the Odyssey app, kind of walking around the house a little bit and just listening, just getting pumped up for it. So yeah,
it gets you pumped up.
Yeah,
like we a lot of times you and I spend a lot of time out tailgating. And you hear people playing it, or you hear it on Bud Plaza.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right.
It's just cool, just them breaking the game down, what to look for and all that stuff. So it's all, check it out on the Odyssey app, Sports Radio 610 and all that, just kind of get the juice going.
Yeah, so that helped get our, by the way, shout out to HoustonTexans.com putting that video audio together. It did get me a little juiced for. I mean, it's a preseason game, but who cares?
Yeah.
It's football.
Hey, it's football.
We're
man.
playing football tonight, as they said there at the end. So the signs, like, because it's just going to be little things. It's going to be the offense, maybe a series or two, according to D'Amico Ryan. Same thing with the defense. But there's going to be signs. We're going to be watching this game tonight. We're going to be talking about it on Monday about. This, and this has got us pumped up, or, hey, maybe we need to watch a little closer here or there. So let me start. Number one, and it's not even close, it's not even like a unit of a particular unit. It's one player. It's Dameon Pierce. For me, Dameon Pierce, first of all, you don't get a chance like this very often. You had a bad year. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
You had a year that was kind of – you got in head.
Yeah, and he acknowledged that.
And let's listen to him acknowledging that about last year.
I don't see anything different about the style, but mentally, I'm leaps and bounds ahead of what I was rookie year. You know, rookie year we had I won't say as big of a playbook as we do now. Yeah. So it was kind of a mental shock going from rookie year, having something so compact, then having Slow, who literally has, looks off of everything. So getting another year of that up under my belt, I feel comfortable. I feel confident on the field. That's the thing. I feel confident on the field. I feel good at what I'm doing. I feel good before I even get to the play. So it's like my pre-snap reads are, much more smoother, quicker. I'm not doing as much thing when I get the ball. It's just me playing ball at that point. Like at practice, things get fixed at practice. I'm just working on, okay, how can I hit it 100 mile per hour and don't stop? You know what I'm saying? The right way. So that's really what the difference is. It's an intellectual thing. Mentally, I'm more prepared. Mentally, I'm more clear, more confident, and just overall, just a better football player, man.
It takes a very humble and strong person to basically say, let me interpret what he just said. I didn't get it last year. Like that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
It was too much. I didn't get it.
And that's where it starts, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes, we always talk about how people need to look themselves in the mirror.
Yeah.
and say, you know what, I was the problem.
Yeah.
I didn't get it last year. But
Yeah.
you know what, I worked on that during the off season, and this year I'm going in fresh.
Yeah.
And last year, you know, even though it wasn't a good year for me on the field, but that was a good year for me mentally realizing that I was the problem and I need to get myself together.
Yeah. It's really, really hard to understand and admit I felt dumb. You know, I've done. You know, we've all done. Like, I just felt dumb. I didn't get that. I didn't understand.
A lot of people don't do that, man. A lot of these people, whenever they have a good year like that, these players get over their heads. They feel like, hey, it ain't me. It's the coaching. Like, a lot of people would blame the coaching scheme and all that stuff. And he was honest. He said, hey, you know, I ain't going to the season right.
So that's why, like, tonight and you said this earlier, and I hope you're right too. I hope he goes and plays beyond with just the first team. I hope he plays into the second quarter, first and second team, maybe into the half, because there's no favors being done for Dameon Pierce right now. It's not like people this morning we were wondering, might he get cut?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But the fact that you're talking about that, like, he's got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get cut. I think he's safe.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't surprise me if he did. And I just think they gave him every chance to win or keep this job. They didn't draft the running back super high where, you know, he battling it out.
Yeah.
He's going. I don't even know who he's going against. Maybe Cam Akers now.
Probably Cam Akers at this point. Maybe J.J. Taylor.
Yeah.
We'll see him tonight.
Yeah, and I don't think them guys are better than him right now.
Well, we'll see.
But yeah, we're gonna see tonight.
We're gonna see tonight. Here's the other thing. That's one. Here's another thing, and this is what I was so fired up about. You guys listening know, you know, we came in on Friday and I was like, okay, I'm liking what I'm seeing Bob Slowick, because they didn't even have a game plan or anything, and they just went boom, boom, boom down the field. Well, now it's with C.J. Stroud. We talked about C.J. Earlier in this hour, but this is what Bobby Slowick expects to see.
Yeah, same as everyone else. I just want to see him grow. You know, everybody has a whole lot that we could continue to get better at. We can continue to improve upon, and it could be something big that really affects the entire offense, or it could be something very small that's just for him individually. But every day we give out specific coaching points to individuals. Obviously, he gets a lot of those, and just focusing on those every day, emphasizing those every day, and just stacking good days right now is really huge for CJ.
Gonna be huge, and what we're gonna be looking for is that extra development. Like I said, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. We talk a lot about CJ today, more so I thought deservedly, because we haven't really talked about what we expect from him. But the next thing that you can look for, the third thing that I think is very, very important, you can get some signs tonight, is this defense. If you listen to us and you trust us, if you listen to others on the team that have talked about it, players, and you trust them, experts around the NFL, and you trust them, this defense has gotten a lot better thanks to Azeez Al-Shaair and Danielle Hunter. You know, we mentioned Danielle Hunter quite a bit yesterday and played some audio. Those two dudes are playing, and those two dudes on the front seven, and Derek Stingley's playing at cornerback. So we're going to have a sign of just how big of an improvement Al-Shaair and just how important he is, and then Danielle Hunter. Now, Will Anderson isn't playing, but we're going to see what Danielle Hunter can do.
Yeah, Al-Shaair, that's pretty much the quarterback on the
and
defense,
he's playing
man.
his ass
and
off.
he
number 0 in your program, which is even badass.
Yeah,
too.
I like that he got the number 0,
That's
man.
Badass.
But no, I can't wait to see him, man. Danielle Hunter, we know what he can do. He been doing it the last couple years. But Azeez, somebody that pretty much replaced Cashman, Blake Cashman. This could be something special to me, man.
If you haven't seen those two dudes, you're going to be in for a treat if they're anything like what we've seen.
Yeah, I like how Will Anderson talked about in his press conference and said, I guess he made a mistake and jumped off sides and he was upset. And Azeez said, "Stop freaking pouting." I like that a lot, man. And Azeez, you could tell he got command of this defense.
Yep.
And even when I was out there training camp, man, I seen him talking to D'Amico Ryans. He was on the sideline.
Always, yeah.
And he was communicating with D'Amico Ryans about what they had going on defense. I'm like, he's in tune.
And he's in tune with D'Amico going back to the 49ers day.
That's very important, man. That's very important.
And that 49ers defense, those linebackers carried a big load, and they were integral in how good they could be. Number 4 of things that I think you're going to get some real signs here. Is this special teams? Is this kickoff and kickoff return of Frank Ross going to separate itself? Now and it also ties in with Dameon Pierce, because Dameon Pierce and Steven Sims have been the first returners and if he can shine on that, then maybe we can be on to something with the special teams. This is Frank Ross talking about it.
It was such a learning experience. Every coaching staff I had a bunch of people reach out to me. It felt way different than practice in my estimation, my opinion. Hey, how fast do we really run and hit? Hey, how fast do these blockers get on you? How fast do these cover players get on top of their blocks? So it felt tremendously different. We're able to go back, and people were the guys doing it were able to say, here's how that really feels. So as much as you go live in practice, pads on, we've had those training camp periods where it's full team kick return and we're padded, but you don't really finish on the ball carrier. And, that was our first time of doing that. So we learned a lot. And I think individually, what do those blocks look like? It was a huge gaining, learn experience, and every team across the league is about to feel that is going to play for the first time this weekend. So there's a lot to adjust and continue to move forward on.
You really wouldn't know it from the Hall of Fame game, but I still believe very, very adamantly that these new kickoffs rules are going to determine a lot more games than they ever have. These new kickoffs under the new rules, they're going to determine a lot more games than they ever have. And if you got the right guy in charge, and Frank Ross, if they can all figure it out, and he just talked about that they're still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Frank Ross handled this, because I don't think he was too happy about the subtle change at all. And
he doesn't like the new kickoff. But he's adjusting.
Yeah, exactly. So we know Frank Ross is a friend of the show. He's a dude. That's why he was here for so long during these different coaches.
Yeah,
he kept his job with a whole new coaching staff. So I'm interested to see how he adjusts to it, and if he can continue being the best special teams coach in the league. And yeah, man, I think he'll be. I think he'll be.
I think these kickoffs are going to be huge.
I think a lot of, and the good thing is, I think all of these coaches are learning.
Yeah,
they trying to figure this out, man. I seen it at the Hall of Fame game where
it wasn't nothing.
It was a couple penalties.
Yeah,
where people
it was
still
sloppy. It wasn't exciting.
Yeah, people still trying to figure it out, and I think it's going to take a couple games to where teams can find an advantage.
Yeah,
and I think take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be able to maybe start seeing that tonight. Maybe that'll be a sign. Last thing here, in terms of this could be a sign of really good things. We're all aware that C.J. Stroud is the franchise, but there are some little things that can put you over the top and maybe get you into that category of elite in the AFC. I think one of them is if you can find a second tight end. Like if you can find, whether it's Cade Stover, and that's where I'd be leaning, or Brevin Jordan, and somebody that can really complement Dalton Schultz, then you're really onto something, and I think D'Amico Ryans agrees.
Cade has been the guy we saw on tape in Ohio, just tough, right? Making tough competitive catches, right? Finishing strong with the football, like the couple plays he made in the game, last Thursday. It's cool to see a guy, like, you see him in practice, but you could never quite know how they're going to respond when they get in the game. But it was cool to see Cade just being tough, physical, competitive, finishing, like loving football. That's the Cade I knew and I grew to love watching him at Ohio State, and that's the guy who showed up in the Hall of Fame game.
All right.
This is a very important battle right here, man.
Yeah, it is.
And I know, we really don't talk about the second tight end, and I feel like a lot of people penciled in Brevin Jordan as the guy, maybe based just off of experience alone, and you don't want to pass him up over a rookie.
Yeah.
But no, I think this is very important. To me, Cade Stover is a traditional tight end that every team wants. Somebody that's big, that can block and catch. And Brevin Jordan, fortunately, he's not the biggest blocker.
Yeah.
And we had Jonathan Alexander on pretty much saying how he improved his blocking.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
I think Brevin Jordan is the secret sauce that they're going to do some other stuff
You
with.
mean Cade Stover?
No, Brevin.
Oh, bro, you mean in another position?
He's going to be the
slot,
secret.
and
I think they're going to move him around and probably.
Yeah.
I think in the
he's been in the backfield.
In the perfect world, I think they're going to use him more like how they did with the Browns.
You also have to steal a roster spot somewhere because you're going to have more receivers.
Yeah,
and the kickoff team is going to bring maybe some more running backs or linebackers. So you're not going to have a fullback necessarily. You might be able to steal a spot there. All due respect to Andrew Beck.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So they're really doing this in New England. They're talking about a 6th round quarterback. Who else was drafted in the 6th round in New England?
Oh, God.
They're really doing this.
They're
really doing this around next.
Will the Texans starters make their season debut against the Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Like, these are actual headlines. I'm the messenger here. This is from NBC Sports. Preseason debut builds buzz, controversy for Joe Milton and Drake May.
Come on, man.
Joe Milton, this is Yahoo Sports. Joe Milton III's outing created a buzz with the Patriots. Patriots beat writer, this is Yardbarker, addresses concerning Drake May and Joe Milton reports, kind of intimating that they might be. Joe Milton, if you may recall, was drafted in the 6th round out of Tennessee.
Oh, my goodness, man.
I'm just saying.
God, man.
That's the way it works. That's the way it works.
Yeah, they know. They sure do know how to try to hype this up.
And then, obviously, we all know the other. So what's the other quarterback drafted in the 6th round from New England? So what's he going to win, Chris? 5 Super Bowls? 6?
Maybe
7?
6.
7?
Or 6.
6?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. Joe Milton. We had football last night. It wasn't good football, but Joe Milton became a star. That's for darn sure. Around the NFL here with Figgy Fig and Chris Santiago. All right, so let's go back to when C.J. Stroud was talking about Matt Stafford.
Stafford, hey, Stafford another one, bro. He might be up there with Brady and them, bro.
No, come on.
No,
bro.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
that was
crazy.
crazy.
Let me go back. Hey, because look, I'm a look, dog. Hold on, before you do all this shit, I'm a student of the game. Stafford a dog.
He is a dog.
No, you don't understand, bro. You saying that? That's all I watch. I don't watch nobody else. I watch Mahomes at times because Mahomes does some stuff that like you can't coach. Stafford, dog, he will beat you with the same thing every time. All that no-lick stuff, I got that from bruh. Like, literally, that's one of my big, like, I'm a fan of his. Like, when I go to LA, I be trying to find, bro. Like, we got the same trainers. I be trying to, like, go to where they working out and just watch.
That's all I'm saying.
Elite,
like Charles Barkley.
Hold on. If you give Matthew Stafford a chance like Aaron Rodgers, I guarantee he might have had more rings, for sure.
That's probably good.
I think Matthew Stafford.
So that's, was it $1 million worth of game?
Yep.
On the podcast?
Yep, Gilly the King.
Yeah. So that was C.J. Stroud, and we talked about it. It was a summer, and we talked about it like, okay, I was actually kind of encouraged. I'm like, okay, so he dives deep into what these quarterbacks are doing, and he put Stafford up there, like big time.
I like that too because a lot of times we as fans, we look at the rings or look at a game and be like, oh yeah, Aaron Rodgers is the best.
Yeah.
But you could tell he looked more than just what he accomplished on the field. He look at, I guess, his technique and all that stuff.
His arm, his smarts.
He not looking at, he only got 1 Super Bowl or he didn't do anything. He ain't win any playoff games in Detroit.
Yeah.
So, no, he actually looking at the way he played quarterback.
So tell me what you think about Caleb Williams when you hear this.
When he played for Detroit, I enjoyed watching them, but I wasn't so young, but I was younger, and I didn't really understand. And then I got older and older, and then I started to understand his game. He's unbelievable. Like there's a couple plays where he'll get a play action, and he has the backer on a string. Like he wants the backer to go here, he'll go there, and he'll throw it right behind his head at the perfect touch, perfect velocity. And so he's unbelievable. I don't know how. I think it was 46, right? On the top 100, 56.
I don't even
top
know.
100.
I didn't look.
It was something unbelievable that he shouldn't have been. I was not happy.
Where would you put him?
Matthew Stafford is probably. I don't think I can name 2 or 3 quarterbacks that play the position better than Matthew Stafford.
Wow.
Not obviously playing right now. I'm not saying.
42. He was 42 on the list.
I don't know how he's 42.
You're telling me he's better than Josh Allen. He's better than that.
Matthew Stafford is Matthew Stafford. Aaron Rodgers right now in the game is my number 1 QB.
Yes.
Obviously last year he got hurt and things like that. So 100. But
You don't play Aaron. You play Matthew, though. You know.
Yeah, Matthew's
Week
top
4.
2 in the league.
You're playing in week 4.
I know. He's top 2 in the league. I give him his respect. I watch his game, try and mimic things and get after it.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, I would like for all the quarterbacks in the league to make their own power ranking list of quarterbacks, just to kind of see, because clearly, I guess the media and fans see something different.
Well, they count the wins.
Yeah, they look at the playoff wins and games and stuff like that. But I think if the QBs make their own power ranking list of quarterbacks, he will probably be like maybe second or third.
It sounds like it.
Just the way these quarterbacks talk about Matt Stafford, I feel like he would probably be like number 2 or number 3.
And these are 2 young players. Like Caleb Williams, obviously this year rookie, and C.J. Stroud, and they're students of the game. That's one thing they talk about. Caleb, this is Matthew Stafford all of a sudden is blowing up.
Yeah,
because of these 2 dudes.
I might have to rethink how I feel about Matthew Stafford, to be honest.
Are you not a fan of Stafford? Or?
No, I am. But every time I look at him in L.A., I'm just like, that's an old Stafford. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's like the football version of Justin Verlander or something, where he just, the older he get, he still
also played in Detroit.
He got something.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fascinating. Because these guys, I mean, they're Gen Z, man. I mean, they play video games, they watch TV, and you would think, and I know they're obviously experts in their field, but you would think they just go for theirs. Obviously Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Lamar, and they're like, nah, man.
Yeah,
Matt Stafford.
And I think these quarterbacks, they don't look at these playoff games and study. They look at mechanics. They look at all that stuff, and Matt Stafford name always comes up.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of these guys look at Matt Stafford and say, that's how I want to be a quarterback.
Yeah. It's pretty eye-opening. So at minimum, Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud are on the same page when it comes to Matt Stafford. So one of the things that happened yesterday during these 2 preseason games was we got the debut of Hawkeye technology. And, well, let's hear it.
Are we going to use it if it takes this long? Okay.
We just run the chains out.
Yeah. Yeah, the laser's taking as long as they would if they were
longer.
It's a virtual animation.
Yeah.
Bring in the Baxley family and get the chains out there.
Well, it's preseason. Trial the new stuff in the NFL. I understand. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
There it is.
Okay. There you go. She's short. It's like going to the U.S. Open tennis. The ball hit the line. No, it did not hit the line.
So Hawkeye technology is the new technology they're testing in the preseason.
Pretty much what they use in tennis.
Pretty much what they use in tennis instead of a chain gang. And it took forever. I got to believe they're going to be quicker with it, but I was like all about this. I got to see it.
If they do like this, they need to go old school. Get the chains then.
Yeah, that was Phil Simms who said, "Are they going to use it if it takes this long?"
Yeah.
No, they won't.
Nah. When I heard they were doing this, I was expecting them to do it like tennis.
Boom. It comes up in a second.
And tennis, man, sometimes I don't even be seeing them when they challenge the call.
Yeah.
Sometimes they make a call and the player just kind of like that.
Yeah. And then it's done.
Yeah, they look at it, a little clap.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that's the call. And that's it. And they keep going. They don't miss a beat.
Are you? I'm for this in terms of the concept of it because I think it's exact.
Yeah.
And there's always some issues of the referee looking at it and maybe he sees something that other people. We've seen that a lot. Where we're like, man, that looks like he's short, and he calls it a first down.
Yeah.
So I'm for it in general.
Yeah, me too. I think because I feel like a lot of calls were missed just off of the referee's judgment.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then bring that in. Bring that new system in and let's get it exactly right.
Yeah.
But if it's going to take that long, hell, I'd rather a referee just say, yep, he got the first down.
It needs to be immediate.
Like, let's keep it rolling, man. I already think these instant replays be taking too long anyway.
Yeah.
Let's speed this stuff up so we can get this game going.
I wonder if they're going to have it tonight. By the way, the Texans are on the NFL Network tonight, so hopefully everybody can watch it there. I know they're going to be on ABC 13.
Yeah, they're going to be locally. They're going to be on ABC 13.
But if you're out of town or listening on the Odyssey app, but I wonder how if they're going to use it tonight. I'd be really interested. They may not even have a measure. but if they do, in seeing what it looks like, that's one thing I think they need to iron that out because I think it'd be good.
Yeah.
All right, so this happened this morning. Apparently, at Charlotte, the New England and Panthers game. So the Delta plane that was carrying the Panthers staff and the players back from New England slid off the runway and into some mud at Charlotte Douglas International Airport early this morning. There were no injuries, and Delta apologized for the inconvenience. Okay, well, thanks for apologizing. Like, this is always like one of those, I don't care if it's a team or whatever, like sliding off a runway.
That's scary.
And you got an NFL team on board on top of that. Man, I
hope he kept his job.
I hope he kept his job, but at least they said, "Oh, sorry, our bad, our bad." All right, a couple things on the Texans and Steelers tonight. If you haven't heard, there's going to be probably 10 or 11 players not playing tonight. But the good news is you're going to have some real, big time frontline players playing tonight. Brevin Jordan, we were talking about him earlier. That's why I wanted to bring him out. He's not playing tonight, and I'd forgotten about that. So it's going to be a Cade Stover game. It's going to be a Cade Stover game, and whomever else, Quatoriano is not playing. So, like, Cade Stover's kind of got that mini Damian Pierce thing going. Joe Mixon's out. We have high hopes for you. You're going to get at least 2 quarters. So I hope Cade Stover.
He should get a lot of playing time.
Yeah, Cade Stover gets that done,
and that's going to say a lot too, because I think it's a battle between that second tight end spot, but maybe the Houston Texans already got Brevin Jordan penciled in there, where they just saying that's the guy, and maybe Cade Stover could take over as the season go on. But this is going to say a lot if he balls out in this game. That's going to say a lot.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna have a good feeling if he do.
I am too. The other thing with the Texans tonight, and Aaron Wilson reported who the starting offensive line is going to be. And I think the interesting thing on this is no big surprise that Blake Fisher is going to be left tackle because Laramie Tunsil is not playing. But they have Brocker, however we talk about it, starting at right tackle. I mean, that's one to watch because he kind of came out of nowhere, and he's going to be starting at right tackle since Titus Howard is out.
Yeah, I think that's kind of an underrated person they might need throughout the season, man, because I'm guessing Laramie Tunsil will be healthy by week 1, and he'll be good to go, and hopefully he play all games.
Yeah.
But it might be some games where he might not play.
Yeah.
And Fisher going to have to step over in this place.
Yeah.
And if Titus Howard, it's always a toss-up with Titus Howard, man.
Well, he's better be ready.
Yeah. If he's not ready, then you will be looking at Nicky B, whatever his last name is. So I think I'm interested to see how he looks too.
Yeah. Other thing around the NFL here, a book is being written, and we had some fun with this because our guy Sean Bijani didn't know what I'd switch teams for her meant. But the story making the rounds around the NFL is why Aaron Rodgers sort of has been ostracized, broken up, whatever you want to say, with his family. And it's in the book. It's being revealed, and Ian O'Connor had a bunch of interviews with everybody that Rodgers no longer has this relationship with his family because Ed and Darla, his parents, really didn't like. They're devout Christians and however you want to describe it, but they really didn't like that he was and Olivia Munn was talking about having premarital sex and being staying the night in the same hotel on the day of the game, and talking about that or whatever. I mean, I guess,
man, it's
an NFL player, man.
They old school Christians.
That is an NFL player. It's going to happen. I mean, are you just being? There's got to be more to it than just that.
Some people still old school Christians.
No, I get it,
man.
I understand.
They want them to look like I Love Lucy, where they got the separate beds, being married and having 2 separate beds.
Yeah,
that's how they. Expect
I mean, if that's your belief, that's fine.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to pass judgment on that, other than like they have to realize the reality of being an NFL player. and Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback for the Green Bay Packers at the time, and Olivia Munn, a Hollywood star. Yeah, things are gonna happen, man.
Yeah. No, I get it because my mother is she not that diehard, but
Yeah.
she is. It was one time I actually so I took a picture with somebody that worked here, Cindy Bourbano. I just kinda took a picture, and she was upset. She was like, "Oh, why you got your arm around her? Like, you're married." And I was just like, "Mom, it wasn't nothing like that." Like, it wasn't nothing like that. But yeah, my mom, she could kind of be hardcore too. But
Yeah.
she not that hardcore.
I don't know if it was so much you as Cindy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she just
might have been a certain look. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just spitballing here.
I guess she thought it was just a certain girl.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I was just
yeah.
like, nah, Mom, that's my coworker.
Yeah, well,
like, nah, we good. Ain't nothing like that.
by the way, she's really cool.
Yeah,
Cindy. But I could see where Mom would be like, I don't know about this. How are you going to get arrested for fighting with your bodyguard, dude? How are you going to get arrested for fighting with the dude that's supposed to protect you? Talk about that. The internet is going nuts. Next.
Andre Johnson's road to Canton is complete. And of course, he made sure to
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, Figgy, help me out here, man.
What's up?
I've got a kid that I've known for a long time. He's not a kid anymore. He's about your age. That's a big. I told you about him. He's a bodyguard.
Okay, yeah.
Big dude. He's like 6'6", probably 280, 300. And he's a bodyguard for some big-time celebrities in Las Vegas. Maybe I shouldn't mention any names, but people that a lot of people would know. I think he understands his job.
Yeah.
Like, it's to protect the dude.
Yep.
Or the woman. Hence the name bodyguard. So what happened in Paris this morning?
Travis Scott got arrested for fighting his bodyguard. I don't know the situation. I don't know what happened. Maybe the bodyguard could have been totally wrong. I don't know. But it's always
fighting your bodyguard.
It's always a bad sign when you're fighting the guy that should be protecting you.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what happened, unless he slept with his girl or something like that.
Yeah.
It's always a bad sign when you going after your body. You get arrested for bodyguard.
The video doesn't have any good audio, but I glanced at the video this morning. Dude, he got arrested in Paris. I mean, he's at the Olympics.
Yeah.
And, they had him cuffed. He was going. I mean, he went somewhere.
Yeah.
He went to jail somewhere.
Yeah, it seemed like he just kind of went off the rails.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened. Maybe we should get more info, but it's not a good look fighting the person.
Hadn't Travis Scott kind of just gone off the rails in general a little bit?
I think as of late, because he wasn't really like that at first, but it seemed like the last couple months he been in the headlines for the wrong reasons, like doing some random stuff.
Not only that, but it's just like, have you seen Travis Scott? Like, he's skinny. Why is he trying to fight
that
a guy
too.
twice his size?
You know, the bodyguard, like I just said, the kid that I know, Michael, shout out to Michael Behrens, he's great at his job. He's 6'6", like 300, and pumps iron every day.
What do you think you're going to do to him, man? Like, let's be honest. You think you're going to be able to just beat him up? No, man. Get out of here with that.
Like I said, unless you're trying to defend yourself or something like that, and if I was his size and going against a big old bodyguard like that, and I'm trying to defend myself, I probably know I'm going to get my ass whooped, but I'm going to at least go out swinging. But
that?
Trying to attack a guy like that.
Who's trained.
You are crazy.
Who's trained to fight.
You are out of your mind.
And prevent, anyone from getting close to you. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see because, TMZ's going to be all over this.
Oh, 100. They're going to get the scoop in a minute. We should get it, by the end of the day.
So, RG3's got the internet going nuts.
Goodness gracious, man.
RG3's got... Let me show you a picture of RG3. And what's the first thing that comes to mind when you see it?
The first thing that comes to my mind is pause. I know Cameron and May's going to have a good time talking about this.
Pause, man. I'm with Figgy, man.
That's somebody earlier asked on the text line, what do pause mean?
Yeah.
That's the definition of pause.
Dude,
when you do something like that, you got to say pause.
So for those who don't know what we're talking about, that's why we do the internet going nuts. He also is in Paris, and he's got the business end, the pointy end of a giant croissant. I don't even know how to put this, like going all the way into his mouth.
Yeah, he's attempting to I guess act like he's eating the croissant.
Yeah, it's
so he got his wife is on the other end. She don't have the croissant. She kind of had the croissant near her mouth.
Yeah.
RG3 got the croissant in his mouth.
We're going to get in trouble if we're not careful with our words here. But it is, how can I put this? That croissant has it in for Robert Griffin. I'll put it that way.
Pause. Pause.
He has it in for it.
I think it's so funny because he tweets right after. Can't even eat a croissant with your wife anymore on this app.
Look at what you're doing.
Why you can't do what she's doing?
Yeah, that's another thing.
Just fake eat it.
And her all the way open. Like he's got his mouth all the way.
Man.
All the way.
My brother, why did you tweet that? Like, that's something you just don't do.
Oh, man. It's never going away.
Nah.
No. Hey, like the next time, let's talk in code again here, what it looks like he's doing. The next time he really compliments a player over the top, people are going to post this picture.
Yeah.
They're going to post this picture. All right. See, we all learned today what pause means. And if you don't know, look at RG3's Twitter. So we talked yesterday. I want to follow up on this. I was like really, really happy for the kid. 16 years old. So the preliminaries for the 4x400 in track, basically the mile relay for those who are old school. Quincy Wilson, 16 years old. They were wondering if he was even going to get to run because he snuck in as an alternate. And the good thing is if you run just one leg as an alternate, now he's not going to run anymore. It's going to be the top four guys in the gold medal round coming up tomorrow. But if you just run one round, and he did in the semifinals this morning of the relay, you get a gold medal or you get a medal, whatever you might win. So this was Quincy Wilson.
Off we go. The 16-year-old Quincy Wilson is officially an Olympian, trying to position the Americans well here. He is basically even on the stagger with Germany in the going. Togo is flying.
All right, that's probably good, but he didn't. He ran really, really, really fast, but really slow compared to his teammates. Like they were all 43.8, 43 this. He ran a 47. Good enough to advance though, and I credit his teammates for giving him a shot there, you know?
Yeah, man. Salute to him, man. Being 16, I can't tell you what I was doing at 16, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think 16, I was begging my mom to get my ears pierced and asking for a tattoo. And this dude is in Paris doing some great things like this, just being a part of something like this.
Yeah.
That's amazing, man.
And by the way, a 47 is nothing to sneeze at. I'm just saying compared to what his other guys.
Yeah. And then again, he's 16.
Yeah.
So, salute to him.
Yeah. So apparently, speaking of the Olympics, these medals, have you seen this? The medals in Paris, apparently the gold is not altogether gold and the silver is not altogether or enough. It is gold and it is silver. Like this dude, an American, who is it? It's a skateboarder, Nigel Houston. Look at he was wearing his bronze medal around his neck. Look at his medal after 1 day of use.
Dang.
It's like lead. It's like all the bronze has come off, or most of the bronze has come off.
That looked like a medal from 1862.
That's after 1 day of use.
Dang.
So the organizers in Paris are apparently getting criticized because people have talked about the gold medals are already kind of showing signs. And these things are supposed to be gold pure.
Yeah.
And last forever. This dude wore it around his neck for a day and a half, and the bronze is starting to come off.
Dang, man. So he got fake. He got
Fugazi.
Yeah.
So people are like just destroying the organizers there and asking them.
This ain't no regular medal from football, little
it's an
pee-wee
Olympic
football
medal.
Yeah, that one should be for like real.
Yeah. Somebody was tweeting, apparently there's more gold in cellophane wrapped chocolates than these medals. You know those chocolates that have the gold.
Yeah. The ones we get for participating.
Yeah. So that's where they are with that. They got to fix that. They got to get these guys.
Man,
Get them real bronze, man.
Yeah, just imagine coming back home and it's all rubbed off.
It's already rubbed off.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's just like flaking.
I wouldn't even believe somebody. I'm like, that ain't no real goat
Yeah,
medal.
you didn't run no. You weren't in skateboarding.
That's fake. The fake one I got looked realer than that.
Exactly. So breakdancing got its debut today. Yes. Well, they're calling it breaking. Breaking got its debut today.
In the Olympics.
And I'm no breakdancing expert. Apparently, Chris Santiago's dad used to breakdance in New York.
That's correct.
Which is pretty cool. But okay, let's go here because I don't even know if they're good.
Here we go. Again. Okay. Here we go. It's logistics.
What are we
Starting
doing?
it off. When you are confident. Again, this is what you're going to see here. Some top rock. One of the elements of this dance.
Logistics really in the pocket
All
of the
right,
music.
that's enough of that nonsense. First of all, this is not the 80s. Secondly, the fans don't even know what to do. Like, they don't even know what to look for.
Yeah.
You know? And third, look at the judges behind him. Are you looking at it? One dude has his tablet up to his face like he's studying for an, aeronautical engineering final or something. What are you even judging? Like, what do you...
To me, this is, look, let me be clear. I love it from a hip-hop fan.
Yes.
Like, just seeing this worldwide and seeing these different countries break dancing, knowing where break dancing started. But I'm just kind of curious, like, I'm just looking at the judges. It's like, what you know about break dancing?
What do they do? What are they looking for?
Yeah.
Like, hey, that's cool. I'll give you an 8.
Yeah. And now to be fair, I know they had breakdancing contests back in the day where, you did have judges, dance contests and stuff like that. But I'm just kind of curious. I'm judging the judges.
Yeah.
I want to see what you know about breakdancing. How do you know that's
They
fire
are
and that's
into it,
not?
man.
Yeah.
They are into it.
I do think this is a good thing for hip-hop, man. I think this is putting hip-hop, I don't want to say on the map, but this is kind of a salute because that's where it started.
I don't mind that, and I understand what you're saying. They're 30 years late, is my thing.
Yeah.
like, where do you go in Houston to go see some good breakdancing?
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who was at the table that said, you know what?
Yeah.
We need to bring breakdancing to the Olympics.
Yeah. And I'm all about expanding the Olympics with new events and things like that, like surfing and rock climbing. Those are cool. I remember when skateboarding came in. That's cool.
They should bring line dancing to the Olympics.
Yeah.
See who could do the Tamia line dance.
That would be better.
Yeah, who could do the Tamia line dance with no missteps, no issues. I want to see that.
That would be pretty sharp. All right, we're going to hand it over to the boys here, and at 3 p.m. they only got an hour show, which is kind of cool. Then we're going to be watching football. 3 p.m. Is the Texas pregame show with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. And speaking of those two dudes, Sean and Seth, they brought up something this morning that I don't know if I disagreed with, but it's definitely worth digging in about the reality of J.J. Watt coming back and being a Texan before all is said and done. That's next.
The Texans are headed to Pittsburgh for their second game of the preseason. How will the starters look in their first reps of the year? Ready?
everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio presents In the Loop.
All right, internet went nuts. Last segment, the YouTube channel for Sports Radio 610 is
shout
going.
out to B. Scott.
Is going. He created a segment.
He set the tone.
He set the tone. He's created a segment because we'll talk about J.J. Watt and what was said about a certain, I guess, hint maybe of him coming back. But so we were talking about breakdancing. They're calling it breaking in the Olympics, and I just don't get it. It's old. It's hard to judge. I don't know who even judges it. I don't know what's good, etc. But okay, if you want to do it, you're going to do it. And with a simple comment on the Sports Radio 610 YouTube page. Now, he said stripping, and that's not what I want to say. I would absolutely, for a number of reasons. Number one, I'm a guy, so I'm a pig. But beyond that, just from the in terms of like athleticism and sport, pole dancing.
Pole dancing?
100%.
That's an art, man.
100%.
I think that should be a sport, man. It's harder than what it look.
For sure. You see all these classes and stuff that people go to, and the tech and the athleticism that they show, and they do have competitions. Yeah, I've seen some on TV. I may have stopped for a little too long, but either way, they do have competitions. And it's more contemporary. Yeah. Like, it's happening now. It's popular now.
It's like gymnastics.
Yeah.
So, bring pole dancing to the Olympics. Yeah. Man, just imagine watch Brazil versus USA.
Oh, I have.
Brazil versus Colombia.
Yeah. So, see, this is why I said, up front, we are pigs. like we understand that. But it deserves to be there.
I think so, man. 100%. I'm trying to think who would
Give me Sweden.
Yeah.
Sweden.
Who would compete for USA, for Team USA?
Sidney McLaughlin.
Okay.
I can't. Let me just say it again. We're pigs.
I'm trying to think of. I'm over here trying to think of former strippers.
RG3. No.
Cardi B.
Cardi B. That would be a good one. Mm-hmm. Cardi B. Amber Rose.
Hey,
get up on that pole.
It's a wrap.
Okay, see, you're going down the wrong path here.
Hey,
we're talking about athleticism.
Hey, they are athletic. They've been on the pole before.
Well, yeah, they have.
They've been on the pole before.
Yeah, they have.
I'm just saying, just imagine them going against somebody from Dubai.
Yeah.
Or somebody from Brazil.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, I was imagining that. Yeah,
that should absolutely.
You caught me in a stare off into space.
That should be in the Olympics over breakdancing.
No, seriously, it should. I'm not being just a pig now. Over breaking, 100%. Athleticism, more contemporary, certainly more viewer friendly. And I'm not even trying to go down that. I'm just saying fans would like it.
It's an art.
Yeah, and fans would like it.
The crazy thing is women like it. Mm-hmm. Women love that. Women be going to pole dancing classes.
Yeah.
And so, honestly, they might like it more than us. They like stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
let's not get too crazy.
Hey, no. I think women love that type of stuff.
No, they do. They absolutely do.
Yeah, so I think it should be a sport. And I think that's something a lot of women do all over the world. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's just a U.S. thing. Sure. Yeah, that's something you could go in any country and find somebody on the pole.
Yeah. I told Megan Thee Stallion when we were getting a lot of
my girl Meg, man. My girl Meg.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah, somebody said Eve. I forgot she was a stripper.
Yeah.
Eve.
Mm-hmm. See, don't say stripping. We're trying to make this mainstream.
Yeah, I forgot. Professional pole dancing.
Yes. And I'm as much as we are having fun, I'm absolutely serious about that. 100%.
Somebody said Bridget the
No, don't.
The M word.
Yeah. All right, so the boys were talking this morning about J.J. Watt. And I heard this one, and we didn't even play it yesterday because I didn't think it was that big a deal when we were playing all, every version of Kay Adams interviews yesterday. She was carrying the show. But they brought this up because she asked Danielle Hunter about number 55 versus number 99. And then I'll tell you what they were talking about.
Numbers don't matter except yours because you're wearing the 55 and it's throwing me the F off, Danielle. What is this?
I mean, it's the same double-digit trend from what I brought from Minnesota, but, out of respect for JJ, he wore 99 for the Houston Texans, and he did a lot for the city of Houston. So it's only right to just let it be for him. You know, just coming into a new team, new number, but keeping a double-digit number. So I kind of like it.
I do like it, but it was just your idea. There was no discussion about it. You were just like, this is what I'm going to do. It's very freaking cool of you.
I mean, it definitely had to be the same digit. So, but I feel like 55 was the best looking one out of all of them.
So they were asking the question, might this be a hint? You know, out of respect, he said, for JJ, he didn't take 99. But might this be a hint that he's leaving that number open?
I think so. 100% I think so.
Yeah.
I think he did leave it open, and I'm not even sure if he knew anything. Like, maybe he didn't know for sure that JJ was coming back, but I think just for the simple fact, out of respect, and hey, it's a possibility he might come back. I think he left that open because he could have 100% took that number.
Yeah,
JJ Watt, man, just come back, man. Daniil Hunter saved that number for you. Let's be honest. Just come back, win that Super Bowl, baby. Let's get it.
So here's where I kind of differed from their opinion. I understand it. I get it. It's probably right, to be honest, because they were saying, like, it doesn't really mean anything, and I'm paraphrasing what they were talking about this morning, but he said it doesn't really mean anything, and, you know, there was no way he was going to take that number anyway, even if JJ was already retired. Because he's a legend. It's hard to fill that number in a city where the guy is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and he's from this city.
No, I'm talking about JJ.
Oh, I thought you was talking about, okay.
What they were saying is, like, Daniil Hunter was never going to get 90. Even if JJ hadn't had these little hints and, hey, call me, or no, I'll call you kind of thing. And I get that. I understand. But if you listen to that one more time, you know, and maybe it was just sort of like the conversation went in a different direction and no harm, no foul. But she asked him, was there no conversation about it? And he didn't really answer it.
JJ knows. Anytime he's ready, I'm ready.
What does that mean?
If he's ready. JJ's been out now for, 2 years? When you stop playing football for 2 years, it's hard to come back.
So you're saying that knowing it's an open invitation, but he's probably not going to take it.
It's always open for JJ. I'm never closing that door.
All right, so Daniil Hunter never really answered about, was there a discussion about taking JJ's number? And D'Amico Ryans was given the opportunity again. This was yesterday, Figgy.
Yeah.
This wasn't like back when he was doing the softball tournament and all that. No, this was yesterday, and he still said, I'm never going to close that door.
Yeah, I think D'Amico, I said this from the beginning, I don't see D'Amico knocking on JJ's door and say, hey, we need you. Hey, can you come back? I think he is leaving that door open for JJ, but I think it's totally up to JJ. JJ got to knock on the door, and he got to hit up Nick Caserio and say, "Hey, I'm ready to come back. I want to play."
I think you're right, but he could have taken. I mean, I think out of respect, like what Sean and Seth were saying, Daniil Hunter didn't take 99.
Yeah,
but it's very possible when he say, I don't think I want to take number 99, that somebody said, yeah, that's a good idea. Don't take 99. Yeah. We might need that number later.
Yeah,
you know,
I think it's possible because JJ keep in touch with them, and he said it on TV like he was kind of thinking about it, and he's training and all that stuff. So I think they did leave a jersey number open for him just in case.
Yeah. So who makes the call first? I think you almost get into like a stare down here. Because, like, let's say D'Amico all of a sudden is looking at things and maybe there's an injury or whatever, and he's like, but I don't want to call. I don't think D'Amico wants to put pressure on JJ to come back.
Yeah, I think that's very important because D'Amico is a former player.
Yeah.
So I don't think D'Amico is going to say, hey, JJ, I don't think he's going to put all that pressure on them.
Yeah.
But also I think D'Amico is leaving the door open to JJ because it's all on him. That's it. That's JJ's body.
Yeah.
So I don't think D'Amico will ever, being a former player, will ever say, "Hey, can you come out of retirement and help us win?" I think he's just leaving the door open for JJ to see how JJ feel, and that's all that matters. How do JJ feel? Do he feel like he can go another year, or if not, hey, I'm going to just sit back and chill.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll ever put pressure on them like that.
So does JJ have to make the call? Because JJ might be also looking for a sign. You know? So that's almost like, oh, you go. No, you go. And they don't know, like, or is it totally up to JJ? I think there might be in a little bit of a stare down here, and JJ doesn't want to be that dude that's, you know, hey, I'm gonna pot lick and I'm gonna hop on board a good thing and try to get a championship or whatever, just because they're good. He doesn't want to be that guy, and I don't think D'Amico wants to ask him.
Yeah, I think JJ got to be the one that come to them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe it could, maybe JJ, all he got to do is just walk through the door and say, hey,
yeah,
I'm thinking about it.
How is everybody?
Yeah, I think that's when they all can start talking and be like, yeah, you know what, let's make this work and all this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think JJ got to be the one that knock on the door and say, hey, let's go. I think I'm ready. But I actually saw him at the Hall of Fame game.
And you said he didn't really look.
He looked like he about 245. He don't look like that old J.J. Watt. That Captain America J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
He looked kind of skinny, man. He looked like he in retirement mode. So that's just me. Maybe he could bulk up, but he looked like he in retirement mode.
We'll see. All right, before the boys come in here, and you're going to get the best hour of radio you've ever heard from Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. And then at 3 p.m., you got Sean and Seth with the pregame show. So this is going to be like rapid fire from the guys here, and I want to get their thoughts quickly. I know they got their big hour-long show coming, big hour-long show coming. But let's listen to this together because this is the story for tonight.
I don't see anything different about the style, but mentally, I'm leaps and bounds ahead of what I was rookie year. Rookie year, we had I won't say as big of a playbook as we do now. Yeah. So it was kind of a mental shock going from rookie year, having something so compact, then having Slow, who literally has, looks off of everything. So getting another year of that up under my belt, I feel comfortable. I feel confident on it. But that's the thing, I feel confident on the field. I feel good at what I'm doing. I feel good before I even get to the play. Yeah. So it's like my pre-snap reads are, much more smoother, quicker. I'm not doing as much thing when I get the ball. It's just me playing ball at that point. Like at practice, things get fixed at practice. I'm just working on, okay, how can I hit it 100 mile per hour and don't stop? You know what I'm saying? The right way. So that's really what the difference is. It's an intellectual thing. Mentally, I'm more prepared. Mentally, I'm more clear, more confident, and just overall, just a better football player, man.
Yeah, it takes a very humble person and a very strong person to basically say that whole clip I can abbreviate for you. Basically, Dameon Pierce said, I was out of my element last year. I didn't get it. That's a very humble and strong dude that can admit that, and I think that's why tonight might be his best chance to really start turning that thing around.
Yeah, J-Lo, I'm telling you, man, when we had him on the post-game show last year after he returned the kickoff for a touchdown, after he obviously he wasn't getting the run at running back that he had hoped for, and he was typical Dameon Pierce, which is I mean, high on life, great dude, Peterson, can connect with everybody, and the interview's going along, boom, 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 rolling. It's good stuff, right?
Yeah.
And you got Dameon, you got to ask. You can't not ask the guy, hey man, what's going on at running back?
Yeah.
And you could see like his facial expression, the tone in his voice, like you could tell that he was hurt and he was lost.
It takes a big dude to say that, though.
Yeah. It was an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
Because you could tell in the last, really, since Bill O'Brien's been here, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I think players have been extremely guarded, right? That was the first time that I could recall in a long time a player and it asked a question that probably should have been a little bit guarded, just let his guard down and let his feelings out and it was almost like it was interesting, man. And I guess I say all that to say I knew at that point in time it was much deeper than can the kid run zone, inside and outside zone.
Yeah.
I knew at that point something is going on outside of just scheme.
That's also why I'm pulling for him.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's easy to root for, man.
Yeah, we talked about it multiple times, and I think we will talk about it more because I think Clint is on the same page as you guys on this is the
chance.
This is the big thing that he's watching and looking at
tonight
with Dameon Pierce. But I like to Clint's point. I just think it was upstairs, and a key part that he said, and that's something I hope to see, is like dude wasn't just grabbing a ball and playing ball like he had.
He's overthinking it. He was not
like
thinking.
He was upstairs. He was like he wasn't playing ball.
Yeah.
And when you even as an athlete whose level ended at high school.
Yeah.
Like when you're thinking.
Yeah.
And
you're not just out there playing. Like that. That's
yeah.
Like
Well, you think about it, guys. Like Pep Hamilton's offense was. I mean, he's been well traveled in terms of different leagues, right? So his whole coaching career, he's been in college.
Yeah.
Like his whole coaching career had to be keep it simple, teach them, let them play fast. Bobby Slowick's been raised up in the league. It's been how long the play call can be, how many different checks you can have, how thick can a playbook be.
Yeah.
Right, so it's no surprise that a guy gets in there and just
like, what the hell is going on?
He can't handle.
Yeah, what the heck is going on?
Right, the mental part of it just can't handle it. And I don't mean that negative. It's not a surprise that a young guy can't handle.
Yeah,
therefore we see it in his feet. So we talked about quarterback last week, right?
Yeah.
You can always see it in their feet, man. Just with a running back, you see it in his play, you see it in his feet, you see it in he's insecure, he's not confident.
Yeah.
And hopefully that changes this year.
Well, all right. I don't want to cut into y'all's time. I don't want to cut into y'all's time.
That was one of the most awkward handshakes I just saw out behind you.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, man, Andy.
It's the handshake from Get Out.
Oh, Andy and
Andy in Park?
No, it wasn't Park.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Did he shake?
Did
he shake the rock?
It was a young guy.
It was he.
Oh, it was Red.
Andy came up high. It was
rough,
tough, man. They tried to come back too for a second.
All right, boys.
That was rough.
Well, y'all knock it out of the park or listen to KLT.
Slaving over this
HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station like an appetizer.
I tell you.
The drive is live.
The drive is live. Yes, we've been working so hard for this 1 hour. I mean, these three segments we have. I mean, almost didn't make it. Almost make it to the show. We were working so hard. Tyler got the day off. Well deserved. Go ahead, man. Have you a good time. I don't know what he's doing.
He's heading east. He said yesterday he's heading east.
Is he? Oh,
doing
that's
a little
right.
gambling.
Yeah. By the way, Brian Daboll dropped some weight here. I just missed that.
Ozempic?
I don't know. Damn, man, it can't be just healthy. You don't think they got people around him? They put him on a plan. He look good though.
He does look good. Listen, damn near doesn't look like. If he took that Giants logo off his chest, I wouldn't. I'd have had to double take.
I want the jacket off of him. I want to see what all he's done. Not any further, but
yeah, I mean that's the next
good.
question is have you been in a weight room or did you just hit that Ozempic, man?
No, it could be just eating better, man. It ain't always got to be that.
Yeah,
I'm
assuming he was just eating like trash before. Yeah,
maybe
we've all been there.
Chris Santiago is going to continue rolling with us. Remember, as Lopez said, 3 o'clock coming up right after we get done here. In less than an hour, Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast will take over for the pregame show as they'll lead you into the start of the game coming up right here on Sports Radio 610 as the Texans will take on the Steelers. I know there's some more you want to dig into Dameon Pierce thing, but before we get there, I want to get some housekeeping stuff out there. If you are just jumping on and joining us, this according to Aaron Wilson, several Texans not slated to play against the Steelers tonight. We talked about that could be the case. Titus Howard with that minor knee injury is now what's being reported. Remember, he had to be taken off the field under his own power, and then he's going to miss tonight's game. Laramie Tunsil, so both the tackles are going to be out tonight. Kamari Lassiter has an ankle apparently being reported from Aaron Wilson. Clint, so he'll be out tonight. Another ankle with Will Anderson Jr., he'll be out tonight. Tim Settle, somebody who would have been nice to get to see out in that interior, he'll be out tonight with a calf. Dez King has a groin issue. Christian Harris, who we've not seen, has that calf issue. He's not playing. Charlie Heck isn't. Tegan Cotoriano isn't. Noah Brown, Jeff Okuda, Brevin Jordan, Dieter Elsland is not playing, and then Danico Autry. He isn't playing either. So that's a lot of guys. I didn't see Joe Mixon's name on there, which is interesting. I'd be surprised if he played. He has not practiced, and in a long time. So that'd be one to look out for.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Joe Mixon hits the field. I would be surprised if the other one on there, Stefon Diggs, is not on there.
Yeah, he didn't
somehow.
practice yesterday.
He did not practice yesterday. Wonder if either one of those two guys go. Two of, I think as you look at the new ads here, there's 5 of them, 3 on the defensive side of the football and 2 on the offensive side of the football. I mean the big ads, big names. And how many of those guys are we going to get to see tonight? You got Diggs and Mixon on the offensive side of the football. You got Danico Autry, Daniil Hunter, and Azeez Al-Shaair on the defensive side of the football. Looks like Hunter and Al-Shaair are going to play on the defensive side of the football. And maybe possibly Diggs. So maybe we can see 3 of the big 5 that they brought in, the win now moves, if you will. Maybe we can see 3 of those 5 guys tonight.
Yeah, we'll see. By the way, the offensive line, first team O-line that we believe C.J. Stroud will be behind Blake Fisher, who will be at left tackle. He's been getting a lot of the reps, all the reps really, with the first team since Laramie Tunsil's been down. He's going to start at left tackle, Kenyon Green at left guard, Juice Scruggs at center, Shaq Mason at right guard, and then right tackle is going to be Nick Brocker. Nick Brocker is starting at right tackle. So your tackles is a rookie in Blake Fisher, and then a young player in Nick Brocker who will start at right tackle tonight. So
I thought Nick was a guard.
I did too.
Huh. Must be versatile. Good for him.
Good for him. Get a start here. Just
Good
make
for
sure.
him. Hey, look.
Just make sure you have your ass protecting tonight.
Yeah, this game just got real big for Nick Brocker. If Nick Brocker, who plays inside, typically guard, I believe, if he can swing out and make a little noise, there's an opportunity at that tackle position. I don't know that Charlie Heck's going to hang on to the gig. So big-time opportunity for Nick Brocker. If he can play, hell, inside and out, boy, that'd be, whether it's in Houston or not, that would be some hellacious film.
It would be.
You can play all 4 positions, maybe even all 5 if you can snap.
Hey, I hope he does for his sake. Just make sure you protect CJ.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like last year, CJ took a couple of shots coming from that right side before George Fant got it together against the Patriots. I remember. So have a good one. So that's a little bit of the housekeeping stuff. By the way, who do you think is? We look at the guys aren't going to play. Who do you get a sense that they're going to be most hurt by missing this game? Because obviously they've already played one preseason game, but all these games mean things in terms of your position on the team, your position in the lineup, your position if you'll make the team. Who you think is hurt most by this game?
Well,
by missing this game.
There's a few of them. I think Des King, because we know how this we know how the organization feels about Des King. And
they got him just as a just in case guy.
Yeah. Well, and you got Jalen Petrie moving down there, and if you can't go and show and go toe to toe in a preseason game, whether you're playing in the third quarter or it doesn't matter, if you can't get out there and be seen at the same time that Jalen Petrie's being seen, you're losing ground, right? So I think it's big for Des King. We just talked about Charlie Heck. I think Charlie Heck with the injuries is on the verge of losing a spot, and they're bringing guys in at tackle. They're moving guys. Guys are getting run at tackle.
You missed a big one.
Well, I'm saving that one because I think that's more.
I want to see if we have
this is more
the same page.
Well, the guys I'm talking about are more about losing or gaining a position, like winning or losing, like a competition battle, right? And I think Jeff Okudah is the other one because this would be a big.
That's the one for me. That's the one for me, Jeff Okudah.
Well, I would go with Kamari. I thought you were going Kamari. Like Kamari Lassiter needs this run. He ain't played NFL football. He needs this run. So
but he got a job.
Oh, he's definitely. Yeah, you're right. No, he's got a job.
Jeff Okudah
he's missing a big opportunity.
Like if Kamari Lassiter doesn't play in this game and Jeff Okudah came out and looked good, made some plays, I think that becomes a different conversation. I would think now C.J. Henderson has this opportunity because he is going to play tonight.
Yeah.
But Jeff Okudah, to me, and we've watched practice and kind of see it on the unofficial depth chart, I think they have him at a higher regard than they have C.J. Henderson right now. And had he been able to play with Kamari Lassiter out and made a couple of plays, he had whatever the cornerback version of what Xavier Hutchinson had in this game. I think then Kamari Lassiter just given a job might potentially be a conversation. So that's why I think that's a big miss for him not being able to go in there.
Yeah, look, I think both of those corners. Jeff Okudah's missing a huge opportunity to at least get some really good film out there, if not make the coach question what the hell he's doing with Kamari Lassiter. Now, I think the Kamari Lassiter situation is interesting. This is going to be 2 of 4 preseason games. Not real sure how bad the ankle is. It's kept him out of 3 practices, I think, at this point in time, and a preseason game. You're going to be up against it before you know it, in a sense of well, how much football has this kid played before you throw him out there against the Colts opening week? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much he's going to play in a 3rd preseason game with a bum ankle right now. I don't know how much the starters are going to play in a 4th preseason game. So we're running out of time here. But clearly the organization is extremely confident in his ability to play outside corner, and hopefully the ankle's all right and he can get back soon as possible. But it's big for both of those corners, no doubt.
Damn, Jeff. That was your shot. The other guys, I think Tim Settle kind of has his position. I personally would like to see him, but I think he probably has whatever his position is.
Yeah, he started 36 games in the last couple.
And I think hell, for the first time, I think like Brevin Jordan's good. I feel like it's kind of clear cut on what his position is. Tegan Cotoriano, though, woo,
yeah,
I don't know, because I obviously we know Dalton. Then it feels like Brevin is kind of slot himself right in there.
Yeah.
And then Cade has kind of taken over.
Well, I tell you what I was hoping in camp, and I agree with you. I think Brevin's safe at this point in time. He's too damn good at this point in time. He's too good of a weapon.
And role is defined.
A unique weapon, if you will. What I think the big thing about Brevin Jordan missing training camp is, and this may have never even been in the damn plans. I don't know. I'm just personally saying this. I was looking forward to him doing a lot more out of the backfield, that Andrew Beck role.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I was looking forward, and that dude, can he carry that load and do some of those things and become even more versatile and explosive than he already is? Because you want to talk about a guy that we saw it with what was the dude's name? He hadn't done much since, but man, he had a year or two with the Titans. Real fast tight end.
Oh, Jonnu Smith?
Yeah. You remember him lining up in the backfield at fullback and acting like he was going to lead on the damn Mike linebacker, and boom, he's over the top and splitting the safeties, and with that speed, taking it to the house. Like I thought there was a chance that Brevin Jordan would be able to expand his role and be even more valuable and even be more explosive of a weapon. And while I think he's safe, and I think they'll find ways to use him, not being available in training camp for a week or for a handful of days, I think is gonna hamper his ability to do those things.
Yeah. All right, so that is kind of the housekeeping things there. All right, Clint, you said it through the week, and now we're here on game day, and this is probably going to be a topic in the post-game show with you and Sean. Make sure you stay tuned, listening right after the game ends. Sean and Clint have the post-game show for you right here on Sports Radio 610. Your number one thing that you're still watching and looking for, and it seems like maybe it's universal because the fellas from In the Loop we're talking about. Your number one thing is still Dameon Pierce.
Absolutely,
that's the number one story for you out of this. It surpassed the Kenyon Green story now. This has become a bigger deal.
Well, I think the Kenyon Green thing is still the going to have the biggest impact because you're talking about a starting guard that's going to,
particularly for this game,
right? For this game. A guy that we haven't seen yet in action, and a guy that's got one of the most fascinating stories that I've seen in football. I mean, this guy would have been a 1,000-yard rusher for the most dysfunctional franchise in the league 2 years ago. He was one of about maybe 2 or 3 promising things through the Culley years and the Lovie Smith year. I guess it was the Lovie Smith because he didn't play with Culley, did he? He was a Lovie year. He was one of the most promising things through that.
We came into the year, he was the number one weapon on the offense.
He's that dude, right? And so for that guy to so quickly be replaced by a scat back that regardless of who it was, to end up on the damn sideline and his duties being relinquished to a kickoff return guy, it's just and the stories that were flying around about this guy, I mean, it was wild, man. And so now – the fact that he's still here, the fact that the organization clearly is bought in and invested in him being a back on this team, a backup running back on this team, number 2 to Joe Mixon, tells me that there's something there. And the fans know this guy. We've seen him. We've seen him. Everybody that pays close enough attention absolutely loves the dude. So I just think I think tonight is about Dameon Pierce getting that run. Dameon Pierce, getting beyond the whole he doesn't fit this scheme thing, which I think was silly as hell the whole time anybody was saying it. But I don't think that was ever the case. But hopefully he can go and prove that he is more 2022 than 2023.
Yeah, I'm even intrigued to see him do it with this offensive line too. I like even that part of it where it doesn't have Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil, and I'm intrigued to see it. Like for me, Clint, I hope he is the focus with the first unit. I hope the focus is let's try to establish the run and establish him. I'll be honest with you. I'm good if CJ doesn't throw a pass. I'll be honest with you. I don't like I know what CJ is. I think a texter said that yesterday. To me, I do want to see especially those three guys in the middle that we know are going to be there. Yeah. And him. That to me, I would hope if they got one drive, two drives, that is the main priority is to see what he does. Because he has said it. They have all said it. Basically, we should see a totally different person, a totally different running back based off what he said, based off what they have said tonight. We should be a completely different guy.
I think you make a really good point. Like tonight is part of the excitement for me as well is I know they're not going to go out there and throw the ball 10 straight times. There's going to be an emphasis on the run. With Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard both out, there's going to be an emphasis on the run, which obviously is going to give them a good look at Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green inside. So I know it's got to be a focus. It's priority number one coming out of this preseason is can we get this running game going? Joe Mixon obviously ain't going to be available. Can we get this run game going with Dameon Pierce and this interior offensive line? These two newbies. Can we get it going? So I know it's going to be a big emphasis on the game from D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick. Along with that, what I think is just a fascinating story with Dameon Pierce. I feel like we're going to see something good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to see an effort to get that damn run game going. We're going to see an effort to give Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs and Dameon Pierce the opportunity that I think we've all been waiting for. And as Texans fans, if it ends up good, it takes this offense to a whole nother level. I mean, those three guys take this offense to a whole nother level if they're good players.
If you can, because as we said, Joe Mixon is just not going to be a guy that's nobody really in the league is a guy that's getting 25, 30 carries a game or get that many carries. They're going to want to spell him and especially at 28, 29 years old, they're going to want to mix things up.
17-game season, right?
Yes.
That's a great point, man. That's a great point. You just talk, even if you don't like Dameon Pierce, or not don't like, but you don't care one way or the other, and you haven't followed the story, and you don't care about the story, you just care about the Texans. Dameon Pierce being able to take some of the load off of Joe Mixon early in a 17-game season for a team that hopes to play 20 or 21 games, to be honest with you, that's big, man.
And they were lucky that, when they finally just into the year, because I don't think Devin Singletary would have held up.
Right.
If you remember how it was Devin and nobody else was getting touches, but it was only him. He wasn't even really coming off the field in any route. That's not something that they can sustain for a 17-game season. So Dameon Pierce is going to be one of the number one stories to come out, and hopefully you're talking about it in a positive light after the game with Sean. All right, coming up. The big picture thing to look for tonight. There is a big picture thing that we're going to be watching for. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, I'll tell you a big picture thing before we get to whatever Ron's talking about here. Big picture.
The app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got football coming up, baby. Got some football coming up here. Pre-game show is 33 minutes away. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne will take this thing over, and not just football, because we had football Thursday last week, but this football will involve C.J. Stroud, will involve Nico Collins, we believe, will involve a lot more starters than we saw last week. Danielle Hunter, Derek Stingley Jr. We should start to see some of the major players for this team, and the reason why so many people are excited about this thing. But, Clinton, as we get ready, those aren't the big picture things that you're looking at tonight, I don't think, right? There is the likes of, as we said, we'll see Dameon Pierce, as we talked about in the last segment. We'll see CJ for the first time this season. We'll see Danielle Hunter, and maybe he's a part of this. But for you, there's a big picture thing to watch that it starts tonight, but will be a big thing throughout the season.
Well, I think the stars are just starting to align for us fans and for the media, right? I mean, I don't think it's any secret. Even the biggest fans, the biggest homers out there, I think can look at this team and go, okay, there's only a couple of question marks, right? I think the interior defensive line for the Texans was not addressed the way that they hoped to address it this offseason. They went after some big fish. They didn't land them. So they ended up getting some journeymen in there. And look, I think they did a good job with depth. I think they did a good job with journeymen. But at the end of the day, in the NFL in 2024, the quickest way to impact a game is with a defensive tackle that can dominate from the inside. We've seen Chris Jones do it. We saw, what was my man's name out there, the first ballot Hall of Famer out in the Rams? Aaron Donald. We watched J.J. Watt do it inside and out here. You land eye that could do anything even remotely close to that, or at least that we think can. So the interior defensive line is from jump, from not addressing it in the draft, not addressing it in free agency. The one spot that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, I think, did not land the caliber player they wanted. So from jump, that's been an issue.
I think that's key too. When you say the caliber player they wanted, they clearly wanted it.
Yeah.
That's the one space they couldn't make it happen.
They wanted a force to be reckoned with. And I think they had a couple of guys that were above average impact type players last year, and they let both of those guys walk. So, that could come back to bite them as well. So we'll see. But nonetheless, I think even the homer, the homerest of homers right out there can look at the defense and say, yeah, look, the interior defensive line is where you don't have all-pro players. You don't have guys that have been in the system. You don't have guys that you feel like can impact the game in critical moments. Nobody from the inside is going to do it for 4 quarters, but critical moments. We watched the damn Super Bowl yesterday, and Chris Jones, 2 plays down inside the 5-yard line in overtime, absolutely changed the game and gave the Chiefs a chance to win a Super Bowl. So that's what we're talking about. You didn't land that guy, so the weakness is inside defensively, Ron. And the stars just happen to be aligning because as I'm looking this week over, Steelers Twitter and following some of the Steelers beat writers and reporters, it seems like that the Steelers' offensive line has been really impressive. It seems like some of the minds around the league that I respect the most. That Ross Tucker's one, especially when he's talking offensive line. I cross paths with him. I know the dude. I know he's not just going to BS you. I know if he believes something, he'll put it out there. He believes this has a chance to be a top 10 offensive line in the NFL. So the stars are aligning for us to see what many believe is a top 10 offensive line, potentially a top 10 offensive line in the NFL, versus a defensive front with D'Amico Ryans that we know can rush the passer as well as, or we hope, feel like pretty confident can rush the passer with anybody out there with all the different options they have, especially when Danico Autry gets back.
Yeah.
But the question is, can they stop the run? I think the first couple of series tonight are going to tell it that they're going to tell us a little bit, give us a little peek behind the curtain, if you will.
Well, now the question is even added because the first 6 games of the season there is no Autry.
Right?
Can somebody get pressure from the inside?
Yep.
Like can they do something make quarterbacks not be able to step up?
Yeah, good point.
That's gonna now it's all going to be a big deal, and that's clearly to me, arguably, and maybe not even arguably, the number one question mark on the team. Right, I think you feel pretty good about most other parts. There's some questions, but I think you feel pretty good about most other parts on the team. The biggest incomplete, I don't know, has to be right there with those guys.
Yeah,
and tonight will be the first that we get to see of it.
Yeah, and this is we're not going to see a ton of it, but I do think there's potentially something there. Just keep an eye on it in the first quarter. I mean, if the Texans defensive front gets pushed around, because here's the deal: it's the game is going to be set up for the offense to win, right? The game is going to be set up.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's going to be vanilla. D'Amico Ryans is not going to. He's not going to be over there calling. I mean, he's not going to sink safeties into the box and rotate safeties late, and I mean, he's not going to show a bunch of pressures. He's not. I mean, it's set up to where it's going to be they're probably going to be 11 personnel, so you're probably going to have two linebackers, and so it's going to be a 6-man box, right? Maybe a 7-man sometimes. It's going to be a 6-man box, and it's going to be our 6 versus your 5 plus your tailback, right? Plus your tight end, and if you want to put a fullback or whatever you want to put with your offensive in the box players, right? So it's going to be set up for the offense to ultimately have the advantage. You're not going to see a lot of pressures. You're not going to see all that. You're not going to see a lot of exotic looks. You're not going to see different alignments, I wouldn't think. Maybe you will, but I don't think you will. So it's set up for the offense to have the advantage. And if this defensive line gets pushed around in the first couple of series, then we gotta really start scratching our head about what are you going to do. What are you going to do moving forward?
Fellas to watch. Foley should get action tonight.
Yep.
Mario Edwards, who you've been talking about.
That's where I'm at. Mario Edwards Jr., man.
Khalil Davis, Blue Springs High School. He should get.
That's right. That's where you in school, isn't it?
That's right. Continues the lineage of defensive tackles. Yours truly was one of them.
That's right. The lineage
of defensive tackles.
That high school's known for their D tackles.
Yeah,
man.
James and Earl Jack.
That's right.
A couple of Nebraska kids. No, that's all right. They've got a few. But no, really those. Khalil Davis, Mario Edwards, Foley, Kurt Heinisch probably is going to get some early run. Those guys, Tim Settle's out today, which would have been good to see. But you just hear those names. Like, you hear those names. None of those names are, like, at best right now, they're either young and inexperienced or, solid, which is the same as average.
They're guys that have been role players for a long time.
Yes.
You got to count their stats. You got to count how many starts they've had to describe them to people. So that's we'll see what they can do in Houston. Mario Edwards Jr. is the one I'm keeping my eye on. I mean, if at practice flashes consistently, and then you hear Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans talking about him, he has really taken to the way that D'Amico Ryans wants his defensive linemen to play football. It's different. There's no reading. It's just pin your ears back and go eat. And go hunt, if you will. And it seems like Mario Edwards Jr. is responding to that really, really well. So that's who I'm keeping my eye on. But overall, their offensive line versus our defensive front can't get pushed around tonight in the first couple series.
Football tonight, big one in Pittsburgh with the Texans. Also baseball tonight. The Astros, they are in Boston for a big series against a team that is above 500 and above the Astros right now in the playoff hunt. Blanco gets the ball tonight. We'll see if he can kind of rebound from what he has been. He hasn't, but kind of pick it up to where he was at the beginning of the year. So big one tonight in Beantown for the Astros. Oh, yeah, guess what? That is our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. We've talked about a lot of people. I find it hard to believe that anybody else in that locker room, that tonight's game is more important than this one player. We got to talk about it. That's coming up next.
All right, so whether you're selling a home or you're buying a home, it can be frustrating.
early. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As we're getting closer, Sean Pendergast was just in the building. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you saw him. He's getting ready for a pregame with Seth Payne. So a lot getting ready to get going as the Texans will take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the first time we'll see a lot of the starters that are going to go tonight. So that comes up right behind us. Just in case you're just joining us, here is the starting offensive line tonight. Blake Fisher at left tackle, the rookie from Notre Dame. Left guard, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs at center. They both started last week. Shaq Mason, the regular right guard. And then Nick Brocker, he is going to start in place of Titus Howard because he is one of many who are not going to be in this game. Titus Howard, Laramie Tunzel, Kamari Lassiter, those are three starters. Will Anderson, a fourth. Tim Settle, Des King's not going to play. Christian Harris, another starter. Charlie Heck is not going to play. Tegan Quatoriano is out for this game. As Clint said, locked. Don't even have a conversation. Noah Brown is the fourth receiver on this team.
Yep.
He is out in this game with a strained shoulder. Jeff Okudah, boy, this could have been big for you tonight with Kamari Lassiter out. He will miss. Brevin Jordan will miss. Dieter Elsland will miss. And then Danico Autry out. So a lot of guys out. Left off that list, Joe Mixon and Stefon Diggs. I'd be shocked if Joe Mixon played tonight. He has not practiced. He's not had on pads. We've not, or at least from what we've seen, has been reported. Even in Ohio over this week, he has not practiced yet. He's been working. We think he'll be ready for the season, obviously, but not practiced yet. So those are ones to watch as well. So a lot of guys out tonight, but still guys that are going to be in tonight.
Yeah, look, I'm with you. I would be shocked if Joe Mixon gets in the game tonight. I'll be honest with you. I don't know why Stefon Diggs gets in the game tonight. I'm with you. I don't need to see anything more from Stefon Diggs. I'd like to see one little dress rehearsal maybe in that third preseason game.
I feel like Stefon Diggs would push pushing to get it.
Oh, I think look, I mean, I don't think Stefon Diggs is quite Will Anderson in the sense of like you need to pass and be
like, bro. You missed yesterday. Going 15 straight practice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's quite Will Anderson to where he's a danger to himself. But I do think anytime that there's a competition, I think he wants to be out there in the middle of it. A lot like CJ. If you saw CJ last week, that Hall of Fame game on the sideline, I mean, he had a hard time controlling his emotions on the sideline. Hell, he was in sweat. So, I doubt we see either one of those guys as well. But look, there is. To be honest with you, I'd rather it that way. Where this team is at right now, I mean, you've got some key roles that you got to fill. You've got some key roles that you got to fill. I'm talking about, regardless of who it is, a number 2 running back on this football team. If your plan is to play 20 to 21 football games this season, you need 2 horses, right? And you've got one guy with an Achilles that's been torn twice in the recent history. That looked good last week, but I mean, obviously, it was just a very, very small flash in the pan, if you will. That number 2 back needs to be Dameon Pierce in a big way. You look at that nickel defender with Jalen Petrie. That is a guy that's a starter. I mean, I think Jalen Petrie is proving. Now, I think they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I think he has got to sit out to prove over the next 2 preseason games that this is his starting spot. And he's down in, down out, that dude. And so I think there's a handful of spots over there, Ron, that are literally for – the film that they're putting out there is for D'Amico Ryans and them to figure out what they're going to do with that position.
Yeah. I listen, we've talked about a lot of players. And Clint, I don't think there is one player who this game is bigger for than John Mechie. John Mechie, to me, this has to be. He has to have some sort of noticeable impact, and I don't mean just like one of those. Hey man, you gotta watch it 3 or 4 times to see it. You got to do a deep dive in film on his route and what he needs to have a noticeable impact tonight. in my opinion, and I think he is in real trouble. I do. I think when you start to look at the numbers with receivers here, and to me it felt like the conversation changed. Right, as D'Amico earlier said, yes, we're doing a great thing in practice, but we need to also start to see that stuff in the games. And he's got to do something and do something tonight and have some sort of a performance that puts him back into a place where he is looked at to be a part of this team, Clint. Or I think he's in real trouble making this team.
Oh no, he is in real trouble. I mean, he like you said, it's got to start tonight and it's got to continue for the next couple of weeks. I mean, because you're up against it here. I mean, you got another 2 weeks. Because week 4 in the preseason, there's going to be a big opportunity because I don't think you're going to see any of the starters, and so you're going to have 4 quarters damn near. So there's going to be there, but you're up against it. I mean, you're within a 2-week window here of you proving that you can play at this level, proving that you can crack the top 5 or 6 receivers for this franchise. Now, this is unfortunately, I mean, this is one of the deeper wide receiver rooms in the game, and you're fighting an uphill battle because you're at 8 or 9 right now, trying to get to the top 6. So. There's a lot of competition here. It's not the end of the career if he doesn't hang on to this, but boy, time seems to be running out on John Mechie in terms of the Texans part of story of his career.
He got to do something.
Yeah.
He's like he can't roll out here with a 1-for-4 performance and a drop on third down like he did.
Agreed.
Like he's got to create some. Like hell, even if it's he's running free and somebody missed him. Okay, that's something, but he is. There has got to be something done for him, Clint. And I give it to you. You were the first one. You were the first one on it. But like right now, I look at this depth chart. They got him as the number 1 backup behind Tank Dell. That will change quickly. That will change quickly.
Oh, I think it's already changed. He's got to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, you're right. He's got to. Like I said, something noticeable tonight. Coming up behind us again. As they will start things up pregame coming up with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne as they get you ready for the Steelers and the Texans. I got to be honest with you, Clint. I'm really intrigued by all the things we talked about, from Dameon Pierce to John Mechie to the offense and defensive line. I can't lie to you. Maybe the number one thing that I'm interested in this game tonight is I want to see what Justin Fields looks like.
It's getting interesting.
I'm sorry, Chris. I can't help. Like I know. We're watching the Texans, but the Justin Field thing, because Russ is not playing, so I think Justin's going to get some extended play, like more than you would think a starter would. I can see him into the second quarter playing, Clint, and I am really intrigued. Under Arthur Smith, we've seen Arthur Smith have success with quarterbacks that can move. Ryan Tannehill. He had great success with in Tennessee. I am really intrigued to see what Justin Fields looks like.
I don't know if you saw it, but did you see Louis Riddick's comments?
Mm-mm.
Louis Riddick said, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm not exaggerating. He said that he's got it on good authority that if Justin Fields continues to ascend the way he's ascending right now, he will start week 1 for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right, especially if Russ keeps Russ is still hurt and not playing a lot.
Well, Russ got a little calf injury. I don't think it's going to keep him for another month. The way that I read it from Louis Riddick was it don't Russ ain't much Russ can do about it. If Justin Fields keeps ascending at the rate he's going right now, apparently the game is slowing down for him. Which I told you, it does it for every quarterback at some point in time, and it's like a light switch, man. At some point in time, the game slows down for you, and I'll be honest with you, odds are it slowed down significantly the day he left Chicago and went to Pittsburgh, where there's probably a little bit more
around
support.
People they potentially may believe in him a little bit.
Yes, absolutely.
And we know Tomlin's not afraid to go on whoever the hell he wants to go with.
Yeah.
There's no outside stuff that's going to mess with. But yeah, I can't wait to see. I hope they let the whole clip out, let him run, let him do everything, and that'll be good too. If he's running too, I don't know if there's anything that may prepare them more for week 1 than Anthony Richardson.
That's right.
Just a little bit. So like, I don't think they're fearful of letting him move around and run around a little bit, and that may be something to really be helpful for the Texans. But boy, I can't wait to see that joker tonight. I want to see if there's
Well,
if there's a new Steeler version of Justin Fields.
I mean, right now, Ron, that's the biggest story in the NFL. I mean, like real story, like that I think has real legs to it. That boy, week one. I mean, it could be breaking news. Week one, Justin Fields starting for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Week one. I mean, I don't know. Is there a bigger story out there right now? That's not being that doesn't need somebody to fan the flames. Like literally is just a competition at that level.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like that's the story, man. And I just look. I said it before. I think it was just a matter of time before the wheels came off for us once again. I mean, the Pittsburgh is. Boy, that ain't no spot to be fake and soft and all that. I think there's probably a little bit of that too. Russell Wilson.
No, and Mike Tomlin will go with whoever he believes that gives him the best chance to win.
I got to believe Mike Tomlin's tired of that 8-8, 9-7, whatever 9-8.
All right, that was a fun hour, one strong hour. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne coming up behind us with the pregame show, getting you ready for the Texans and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hopefully the Texans can get a W tonight. For Clint, great job. Chris, thank you for holding it down with a little 5 hours today. Tyler, drink up. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Andre Johnson's road to Canton is complete. And of course, he made